Morning. My partner, Russell-Jay Gould. He's from Wyoming. Russell and I have been together since 1995. In 1995, he was 21 years old, and I said to him, I'd like to be Postmaster General of the United States of America. And he was like, yeah, I can do that. So he put his mind to the wheel, and he became Postmaster General of the United States about 10 years ago. And then after we ordered open Benjamin Franklin's Federal Postal Court on 12/21/2012, the Mayan calendar date of the end of the world, thou being the adverb, making world a verb, we ended the world of verb, and now we became the two senior postmasters, Federal Postal Court postmasters for Canada and the United States. Now, most people would think that that right after that happened, 45 days later, the Canadian government issued federal postal stamps with Benjamin Franklin to honor him, and it's an explanation on the back of us opening the Federal Postal Court. Now, this is we post-dated this back to July 4th, 1775, 24 years before the United States Supreme Court was created. So we were in quantum under Title 42, 1986 for knowledge of the law. But law is no more than a contract based on each individual's private vessel. So because we now created the new court, new constitution, new banking treaty, new postal treaty, in order to open Benjamin Franklin's Federal Postal Court, we trumped the United States Supreme Court by 24 years. And then when they were created, out of the bankruptcy of September 17, 1789, they were still in illusion. They were in a bankruptcy scenario. We have never been that. We have gold, silver, and quantum. So we are the people, the two guys, corporate, above them. Now the United States, not the United States, United Nations on November, 12 August 1999 gave us both, because we were corporate, we then sued for the copyrights of the flag of America. And the United States, Title 4, Sections 1, 2, and 3 were written in adverb verb, which said nothing. So we quantumized that definition, and we then filed it at the United Nations Court, and we sued America, the Congress, Senate, Legislature, Supreme Court, President of the United States. Show us a quantum oath for any of your offices. Show us a quantum definition for the flag of America, and they couldn't do it. They wouldn't even come to court at the United Nations. So they awarded us the copyrights to the flag. At the same day, we filed our 115-page banking treaty. We produced our American Eagle gold coins and our silver coins for our banking. We had a constitution written in quantum language that was fair and equitable, which the United Nations has adapted as their foundation of quantum language. We went around door to door at a cost of over $12,000 in printing and served bank treaties on 82 countries, which is about 96 cents on the dollar worldwide. So we went after the money on the planet and coordinated them. Now they've had 16 years to get that together. And I took a trip over to Beijing, China in September of 2012. And I wanted to see the Great Wall of China. I wanted to see the Forbidden City, the Summer Palace, and inadvertently I was over there for a thing called the subspace transducer. It's a radar equipment that can look underground through subspace. In other words, fits on your cell phone, little thing on the back here, and then as you're walking along, it has an oscilloscope. On the front, it measures atomic density. So you type in what your atomic density is of gold, silver, oil, whatever it is. As you're walking along, it looks between the hydrogen the electron and the proton in that space. And you can look down 100 feet into the ground, and as you're walking along, it'll tell you exactly what's in the ground. And it gives you a printout. So this invention was done in 1999 in the military. It then became I wrote the copyrights in 2010. I wrote the copyrights to it. It was written in adverb verbs, so I redid it in copyrights before I went over to China in 2012. But when I was over in China, they couldn't read English, so they said, "Can you write this in Chinese?" And because it was a quantum copyright, their professors, their generals, who have 2 or 3-star generals, 1 2-star general, and he says, "Well, it'll take us at least 9 months to do a Chinese-English translation." So we broke for lunch, and in 45 minutes I wrote the Chinese mathematical interface on English, something that hadn't been done in the history of languages. Then I rewrote the Chinese language in 20 other languages at 4 minutes each, which gave them a $20 trillion international trade contract that could never be cheated on the contract in quantum. So it was a $20 trillion windfall for the Chinese government. So Russell and I were ambassadors from 2002 with China, and as a returning ambassador, they gave me a chauffeur limousine, put me in the bird's nest over at the Olympic Village for 10 days, and then took me on a trip around China for 32 days. That's pretty cool. Then I came home, and after I got home, because I gave them the banking treaty, the new one, we upgraded it. They then sent me a ticket, and I flew back to Hong Kong for another 10 days, and worked with the Hong Kong people in banking, quantum banking in Macau with the casinos. So we've been doing world globetrot. And last week I was in Munich, Germany, and I went over there to, there's a case running for 14 years. It's the largest case ever in the German government. It's a $6 billion case. And after 14 years, they paid $140 million in attorney fees, and they can't solve the case. So they went asking around, who can break this down? Who can solve it? They went to England. They went and they said, "Call Miller." They went to Florida. They said, "Call Miller." They went to California. Call Miller. They went to Beijing, China. They said, "Call Miller." So they called Miller. So I flew over and when I got over there, I don't speak German. I don't write German. I don't read German. Excuse my French, but I can syntax the shit out of it. And I started in on how German language is written. Now, if I took, we'll just use my name for an example. You've got 5 letters, 4 letters, and 6 letters. So 5, 4, that's 15 letters, right? And you see, when you look at German language, you got all these 15 and 20 and 30 letter words, and you're going like, wow, who speaks like that? And then I'm supposed to go ahead and syntax that. Well, in the world of fiction grammar, with American lawyers and attorneys and judges, they use roughly about 50 different adverbs. German's got 300. Wow. Yeah. So with that said, they're taking this and they're putting this together as a single word with 15 letters. Where I go ahead and I hyphenate and use punctuation between my words, they're taking all the words in a phrase and putting them together as one word. And when they speak, they're speaking in phrases. That's what it was. That was the secret of German language. They were speaking in phrases with all these big words. But in front of all the big words, they put an adverb. So instead of having an adjective pronoun, they have an adverb verb with 30 letters on it. Makes a compound verb. They were engineering all the language in Germany to be an adverb verb with no adjectives. That was the secret to the fraud, to make sure that the German government can never rise up again using correct grammar to conquer Europe. And who's in charge of all the major banking in Europe? Germany. So then you take that overlay and you start figuring about what the euro's all about and how all these other countries are falling down under banking. It's because the grammar is bastardized on all the contracts. And I started looking at all the different, you know, when you go through an airport, you've got 30 different major languages. And they're all written in sequence so I can compare one to the other. And also I'm looking at the patterns of using compound words written as one word. But they always put an adverb in front of it to go ahead and disqualify it into a verb world, making sure that nobody can read and write and no one ever creates a fact. And when I had that revelation, I'm looking at, as Pandora, breaking the math interface, putting in the punctuation, using the correct parsing syntax grammar for the words and the sentences, and being able to write every sentence frontwards and backwards mathematically. I'm going like, wow, are we way ahead of the curve here? What we've done is disqualified planet Earth for 8,500 years. So we became the Pandoras by opening the box up, and the box was mathematics. No one ever went to a math problem in the history of mankind. Now taking and having the knowledge to specifically target mathematics and move it into any language, you can rewrite any language in the quantums. And that means that's a rewrite of every constitution, every trade agreement, every corporation contract, worldwide. You know, a contract writing pays about $1,000 an hour, just below brain surgery. So when you learn this and you become proficient at it, you can make a wonderful living at it. Walking into the companies and saying, you know what, this is how much fraud you got. Now, July 2nd, last year, I had a car accident. And in the car accident, I broke my back. I had 3 vertebrae. My 3, 4, and 5 were separated, which hit my sciatic nerve. My little right leg was paralyzed. And I thought, wow, you know, this is really bad news. So I put on a body brace and took some hydrocodone for the pain, got myself adjusted with a chiropractor, and laid down for 3 days until things got to healing. Now, one of the things about healing a person is, some of you have heard me talk about the word zapper, Z-A-P-P-E-R. It's a Hulda Clark program. Well, 30 kilohertz frequency for a zapper amplifies your reproductive healing on something that's broken, like cartilage, 4 times faster than normal. So with a body brace on and the frequency running through the cartilage, I was able to repair it in 72 hours. So I could take the brace off and I was back to normal with no pain, which was something that normally you'd take 3 or 4 months to get yourself put back together, and I did it in 3 days. So it's we'll get into that more of that later. But the people, when I said, you know, I got a broken back, what's the insurance going to pay? He says, well, I'll give you $500. Excuse me? 70 days of pain and $500? I don't think so. And my friend who got hurt too with a brain concussion, she's still suffering 9 months later, and they offered her $500. I'm going like, I don't think so. This is a permanent disability now. And so I went ahead and I pulled the insurance policies on Geico, State Farm, Farmers, Allstate, Prudential. I've been going through all the insurance companies. Now, just like I did with the mortgages that you're all familiar with, when I syntaxed that with Washington Mutual on January 6, 2008, that's cost the United States government $40 trillion, that one lawsuit. Just because somebody goes, this is not, don't mean anything. Yeah, well, $40 trillion hit is pretty big on the economy, you know? Right now there's 30 million people in foreclosure. That's 40% of the United States population. 22% unemployment in the United States, and it's going to accelerate. Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac are filing bankruptcy for $40 trillion because of that lawsuit in 2008. When people laugh and say this doesn't mean anything, who's going to write a check for that? And then now I got the insurance company laughing at it. I'm going like, you know what I did with insurance? I mean, what I did with mortgages? All the insurance companies are in the same boat. I tried to buy stock in the stock market the other day. You know what the stock market told me? you're not allowed to buy stock, you're not allowed to trade, you're not allowed to have a security. I'm like, why? Because you disqualify all the securities of all the stock markets in the world. Because all securities are in a box written in italics, double-spaced, and an adverb verb. I mean, how much of a perfect zero can you create? Now, if we allow you to come into our stock markets, you would disqualify all the stock markets in the world. If we allow you to come into our schools, you would disqualify all of our universities, colleges, and high schools. Well, when I got done with the Chinese government writing a $20 trillion trade agreement, all colleges, universities, and high schools in China are now teaching my program. South Korea's been doing it for 8 years. So this technology is expanding. I think I got 1.4 billion people over in China. And they're all studying English because they have 10,000 letters in their alphabet, but only 26 in English. So being able to do that's a very simple thing to learn, especially with mathematics. 26 is a lot easier than 10,000. And now that it's mathematically certified frontwards and backwards, you can't cheat them. So that puts us in a very, very powerful position as a director planet-wide. And now that I've seen the other languages that I'm going after, with both the insurance and the mortgages, you know, my mortgage issues are affecting Europe, all over Europe, and Russia, and China, because of the old adverb verbs grammar. And even though these are communist, some of the communist countries, they still have to deal with, you can't say 3 + 3 = 7. Nobody's going to follow that. They're going to go ahead and they're going to really come after you for that grammar fraud. So the technology that we're getting, now we're expanding into the insurance field. No car insurance, no life insurance, no medical insurance, no product liability insurance. What happens if we lose the insurance industry? Well, I went to State of Wisconsin Department of Insurance, and I brought in the 3 directors of Wisconsin's insurance directors. And I walked in and I said, I want to talk to you guys. And he says, you have an appointment? I says, I'm a federal judge, I don't make appointments. You guys in a room right now, quiet. And after I went on a 45-minute presentation, they were all sitting there crying. They all thought they were going to prison. And they realized that I just had collapsed the entire industry of insurance. Now, 3 + 3 equals the word, it equals 6, that's correct, right? And if I put IN in front of the word correct, it means no correct, right? So if I have a surety, which I bought on the stock market, sure means surety, and assurance, ANCE means contract. ENT is contract, ION is contract. All these sub words that end in words, these are called contract words. You'll learn this when you study parsec grammar. So I said to him, I broke it down. There's 3 syllables, insurance. And I says, sure means to have a security, right? And she goes, yeah, all 3 agree with me. And I says, and ANC is a contract. And I said, yeah, we understand syntax. And if I put IN in front of that, then I have no security contract, right? They're going like, oh my God, we're the Department of No Security Contract. And right then and there, they had a revelation about what parsec was, of what insurance meant. Then I pulled out the Farmers and State Farm insurance policies, which I had syntax 60 pages of, and I laid them out on the table, and I said, and these people don't want to pay. Well, they did a little investigation. They pay on 9%. That's it. They pay 9% of the claims, and they harvest 91% of the claims. And those that they pay, they only pay 10 cents on a dollar. So they're only paying 1% out of the 99% premiums they harvest. That's why they're putting up these 50-story apartment buildings. Or, you know, office buildings for the insurance company. So when they're looking at the numbers, I'm going, when I talk to an adjuster now, I don't listen to what that adjuster says. I go right to the CEO and I says, you want to take care of the medical expenses, or do you want me to close your company? The fine under Title 15, Section 1692E is false and misleading statements. Bernie Madoff, $69 billion off of Wall Street. Everybody knows the story. Under Title 15, Section 78FF, it's a $25 million fine for false and misleading statements. Once the document is syntaxed and proved that it's an engineering nightmare. And it is. So, how many clients does Farmers have, or State Farm, or Prudential, or Geico? 5, 10 million customers. Every one of them's a $25 million fine against the insurance company. Now, if the United States government wants to go ahead and they want to pay off the debt, they can walk into the bank, which has a number 26 and 213 zeros after it. That was 2 years ago. Now it's probably 15 or 16 zeros after it, with compounded interest. And say to the International Monetary Fund, we're going to zero out this debt because I've got a $25 million charge against 67 million mortgages and about as many, and how many cars are insured in the United States? 100, let's see, we've got 400 million people. So we've probably got upwards around 200 million automobiles or trucks and cars, and it's all fraud. So each one carries a $25 million fine. So the insurance company's got to cough up enough money to pay off the national debt out of all this money they got in their hopper, along with the banks. And because, you know, what would that be? One less zero than 213 would be 212 zeros? Like, how much is enough? Pay off the national debt, everybody gets a pay raise, the dollar is secure, and we get to fix things. So yeah, but Russell and I are presidential candidates. And we're up here, we're the only two guys of the 60 people that applied that have a correct application. That did, we corrected the applications. We paid our $2,800 filing fee with the correct applications. Everybody else, the other 60 guys, are all in fiction. They put everything in a box and they cursived it, which means they talk to dead people. So, we're the only two legal people that can run for president as write-in candidates and be written into it for the 2016 election. And you don't hear nothing on the news about us. But I got 5 billion people on my website, with 2 million linked websites to my website. Don't think the internet isn't watching. And you watch the circus on TV, but they still read the internet, and people are a lot smarter than they're giving them credit for. So we just might, you know, as each one of these candidates had walked away and said, I quit, they also said that there are a couple of guys out there that are unknown to the press, unknown to CNN, but they're going to get 92% of the vote on a write-in candidate, just like Kosovo did. I mean, what's his name? Napoleon, 1983. Lewinsky. Yeah, Lewinsky. He stood up just a few days before the election, and he was a dock worker, and he got elected president of Poland. He was the best president Poland ever had for 10 years. Or how about Jesse Ventura? He's a wrestler. What's he know about politics? He captured 92% of the vote in Minneapolis and was voted the best mayor that the United States or any city ever had. Governor. Because he was outspoken and an honest man that can be corrupted. And people knew it until he threatened his wife and children and made them move out of the country. That's why he left office. But we're a couple of guys that we've been standing up here. I've been up here for 36 years now, and Russell's been up here 21 years, fighting for what's right, mathematically certified what's right. I don't care what they say, and how much fun that the lawyers, attorneys, and judges laugh at, or the politicians. 3 plus 3 still equals 6, and we're still the movie Matrix, and we're the two guys called Neo. He's Morpheus and I'm Neo. So, we'll get started here. First thing we're going to talk about here, this is a list of topics we're going to go over today. And Russell's going to do banking and postal for you guys, and jump in and throw stones at me. The name, what is the name? It's the first thing people ask you. You walk into court and they go like, so, Kenneth, what's the answer?
What? According to what you wrote, you're saying, what is my name?
Right.
So my name would be what?
What, right. And you know, every single person I show this to that hasn't been trained, they all tell me their name. I'm going, no. I says this is a unique set of 4 words. You have an adverb which modifies a verb, which connected to the adverb which modifies the verbs. You have a pronoun that's connected to the adverb, which modifies the adverb, which modifies the verb. You see, so you have, your values have changed. Even if you do identify with yourself to be a fact, if you said this here, acknowledged as a fact like that, and you put a comma here, then this becomes a pronoun. This is an adverb. Oh, this becomes a pronoun then. If you put a comma, because it would be a 4, 4, 1, 2, just because of the comma. It's like if I were to give you a list of pen, paper, eraser, I would put all those words down. I put commas between them. Just like here, if I throw a comma in here, that becomes a prepositional phrase. If this is a pronoun, which means nothing, then the next word that followed it would be a nothing. But it has to be connected to an adverb, and the only thing left is the verb. So your name is a verb. So even though I give you a what, or you're Thomas, I called you a verb.
Yeah.
For the name of the Thomas is with the claim of with the knowledge. See? So I'm giving you credit for having knowledge about who you are. But I'm using prepositional phrases, making knowledge a fact, your name a fact, and by doing so, you become a fact. So when you write your name, I can do David-Wynn, Miller. And throughout the internet and news broadcasts and the radio shows that I do, they always identify me as David-Wynn, Miller. And that's how they introduce me. And they think they're trying to be funny, but actually it's really a correct procedure as to who I am as a fact. Now, the government's going to come back and they're going to capitalize my name, making me an adjective pronoun as a non-linear dead person. Now, when you get into Title 46, under maritime codes, it says that dead people are not allowed to own property or write contracts. So if they're writing a contract and it's all written in adverb verb like lawyers and attorneys do, what's the end result? You're a dead person saying nothing, and that's your own fault. So what happens when you walk into the courtroom? You're in this box over here, and you've got 5 different planes in this trap. And the judge is going to be sitting up here in his own box, but he's going to have a flag on his box, advertising his jurisdiction. Now, his flag, I don't know if many of you have seen lately, almost all yellow French flags came off the flags in courtrooms all over the United States, which is there's some kind of a dynamic change taking place in America. Because because of all the lawsuits we filed, and even when I go through Homeland Security, if the eagle's wings are up, like on a dollar bill, it's a postal flag. If they're down like this, it's a Vatican flag for banking. And if whatever you put on top of the flagpole captures the jurisdiction of the flag and the standard, and it says nothing. We're just here to collect money from people called airline tickets. And people are looked at as souls and bills of lading. When a plane crashes, we lost 200 souls today. They don't say 200 people died because you were cargo. You had a bill of lading. You were being shipped as cargo. You paid money. So it was all about banking. And so the judge sits up here with his advertisement of his flag in his box. And if we come in there with our flag, our grammar flag, the Title IV flag is no longer recognized as a Title IV flag anywhere in the world. The whole world has accepted the fact that the red, white, and blue flag has 50 procedures of grammar, and this now is the grammar flag, and Russell and I are the directors of that flag. When I was over in Germany, they acknowledged that the American flag, because I put it on their documents, filed in their courts, was a grammar flag, had no political argument between the U.S. and Germany, and their courts Germany wouldn't accept U.S. dollars when I was over there. I had to use my MasterCard, otherwise I'd go hungry. A lot of things have changed when we were over there. I thought I could use U.S. currency and everybody accepted it. They don't anymore. I just came back from Nassau. They wanted they wanted silver or MasterCard, but they wanted US dollars. And Puerto Rico's left the United States. There's only Guam, Virgin Islands, Grand Samoa, and District of Columbia, not 4 of them. And Puerto Rico won't take money in US currency because it's not backed by anything. Yeah, there's a lot of changes happening.
Yeah.
So when you break up these planes, each one of these planes, you got a jury box, witness box, clerk. The clerk of the court signs her name across the stamps. That makes her a postmaster. Takes your money, pays your fines, makes her a banker. Look up bankers and postmasters, see the judge. Judge is up here in a box, so he's an actor under Federal Rules of Civil Procedure 44 and 44.1. Now 44.1 says that all 10 billion people on planet Earth are aliens, which means no lien. They write and they babble in adverb verb. They have no contract with the bank, with the court. They do not have a, their names are all non-de-guerre, so they're all dead, so they can't make contracts. What contracts they do bring into court are written in adverb verb, and they don't say anything. Now, in order for you, and because the courthouse is a foreign vessel and dry dock under the Port Authorities, the post office, and when you go inside the courthouse, you're in a box, and you have all these different series of boxes here, even the jury box. Well, the laws, as they tell you through your Constitution, says you must have a 12-man jury. But the playing of the jury box is like this. You got 6 and 6, so you got 2 petite juries, which is illegal. And there's no continuance of evidence with them communicating with each other, so they babble. And if you look at jury box in Black's Law Dictionary, it says it's an enclosed area that cannot see witnesses or hear testimony. So it doesn't matter what the jury says. But you can't sue a jury that isn't there because there's no continuance of evidence with what's in the box. So the judge says, I'm not going to make a decision here, I'm going to let the jury do that. So he's opting out from a quantum lawsuit that comes into his court saying you're going to have a jury. You don't want a jury. The jury can't read and write. They got a 2nd grade reading level. Who wants to be judged by 2nd graders, right? So you always make sure you get a judge, because you can negotiate with a judge. You can say, okay, let's scrap this thing and I'll go in the jury room. We've got a table that seats 14 people. The judge will sit at the head of the table, prosecution, defense, on both sides of the table, and you put your arguments and you're on the same plane. See, the only thing I have to do to disappear from you guys is take this and stand on it. You can't see me or hear me anymore. I'm on a different plane than you are. It's called soapboxing. It's a stage. Where's the judge sit? He's on the highest stage in the room. So you're doing theatrics right in front of you, and if you don't pay attention, they're going to clean your fillings out of your teeth. And so it's real simple to be a dead person. Now this here is called an acronym. They abbreviate your name, D.W. Miller. Or they go ahead and use just, initial lists. Like when you come into all your hotels that you're staying at right now. Initial here in 6 parts, or you're renting a car, initial all here. Those initials don't mean anything. And they're all, and you also, when you put them in, you always scribble. So it's scribbled. Because even when you go to sign your name in all those electronic signing things, that pen goes all over the place. And if that's, and then it always says approved. How can you approve something that looks like chicken scratch, And if you write your name like this, even if it's legible, it's called cursive writing. You know that we had, Russell and I filed documents with the Board of Education, and the cursive writing is no longer taught in any schools, colleges, or universities in the United States. You have to print or use a computer. And when you go to school now, even from 3rd grade, 2nd grade, all the kids in school have their own computers now in schools. And they're sitting there, and the kids are, I always get my daughter to teach me how to use my cell phone, I might be a smart guy, but the little kids are the ones that can really handle a cell phone.
They really
can, and how to play the games and get through all that stuff. We've all been there with our grandkids, So the cursive writing means you're dead. it's a dead writing, because they're doing curse people. So don't get trapped into the name scenario. And that's the very first thing that anybody's going to want to know who you are, what you're doing. Even your name tags are in a box, whether you know it or not. Because it's your subjective interpretation of who you are, and that you put your name in that box. And a lot of the courts today are saying we will not accept you handwriting in the case number, handwriting in anything on the papers. Must be printed by a computer. So that either New Times Roman or Arial or Courier New. And they set all these local rules down as how the print wants to be handled on the paper. Well, you know, local rules don't mean anything. It's a foreign vessel in dry dock, and you're all dead anyways when you walk into the courthouse. Now, the only way you beat that is a unique thing. You're walking into this courthouse, this foreign vessel in dry dock, and if you don't have a passport, then get a passport. Because this little puppy here gives you authorization to leave the United States of America and walk into a foreign vessel in dry dock. And when I go into court, and I walk in all these foreign countries, just like I came back from Germany, I sign the stamp. Now, when I sign my name across that stamp, and I cancel it, that makes me a customs and immigration agent. Because I have my federal oath, and I sign the postage stamp, that makes me a banker, because that's money. And it says I'm a grammar flag on the last page. The last page is reserved for special information, which I produce.
Is that the one we did?
Huh?
Is that the one we did way back when? No, this one.
Yeah, that's 19 years old. That's me at the age of 50.
I know.
I want to see. I want to see.
Go ahead and pass it around.
It's just, yeah, old technology.
So I took my my oath, my federal oath that I filed in all the different courts around the United States. And Mrs. Young here wants me to go to court with her, so what I'll do is I'll walk into her court and I'll file my federal oath. Under miscellaneous, it's a $47 fee in some places. It's free in others.
46 and some.
Yeah.
It changes between venues.
Yeah, it changes between venues, but once my oath is on file in there, I've got my passport, and I'm a federal judge of that courthouse.
Just that stuff.
And the judge will say, you can't represent them, you're a federal judge here. I says, well, yeah, I can't do that. But I also can witness, I can write a quo warranto complaint on your behavior in this courtroom. And a lot of judges won't even come in the courtroom if I'm in the courtroom. Or they got a guy going to prison for 10 years with a $10,000 fine, and I'm sitting there and he gets $20 court costs and sent home because he can't, there are no laws, rules, regulations, and codes in the United States. You have to capitulate to agree to whatever he wants to put on you. And how can you agree? A means no and agree means contract. How can you agree to somebody that's in a box and say, no, I don't? When he asks you to understand, UN means no, DER is contract, and stand is standing. You have no contract standing. That's why he keeps asking, do you understand? Do you understand? And my client says, I'm here to perform the correct parsing, syntax, grammar for the avoidance of perjury.
I can't understand what you're saying.
Judge goes, I can't hear what you're saying. I don't know what you're saying. And when the judge says that, she repeats it. Or he repeats it. Judge says, do you understand what I said to you? And she repeats the same thing again. I'm here to participate with the correct parsing, syntax, grammar. And this battering goes back and forth every 30 seconds for 35 minutes. Finally, the judge says, get out of my courtroom. No charges.
Can't understand what you're saying.
Can't understand what you're saying. There's no joinder. There's no contract. This illusion up here, if they can't get you to make a contract with them, acknowledging that he's in charge of you, they can't put you in jail, can't do anything to you.
So if we don't hear the judge, why are we responding? Like,
You are. Re means no, respond means to talk. It means no talk contract. That's what the word respond means. So if you're babbling to him in adverb verb, you haven't said anything to him.
I see.
And he's up there syntaxing your words as fast as you're saying, as fast as you're acting. He's syntaxing you just like I do. And he's used to all the prefixes mean no, contract. All the suffixes mean no, you're not in now time. And the last either, see when you end a word with a vowel and a consonant, there's always going to be, those two letters mean contract in every word. When you start a word with a E, I, O, and U as a single syllable, that means no. Doesn't matter what the word says. It's a no contract word. Because the only reason you have a word that explains what something is because you want to have a contract with that individual. You want to be able to communicate with that individual. Because you're talking, he's listening, you offered, he accepted.
Fishing bill.
Yeah, it's fishing bill.
Right.
Catching out there and you catch a fish, use a little bit of bait, some information.
Would you mind if I stepped in and
Go ahead,
showed
knock
a
it.
little bit different technique?
Sure.
So, like, when you go into these foreign vessels and dry dock, some of the things that I've done work quite nicely. Instead of making a presumption that you have a summons to go there, what I'll do is I'll go up to the door of the building and start knocking. Make their security come to you. When their security comes to you, right away you're into your flag etiquette. So, oh man, you got a yellow French flag. You're in violation of Title 36, Section 176, subsection G. Hey, here's my, and you got your postmaster badge, which is wherever. And you start explaining the guidelines of how you want to be treated and conduct them, and you tip staff them at that point because they work for you. So now you got when you walk into that foreign actors room, you got somebody who's in joiner with you, giving you, do I have an appointment here today? Am I supposed to be here? I've got fraudulent grammar in front of me, and I want to make sure that I correspond so I don't get in trouble. Make sure that you guys know what's going on here under these foreign guidelines, under a foreign vessel and dry dock. I have my C.S.S.C.P.s.g.p, I have my ship's papers, and I have the criteria for fee for freight to transship myself in here, move myself from one vessel to another. I'm out here on the citizen's land, on my land, and you want me to come into this foreign vessel, you got a ball on your flag standing, which means you're recruiting contract here.
Does it mean that you walk in with your flag, like, like?
Yeah, for sure. You already have it on your paperwork, you're holding your paperwork.
Okay.
Some of the things that I've experimented around with is I'll be in a cell, and I'll put my paperwork down next to me, and the military will come in and they'll say, I can see you, I can see you. And then I'll grab my paperwork real quick and they'll hit the alarm button. He's escaped, can't see him. Right, so the games, they know the games. These people are very well educated. I've done a really good job educating these people. So it's just been a different, but anyways, these are different techniques that you can use as a postmaster badge to get into these venues to where you have more of you're more of a neutral position to deal with some of these criteria that you guys are going to have to deal with, if you're even going into their foreign vessels, of course. So, knock on the door, make them come to you, tip staff them, hit them with your flag etiquette, fee for freight. Hey, is the court closed here today? Yeah, because if I can't file my paperwork, it must be closed. Or you guys closed for business here today, because I'm here to participate in correct communication, parsing syntax grammar. I'm here to be correct. I'm here to make sure you're correct. Oh man, do you have an adjective pronoun on there? Who's your employee? Who's your boss? I'd like to talk to your boss. Give me a flag duty officer, or if you're on a military base or wherever you're at. I don't know what you guys are doing, but courthouse. Give me somebody who's in charge here because I'm in charge. Right? I'm in charge of me.
You're right. He's in charge of him.
That's right.
A big secret. You guys are all in charge of yourselves.
Big
If you want to give up your power and hand it over to some idiot with a second grade reading level, that's your folly.
You're talking about lawyer, right?
What's
Talking
that?
about everybody.
You're talking about lawyer, like.
No, we're talking about anybody standing in front of you.
Oh, okay.
He could be a sheriff, he could be a military police, could be a police officer, could be a lawyer, attorney, postmaster. Doesn't matter who he is.
No matter who he is. Yeah, so
They don't have a contract with you. Nothing in writing except if you want to give them a verbal contract.
Yeah, so when you're looking at these venues that Dave is sharing with you, which is all correct, think about a way to get yourself in there so you can correspond without corresponding. So they don't issue warrants for something that doesn't exist, right? So you're on point and on top of these situations before the trouble comes your way.
That's the key word, correspondence, not respond.
That's right.
Correspondent means make contract and communicate with a legitimate contract and perform.
Correct. And so you have your ship's papers or your lawsuit in your hand. You've paid fee for freight to move yourself into that foreign venue. They're advertising the ball. Oh my God, I walked in here in the security gate. You guys are flying the yellow French flag. Oh, you got the eagles, the wings up today. Oh, okay. You're a postal. Yeah, I'm a postmaster here. I've autographed this. And see the education, and they're like, and they're hitting the phone. Man, this guy's coming. Right? They're on the phone on the back end of this thing going, this guy's looking to smoke you guys. he knows that.
We walked into the court,
Yeah, you got to.
and the security guy who's at the metal detector says, the judge is in the building, everybody behave yourself.
Yeah, so you got.
Because we're advertised ahead of time before we get there. And we file our oaths at the courthouse. When we walk in, nobody knows us from Adam. But once the clerk of the court gets a hold of one of our,
Docs us in.
everybody is called into the clerk's office, all the sheriffs, all the marshals, all the judges, all the lawyers. And say, this just got filed.
So these are.
This guy's coming. This is what he looks like. Here's a picture of him.
Yeah, these are some of the things that you can do. Be more to correspond, you know, instead of if you feel like you have to go in there and they're gonna put warrants out, get on the door, man, get all over them, pound on that thing, make them come to you. Hey man, do I have an appointment to be here today? Not appointment to be here today. Man, I've syntaxed this paperwork, I've found it all to be 100% fraud. I paid my fee for freight, I've got my ship's papers here. I wanna come in, I wanna participate correct so you guys don't have to come after me at a later time. So these are some like techniques that I use, and you can do a lot of different things. I mean, I've used mirrors before. You see some picture ID, you know, you pull out a mirror, there I am, you know. Mirror trees. I've done a lot of different little techniques, man. It's really genius stuff, I'm telling you. It works quite nicely, yeah, because you know, they say, we want to see government ID. Well, I paid the fee for freight. There's my stamp on there. I autographed it. There I am. You know, this is lifetime, you know, stuff. And yeah, you can do a lot of mirror trees. You can do a lot of cool stuff. But you got to have confidence in what you're doing. I mean, you really got to.
You got to walk the walk, talk the talk, do your homework. Do you want to go ahead and pull the stunt out like this? Call us up.
Yeah.
You can do it on Skype. You can do face to face. Might take an hour, 2 hours on Skype. You might want to be in when your groups get together, and you guys try to punch a hole through us, because we're going to be the judge, and you try to get past us with what you want to pull. Now, we will correct all your mistakes as fast as you do it, because collectively we've got 125,000 hours of doing this, so you just got a couple of minutes of practice. So we'll step on you. I got 12,000 cases behind me of real going into court, going head to head with judges. So.
Oh, I've been there a whole bunch.
You've probably been there 100 times bumping, but he does it a different way than I do. We both have different styles that we go in, so they don't know what's going to happen next.
Yeah. So anyway, I just kind of want to give you guys how to use the postmaster badge. I mean, that's a good way to bring it into the foreign vessel and right on. To put yourself more in a neutral position so that you don't have to walk in and fake. When you walk in, you keep your tip staff with you, right? Come on in here, I want to make sure I'm correct. Man, find me a clerk. How come there's no judge here? You know, and be up there screaming, hey man, how come I'm the only judge here? I autographed the stamp, I paid the fee for freight. Hey man, I know about planes, vectors in 3-space, vectors in 4-space. I know about when you change conditions of state. There's no contingent evidence with that. Judge will be screaming, but he's not a judge, right? He's in a box.
No judge is a judge in the United States. There isn't a single judge, 11,000 judges.
Now, if he pops off the bench, which they do for me, they pop right off that bench. They'll make them take off their robe, take them out of their mourning condition of state, and move into the next criteria about talking about your volition. Because there are no facts, there are no rules. They already know it's all BS, and you have to just go with your condition of heart and put yourself on trial and judge yourself. And that's the value of the correct communication part of syntax grammar. Is once you learn how to use the verb of thinking, you can put yourself down on a performance and put your volition on trial to be peaceful and neutral with your fellow mankind. And then we need to find out who's trying to steal from you. Yeah. Right? Because here I am being peaceful, here I am being correct, and what's this garbage that you're trying to force feed me? Right. And that's where the real battle lines get drawn, and that's when they vacate cases and start running out of the room.
When you've got your quo warranto, and you've got your forensic evidence like this here, all marked up, you walk into court and you get your metal detector, and you say to the sergeant or who's ever standing there, I want to talk to the captain. Yeah. You say, who are you? I said, I'm the federal judge. I want to talk to the captain. We've got a crime taking place, and I need your assistance. So they'll call the captain or the lieutenant, come out, and say, see this paperwork? It's all marked up. I'm going to sit down. I'm going to give you a little English lesson. Now
so
we're going.
You were saying that any of us can go and say that we are federal judge?
No. No. Under Title 42, 1986, if you have knowledge of a crime, you have to stop and correct it. If you see somebody hurting another person, and you do nothing, you're accessory to the crime. So when you see this anything wrong, when you look at this paperwork and you see it's all marked up and it's wrong, that's a crime.
Right.
It's a good old Bernie Madoff case. False misleading statements, fictitious conveyance of grammar and language. So you want to go in as a private citizen, your authorization, and you are all authorized under Title 42, 1986. Now they're saying, well, this is a state court, that's a federal law. I'm going like, you guys get paid, don't you? And when you get paid with money. And the money says federal. They get paid with federal. There's no such thing as a state. Everything is federal. You got a federal flag on the flagpole. This is a federal building. And with a ball on top, you're advertising for the federal postal as well as the federal military advertising, because the post office controls the military. So everything is federal, so nobody can hide and say, well, once you walk into our foreign vessel and dry dock, you're in a condition of state. That's not true. Everything is federal.
Correct.
And a Title 18 for fictitious conveyance of language to extort money is a federal crime. Well, this here is a federal crime. My putting the corrections on here says, I have the knowledge to stop and correct, and I want to talk to the captain. So you go in and talk to the captain and says, I'm going to go up and I'm going to talk to the judge. And I'm going to go in that courtroom because he wrote this. And you have knowledge right now, and you're the sheriff is the chief officer of the court, because the judge is just an actor. So when you tell the sheriff that you got a crime, and the judge signed this, and the clerk of the court signed it, and a lawyer signed it, these people are criminals. They're conducting criminal activity in the courtroom. And the sheriff is responsible to stop and protect the citizens from crimes taking place. That's why they have guns. That's why they have a security. Not that people bring guns and knives and weapons into the courthouse. So when you sit down and you educate this captain, and I take him upstairs to the federal judge, and the federal judge says, arrest him. He just threatened me, and the judge says, no, he didn't. You're a criminal. I have to arrest you. He's a federal judge. He's a federal postal judge. He's in charge of the vessel and dry dock, which is this courthouse. And he just showed me that you committed a felony against these people. And he's got a signed confession by you of a crime. So the judge runs him behind his chambers and locks his doors, so the fellow can't follow. And a few minutes later, you see him scampering out of the back of the parking lot into his car. Because he left the building. But you're going in there and you get the sheriff working for you.
Yeah.
Because you educated him. He's not looking at you as a wise guy or an aggressor or a terrorist or anything else. You've got a signed confession in your possession of a crime that took place.
Thus, the knocking on the door helps facilitate those conversations, because you just, what? And they have to come to you. You got your fee for freight, your flag. They're advertising on how to bring people in to be cleared through this clearinghouse. And so here's the criteria for you to be cleared through.
What about U.S. Marshals instead of the sheriff?
That's federal's marshals, state court is sheriffs.
Yeah, it's all the same. They're all the same venue. They work for the post office. It's all shipping.
But this is the same thing in all courts. When the language is a fraud, you have to stand up and stop it under Title 42, 1986. Because now you have knowledge of how to syntax.
Right.
The judge has knowledge what syntax is, and he created this thing. This is not an accident. This is engineered to be 125% zero. Yeah.
I like that what y'all talking about. If technically, if I was in there and I seen him being receptive to what I was saying, he being the sheriff, and I know he's part of the electorate choice of the people, then I'd be like, if I give him to sign this postage stamp and get joined with you with this document that I'm
He won't do that.
that'd be awesome.
But you make sure you sign your stamp.
Yeah.
And to take this, where'd it?
Sorry.
When I take this, I can put it on my chest here, and I can walk in the courthouse. I'm advertising that I'm here for grammar. Here's my contract for grammar. I'm a registered judge because I filed it with the clerk's office. There's a picture of me, so there's no misunderstanding. I signed the Red Fox stamp, which is a gold certificate, putting me into an equity status as a banker, postmaster, and judge. So I'm in there with this badge on, and I have authorization. When I shipped this young man here to Paris, registered mail through Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, through Montreal, Canada, we put a registered sticker on him, signed across it, put an ID badge on him and signed a stamp as well with a flag, and I mailed him to Paris with bills of lading. And they had 4 security guards when we hit Montreal, grab him, surround him, make sure the freight was protected, and they walked him right onto the plane. Me, they detained for 2 hours.
Yeah, wait for him.
And they ran my socials, they ran my passport with 47 pages of credentials through, going, and I had every single agent in Montreal reading my passport because of all the credentials I've got on it. Going like, okay, this guy's an ambassador, walk him onto the plane. We get to Paris, same thing happens. We get off the plane, he walks right through. Immigrations and Customs, they go ahead and check my passport and they stamped it and everything. And I'm going like, I'm the postmaster, I'm delivering the freight. And the guy goes, whatever. And Russell walks right through with no passport, no driver's license, or a state ID.
Nothing.
But then when it came time to leave, they said, you can't get on a plane, you don't have any passport, we won't accept you back in America. So we made a phone call. They called up the head of security of the Charles de Gaulle Airport in Paris, and he happens to be the great-great-great-grandson of the original Joan of Arc, who was the keymaster with the Pope, with the Vatican. And Russell and I are both keymasters with the Vatican. When he found out he's got 2 keymasters in his airport at 1 o'clock in the morning, he came down to meet with us. We had 300 people sit on a DC-10 for 3 hours while we had a nice conversation about what we did at the Vatican for 3 days. And he was more than satisfied. He says, you guys come with me. And he walked us right through red carpet, ambassadors, and put us on the plane and fly back to the United States. But the Universal Postal Union director also vouched for Russell to go back to the States. The head of the European postmaster, who Russell and I both met a couple days earlier, vouched for Russell as a U.S. citizen and postmaster to be mailed back to the United States registered mail, because I had to return postage on that with a green card return receipt. So he was sent back with me to America, and we landed in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, and then of course the Homeland Security took us into custody for debriefing, but they were all cool with us.
Yeah.
And he's the only man in 113 years now that has ever been mailed to Europe and back to the United States as a living cargo.
Never been arrested, didn't get arrested.
And didn't get arrested. They closed the door behind us. They looked at all of our procedures, and they went and changed all the postal codes so you never can mail a human being between 1 and 1. So we do crazy things just to prove a fact.
Yeah.
And same thing is true when you walk in. These courts are actually countries. This is a private country and private contract. And every single, this here is called a constitution. A constitution is a vessel in a sea of space. When you walk into a courtroom, there's no signs hanging up in there. There's no labels on the judge, the clerk, or anybody else. This piece of paper determines who the judge is, who the clerk is, who the jury is, and who's going to testify. If I want coffee on my table and it says no food or beverages, and I file this with, I want coffee on my table when I come into the courtroom, this Constitution says I'm entitled to a pot of hot coffee with donuts. So if you contract it, you'll get it.
Mm-hmm.
And they got people so baffled that you have to listen to their babble. And that's what babble is, it's baffling. That people, it goes right by you. And you think that the judge is in charge of everything. Well, he is an administrator, yes, but you're still an individual who's in charge of your life.
Mm-hmm. And
you put down all the things. Now when we write these lawsuits, we put stamps on them, like you've seen. And the stamps, the $1 stamp, when we autograph it, pays the freight for me to take it from my house to the clerk of the court. Now, when you walk into the clerk's office in the court, the clerk is the port authority. So when you're taking this vessel paper and you're going to dock it, it's a ship. Just because it's a piece of paper doesn't mean it's not a ship. It's a vessel. It's carrying cargo called words. And the words are the Constitution of how this thing functions. So when it comes to the port of the court, they can't deny it. They can't say, well, it's got a stamp on it, we won't accept it. Or it has, if you put blood on it, they can refuse it because of biohazard. Actually can even be arrested if you put it in the mail with blood on it, because then the postal inspector can say you're sending a hazardous material through the mail, and they have, in all post offices now, they have the signs up, you mail hazardous material through, you'll be arrested as a terrorist. So don't put blood on your paperwork. This year, you can autograph the stamp and put your fingerprint on it. But when you go to the court, the clerk of the court, this here vessel is going to get docked. Gets a docket, D-O-C-K-E-T, number, and you pay a fee. Now you can call it and they put a stamp on it, and the clerk signs the stamp, and now it's a document. And then you sign your name across the stamp that the clerk did, and now you're a port authority of that courthouse and a clerk. So you have joinder with them because you both signed the contract. Now she has to find a judge. And once she picks a judge, this document says the judge has to be on your same plane. So he can't come in and he can't walk up here and take the podium. They got to actually find a judge. And if they've got 9 judges in the courthouse and not a single one of them will sign on to this, they got to call around to all the rest of the courthouses and find out who's got a circuit court judge or a maritime judge that will be able to handle a vessel in dry dock and come and sit at a table with you in the jury room and actually negotiate with you. He's not going to be an ass about it, because if you're that far along in knowledge, he knows that he's dealing with a judge in disguise, and he knows that you're going to get a fair hearing. And anything that's not equal is discrimination. So if you're going in there for equality, and all of us have the opportunity for equality, and it's not equal, then it's not only discrimination, but it's handicapping you through using fraudulent grammar that looks like this, and that's a felony. To handicap an individual, Title 29, Section 701, handicapping. If you're over 75 years old and they handicap you, it's a $10,000 fine and 10 years in prison. You tell the district attorney, I'm putting you in jail. You're prosecuting somebody over 75, and you're using fraudulent language. He says, I'm not going to allow this case in, I'm going to vacate it. So there's no charges against somebody over 75.
Are there judges that are not familiar with that?
All judges in the United States have to take our courses at Scottsdale, Arizona, and Reno, Nevada. Judge Institute, we've been teaching there since 1995.
Yeah. I started with a guy by the name of
They know, otherwise they wouldn't write 125% fraud. You see, this is from back there, you can see this is double spacing. Originally, when we showed them, they always did double spacing. But when we called them on it, and we put the words, wrote the numbers on here, they said, oh, that's too convenient for Miller. Let's go ahead and we'll single space it. We'll make it so tight, we'll put the words actually touching each other. So I wrote the words on top of the letters. I mean, took the letters, the numbers, and put them on top of the words. Or I used colored highlighters. And last time I was here, I had colored highlighters, and I held this up here, and even though you guys couldn't see what the words were, you sure see the red and yellow and blue and green. No matter if you're 50 feet away, you could see that it was all fraud from the highlighters. Yes?
Do you have to syntax the document to claim Title 18 fictitious conveyance of language?
Yes.
Yes.
You do have to syntax it. You have to
Yeah.
prove it through syntax.
Because
you can't just hand it to him and say, this is fraud.
This 2 + 2 = 4?
Yes.
TO + TO = FOR?
You got it.
Okay, the reason I said that is because when you speak orally, you can do TO, you can do FOR, FOUR, FORE, you can do ATE, you can EIGHT, you can put a tilde in front of it, which means it's a location, not a value. So by knowing how to use the symbols, knowing how to spell the words, I have 150 ways to say 2 + 2 = 4, so don't ever think what you say in court is what they're hearing you say. And they're syntaxing and looking at your prefixes as no contract. And you don't have to get really complicated. Russell and I can do complicated bills of lading and really get into 50 other parts of mechanics of shipping to move this document. Or I can just simply put a number on there and say this is fraud, and I can prove it's fraud because the operations of how grammar moves, that's your number codes here, how the grammar moves back and forth. There's only 5 number codes in the world, and it affects all languages. And when we broke down the operations, that's why I could syntax Maori, I could syntax Hawaiian, I could syntax Philippine, Japanese, Chinese, German. I can take all these different languages, Russian. Doesn't matter what the language is. I can take it and syntax it. I still don't know what it says when I get done, but these numbers tell me it's a lie. And these numbers don't lie. And all the lawyers on planet Earth all go to the same school. All the attorneys and all the judges on planet Earth go to the same school, have been for about 200 years. Well, actually, 800 years, since Magna Carta, 1215. And that was written in adverb verb. When I syntaxed that, it was sold to Christie's London for $6.3 million by Queen Elizabeth as a historical document with no value. And to show you how careless everybody was, during World War II, the Nazi stormtroopers hit the archives of London with 250 stormtroopers to destroy the Magna Carta, thinking that would destroy the British government. The British government answered back with 350 of their own elite special forces. And about 275 people died in that battle, all fighting over a document that looks like this, an adverb verb that says nothing. And when we syntaxed it, the German High Command and the British High Command are both looking at each other going like, we're fighting over adverb verb? We're killing each other over nothing? We want world domination that we can't read and write? I mean, how crazy can this get? And that's been going on for wars for 8,500 years. Because people were fighting over treaties that were bad. You know, this is the old story of the little red hen who sows the field, plants the seeds, harvests the crops, and the pigs come along and steal it all. Because anybody that's hungry is going to take from somebody that's got plenty. But it's wrong. It's called stealing. But people are lazy. And this technology here, this levels the playing field between the almighty attorneys and judges and that, and says, you guys can't read and write, and you created this lie. You wrote the constitutions. You wrote all the laws, the 4 billion laws in the United States. And when we proved they were a lie, no matter how you walk into, like, Marquette Law Library, that's the size of this building full of law books written by West Publishing, and it's all a lie. And when they kicked me out of Marquette University because I syntaxed their law books, and they found out that their school was disqualified, then I went over to the Milwaukee County Courthouse for another 10 years. And I lived in there for 10 years from 9 to 5. And every judge, all 92 judges in Milwaukee County Courthouse used me as a ready reference. Because I knew where everything was in the courthouse. They'd just come in and say, I got this case, what do I need? Let's just go over there and get this book. But that was before I syntaxed. I taught them about syntax, that I knew what was going on. And then they would all follow suit. But then when they found out I could syntax, then I became dangerous, because then I became a federal judge. And then I turned right around and went after all of them. It was a sheep and wolf's clothing. Or is it a wolf and sheep's clothing? So, when they realized that I could syntax no matter what they made the paperwork look like, they went back to double spacing. And then he realized that, okay, and I was never calling the courts on double spacing until about 2 years ago. But that was the 2-space rule. And what we did was we were just identifying the adverb, the adjective, the pronoun, and how they were using the words fraudulent, italicizing, how they're using punctuation, using numbers to interrupt the sentence. But I always use double spacing within a sentence, but then when we started doing this, we used double spacing between lines. Because the value like this says, motion to dismiss, okay? Now, motion should be a pronoun, to should be an adverb, making dismiss to be a verb, because there's a comma. But because the line here is a double space line, motion becomes a pronoun, to becomes an adverb in future time, but dismiss is now a pronoun too, because it's followed by a comma, and it's a single word standing alone. And dismiss, D-I-S, means demon god of the underworld, and miss is mischief. So it's demon god for mischief. So anytime the judge says, I'm dismissing your case, he didn't give you anything. This attorney can turn right around 5 minutes later and recharge you again with the same crime. You say that's double jeopardy. Well, there's nothing on here to create a fact. You can't charge two facts with the same law. That's a true statement. But you can charge fiction all day long. So you got to use the word vacate because it has value. V-A, it comes from value. That's the secret. D-I, you have district. D-I hyphen means original location, original venue for district. But when you say D-I-S hyphen T-R-I-C-T, it's demon god for the underworld of trickery in a closed area called court. Because of the conduct, the way the paperwork's written, it is a district, a demon god for trickery. So they're advertising how they're going to cook you. And you don't even know it unless you've been to one of my seminars. Because generally, you can sit there all day long and watch court, and watch people like sheep just keep walking and getting harvested. When you walk in there with a paperwork that looks like this, the courthouse is the foreign vessel and dry dock. Now that you're walking in there, this doesn't mean anything. It's in fiction. What's the only thing standing in front of the judge? A vessel that doesn't have a passport or paper. So what are you doing? You're trespassing on a foreign ship. Might as well go jump on that Chinese freighter down here at the harbor without a passport, seaman's papers, or medical papers, and you get thrown in the brig and take it back to China for 8 years in prison for trespassing. The judge is going to charge you with trespassing because that's the only forensic, first-hand knowledge he has in his brain to put you in jail and scare you into giving him as much money as he wants or bailing out.
So what if a person with not American passport comes but with with the papers and have American flag on it? Or should the person claim the flag, just like you claim?
Okay, there's 11 flags in America. The 1 to 1.9, that's this one, the one we put on our paperwork and on my business cards. That's the contract flag. All the other flags.
And that, for the world, or just U.S.?
Or no, that's a world grammar flag. Okay. My flag flies in front of the Russell, my flag flies is a 1 to 1.9 flag on the first flagpole in front of the United Nations buildings. They have 199 3x4 boat flags because the United Nations building is a vessel and dry dock is a boat. And human beings are vessels, so therefore it's carrying a cargo of people. So it's all about shipping.
Yeah, it just depends on what you're trying to do with your paperwork. Would be what type of flag you put on, what kind of postage you put on. We do different techniques. I was actually just talking to the gentleman back there about it this morning, about being offshore. There's a lot of different techniques and timelines that can be moved in your favor. Yeah,
so when you walk into the court, when you go to Walmart, you buy a flag, or Kmart, or Penny's, or anybody sells flags. I go to a flag store. They sell flag poles, but they'll put balls on top because that's advertising for a military draft. Don't put a flag that's military. You can't fly that as a civilian. Now, the flags that they only sell on flag stores, you can buy a 3x4 boat flag with a square blue field. And that looks like this. See, it's 3x4, and the field is always going to be square. Now, there's this is 3, this is 2x2x2x2, so it's square, and this is 4 for the length. Then if you see a 3x5 flag, that's a military base flag. If it's 17 by 19, that's a commander's flag. And it's such a little bit of difference, a half-inch difference, you won't even notice it because it's in ratios. Then when you go 1 to 1.9, that's the flags we're using for grammar. The Obama flag has a blue square field, which is 25%, 75% on the stripes, and it's a 1 by 2.25. Now, the first time Russell and I went over to the Treasury back in 2000, when Obama first took office.
Bush, it was Bush then.
Oh, it was Bush, yeah, at the Treasury. I had a $50 million gold certificate that I got out of the Philippines. It was legitimate with 6 inches of paperwork. Now, my commission to turn that over to the United States Treasury was $5 million, 10%, and it was authenticated. But we went back 2 weeks later to get my $5 million, and the 8 directors of the United States Treasury and the two Secret Service agents were nowhere to be found. Each one took $500,000 and they vacated the country. True story. And I didn't get my $5 million because I was careless. I didn't make sure I had enough contracts signed to turn over that money and surrender it.
But those people went to jail, they gave it to us.
Oh yeah, the people that gave us the 50 million had 8.5 billion in Chinese securities from 1934, and they were all legitimate. And the FBI surrounded the house, and they went in there and they captured the guy. And he had smuggled those out of the Philippines that belonged to China into the United States. They're all paying taxes on it. So he went to jail for 8 years. And that was a big sting operation. We get involved a lot with a lot of sting operations.
But we made them take down the flag that day at the Treasury.
Yeah, we asked them, how come you're flying a flag to 1.225? He says, there's nothing authorized by the United States Congress. You know what the Treasury Director said? We hire stupid people, so we're not responsible for what they do. Good story.
Pretty crazy.
So every time you go into court, you need a passport on you?
It would be wise.
Be wise.
Yeah.
Be wise.
They will make a fuss about it because they don't want to scare the other 50 people in there or educate anybody, because the minute the general public finds out what's going on, like in New Zealand, in Australia, because I've spent 3 years down there working with the Maoris, organizing the 1,200 tribes of Maori against the British fraud, and now they have their own court systems. In one night, in 4 hours, I organized 23 organized crime groups of the New Zealand nation, got them all to sit down in a room like this. First they were all scattered, but when I started talking about syntax and mathematics, they all sat down next to each other. And even though they hated each other and they were at war with each other, they weren't at war with a math problem. They found value in the math problem. When they found out that they were being manipulated through the fictitious conveyance of language to fight each other by what they call the screws, which are the police in New Zealand, they all joined together. We elected Maori judges, and they became the Maori's police force against the British, who were torturing. 95% of all arrests were Maori tribesmen, not the British. They let them go for nothing. A traffic stop would result in 5 years of prison and abuse or slavery with the Maori people to steal their land. They did the same thing in Hawaii to the Hawaiian people. They did the same thing up until 1957, no, it was 1968, until 1968. You know they paid bounties to go out and kill Aborigine people in Australia? I mean, and this is modern times. Not only did I put a stop to all that, but effective early in January of this year, the government and the courts are siding with me because of the Constitution I wrote for the Australian Aborigines, not Aborigine. AB means no Aborigine, so it's Aborigines now. They adapted that. We're all 3,850 tribes, and I'm called the Spirit Walker in Australia, because I prosecuted 129 judges, and I'm still walking around. And unified all the tribes, got them their constitutions, and all their land rights are systematically going back to them.
Okay, I have another question. When police officers come to kidnap you with a charge, and they take you to jail, what do you need to have in place so they can't lock you up or put a bond on you?
You take that quo ronto complaint that you're in possession of, and you walk into the police station, and you sit down with the captain, and you educate the captain. You say, I'm a citizen here,
Right.
and you're a police officer to protect me.
Correct. Okay.
And your oath of office has been syntax. You can send, if you can pick up their oath of office for the sheriffs, or their charter that they got plastered up on the wall, why the sheriff is the sheriff and the police is the police. You send it to me, I'll syntax it and I'll drop a lawsuit on it. You can say, this is your charter to go out and torture and harvest human beings here and extort money from them. So, and Judge Miller has syntaxed your conduct. You might have, and if you look up what a sheriff is, a sheriff can only go 12 miles from a courthouse.
That's right.
You have because it's a foreign vessel in dry dock, just like you have a 12-mile limit in the ocean between foreign vessels coming into the port, and they have to have pilots. The pilot boat has to go out and meet them and bring them in, so there's no hanky-panky going on. Well, same thing as court. Well, all the courthouses in America have a 12-mile limit around them. And if you start drawing circles around all the courthouses and you find out there's a hole between courthouses, they don't have any jurisdiction on that little spot.
That's usually where I hang out.
But what I'm talking about, if, say that you have no quorum nothing, all of a sudden you got a sheriff at your door, knocking at your door saying there's a warrant for your arrest. And you never knew there was going to be.
And how do you spell
And-
arrest?
Hmm?
How do you spell arrest?
Okay,
No
no
contract.
contract.
A warrant with no contract.
Okay, but they will kidnap you and put you in jail. What do
Unless
you need
they-
to have in place?
You need to have your quo ronto, and you have to actually educate them, let them know that you are one of the people who is a postmaster and has a lawsuit here, that the sheriff's department knows that you know that they're liars, that they don't have an oath of office, they're not authorized to carry guns and badges.
Right, but
And-
you're
and
saying, you,
Typically, what I do is something different.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, and what I'll do is I will take a C.s.s.c.p.s.g.p, which will have closure of my domicile,
okay,
okay, and then I will file that with the Department of Transportation, with the Port Authority of your location, because you're a foreign vessel to them, you're foreign to them, and they're foreign to you. So you file that with the letter of derogatory on top of your, claiming your, I call them dominion hyphen contracts, and I file dominion to be on the sea lane and be the postmaster on the sea lane in charge of the freight forwarding of the vessels that come in and out of your ship's channels. And so I would file that at the local postal
so therefore,
station.
when you file all of that and they come to kidnap you,
They don't come.
They
they
won't
won't
come.
come. After you get all of that filed, they will not come to
Yeah,
kidnap you for any kind of charge anybody put
No,
against you.
I pay docking fees, and I pay in silver with the port authorities, they keep it, and I have a performance contract, and I maintain my performance to stay neutral and peaceful with my fellow mankind. And I follow the criteria of ship's papers and sea passes on what neutrality means. And I stay in a neutral condition state. If you want to take it to steps further, you can file that with your local base commander, walk onto the base, have a flag etiquette conversation right when you walk in the door, flag duty officer front and center, have your conversations with the flag duty officers. A lot of times on military bases, you'll have to order them to take down the flag because they'll be flying the wrong flags, because they'll be tattered, there'll be things wrong with them. And so you get them up under your Army Regulation 849 and 10.2.1 through 2.9 scenarios, and your Title 36, Section 176, subsection G. Deal with it, desecration of flags, and you'll be surprised, they'll stand at attention to these for hours, just on flag etiquette if their flag is messed up. So, just say I'm a concerned citizen here, there's a martial law condition of state, Miller and Gould have syntaxed your federal surveillance program with SOCOM, and, we've done some other things. So you guys.
So hypothetically, all the things you have put in place is like a get out of jail ticket.
It's not a get out of jail ticket, it's a performance contract.
No,
But
it's always
but what
about
I'm sa-
performance, having my
performance
business
contract.
card with you, going, I want to call the judge. A lot of times, the sheriffs that know us already, that because they've had contact with other people who deal with us, and they've seen our paperwork, oh, you're with the Miller organization, okay, just let these guys go, because it's gonna be really bad for all of us if Miller comes down here. And being a 5 million mile traveler, they know that I travel. They know I show up in every state and every courtroom. I just walk in and plunk myself down, and I just start taking notes. Sir, you're not allowed to write back there.
Yeah.
Excuse me? So then they find out who I am, and they just shut right up.
To answer your question, there's many techniques that you can take that. If you're concerned about that, you can get more anticipating in front of things. Claim your sea lanes, claim your routes where you're gonna be. Know about the 12-mile zones that you're in. You know, be cognizant of your location in time and space, and then claim that. And we drop ours like, you know, we use GPS instead of address. There's a lot of different techniques. We use nautical miles. They use post-road miles. So our length of spatial cognizance and spatial claim is further than them. That's why when they put on your ticket, when you get a ticket, they always put the post-road mile, because it's a post-road treaty, because you're in a shipping lane. So they have to identify location of shipping lane where the supposed crime has been committed. So you do the exact same to them as you claim your spatial positioning, claim the terms of performance within that, and just comply with the contract, and you'll be okay. So,
All your street signs, all over the United States, where it says 10 miles to the next city. Or you're here in Asheville and you go to Charlotte, and they'll tell you it's 120 miles or something like that. That means it's 120 miles to the next federal courthouse. Any sign that has a number on it is courthouse to courthouse to courthouse, which are vessels and dry dock. And then you know that you're entering or leaving that 12-mile limit of that courthouse.
correct.
And when you're out in the middle of nowhere where nobody lives and it's just like a hilltop and it's not part of any of the 12-mile limits, that's where the bootleggers around here, the guys making moonshine, they do their research and they draw circles and they say, oh, you know what, there's a hole over here, we can go ahead and set up a still and the fence can't come in on us. And so if you,
Is it the best place to build your house or something like that?
well, what they do is as soon as they find out that there's a hole in the system and somebody's actually gonna live there, have a road there, or in some capacity do commerce there, they will put up a post office. Now, post office will remain as a post office for 1 year under Maritime Law Salvage, Title 46, Chapter 781, and at the end of the 1 year, 3-day rescission law, it will become a courthouse. The courthouse will then be assigned to marshal, which then closes that 12-mile limit.
What I do with my contracts is I put a phrase in there that's telling them that they can't build foreign vessels in dry dock within my 12 miles out. So these are things that I've already been through, and preempt that under the performance clause. And then what they'll do is they'll advertise in the newspaper, they'll put a newspaper article saying the state of Wyoming doesn't have jurisdiction on this road for this length, and if you measure it from the post office to my front driveway, it's exactly 12 miles either direction.
He's in a hole. But you go out to Wyoming and you can drive for 5 hours and not see another car on the highway. I mean, it's really, really sparsely populated out there.
My parents who don't really understand, they comprehend what I do, but they don't like it. They'll say the newspaper article, I'm like, my God, you told us what you were going to do. I can't believe this. And they'll get out there, they'll get in their car, and they'll drive from that spot to the spot the newspaper said where the state of Wyoming doesn't have jurisdiction, no cops can come through there. And they're like, it's to the T. I'm like, I'm Postmaster General, it should be.
But there's nothing there.
Nothing there.
And, you know, they won't even set up a speed trap in a no zone.
Yeah.
If they did, it would be a void ticket because they're out of their jurisdiction.
Way in the middle of nowhere.
And there's a lot of 12-mile circles in Wyoming that have nothing. There's no roads, there's no people, there's no houses, there's no water. It's just a dust bowl. Got a lot of that stuff up in South Dakota, North Dakota. In the Nevada, it's covered with them, no man stuff. Utah, however, when you look at Utah, you got your map. You got all these little squares. Every 1 square mile has a 40-acre square on it on the map, and there's always one person living on that inside that square because they work for the BLM, Bureau of Land Management, and they're responsible for a whole square mile. And they get to homestead a 40-acre. Because all of Utah is not seated in the United States except Provo, Salt Lake City, and Vernal on the bottom, and there's just a couple other cities there. But that's where the IRS is too, Central IRS. But when you look at maps, you look at the land management maps, you're going to see all these little squares, these holes, and it's an unceded area. And then if you go from Lake Havasu to San Diego, you go through a section probably 100 square miles. You have all these little tractor sheds, 10-foot by 10-foot sheds, and they're on a 1 acre plot. There's thousands of them. And they're homesteads. So you got a homestead, have a house on it, an air conditioner or something. They have electricity that runs to them. But you have all these homes, these little sheds that nobody lives in. Some of them have been abandoned for 10 years. But the man still owns the 1 acre with this house on it. You're driving down the main highway and you're seeing these things scattered everywhere. Well, that's where they wanted to homestead all the California there, but there's no water, there's nothing there. But if they ever punch a hole in the ground and get oil or gas, now you got $1 million acre. And that's why people did it, to develop the area. But so what they did is they put windmills up, harvest the air, and solar cells in that area. Got big solar cell places. Anybody seen the ones over in Las Vegas?
Oh, yeah.
1 square mile of solar cells all pointed at a tower. Wow. They're feeding on, making a lot of energy out of that.
Pyramids go through, yeah.
The C.s.s.c.p.s.g.p, sea treaty and drug law are posted on my website. You can read the contracts that Russell and I have put together with the government. A lot of our treaties are up there because we have to advertise them. So you just have to know the names. Now, also this do no harm law. Check with your laws here in North Carolina. You have a do no harm. They can't use force, and it activates the Hobbs Act. Hobbs Act is Title 18, 1951. And the Hobbs Act is 9 pages long. You can download it off the internet. And it says if they're using force, extortion, collusion, well, if they're going to use something like this, that's a lie to force you to perform. So that's a crime under any one of my lawsuits, under Title 18, 1001, Title 18, 242, 241, conspiracy, deprivation of rights under color, your obstruction laws under Title 15, Title 18, 1215, obstruction. So those things all fall into this, and they're actually doing harm against you without a law. And because they don't have an oath of office, they're technically organized crime. And if you know how to put enough of these laws together, and you go down, and they're written in quantum, correct language, and you go down and meet with the captain or the lieutenant, and you say, you know, all this stuff is going on right in my backyard here. How come you guys aren't stopping and correcting? And then if you need further help, then you contact us, and we'll go ahead and put together the complete lawsuits. Now, a lawsuit has to have a constitution in it to advertise how the vessel functions, so it's equal to all parties that are named on it. It has to have a dictionary for all the words. It has to have a dictionary for all the laws. You have to advertise what procedures you're using. Now, because all 4 billion laws in the United States are written in adverb verb, and you want to use any one of them, you have to be able to syntax and correct that. So when you put it into the paper, and put a flag on it as postmaster, you're advertising a correct styles by which to get something done. And when you're advertising the correct styles, because the whole world has to function off the same styles manual, just like they do with 0 through 9, numbers. Mathematics is the same in all 10 billion humans on planet Earth. Nobody goes to war over that because they can do it frontwards and backwards. Now that our program is here with syntax, we now can do the syntax frontwards and backwards and guarantee everybody correct grammar. So you can't say it doesn't exist because we've been around for 28 years with it now. And all the new government agencies, police officers, everybody that's been in the system that's in charge knows that we exist, knows that this information is there, because I have caller ID on my website, and I have every single agency in Washington under area code 202 listed on my website. I have every single police department, college, university, political organization in the world listed on my website, because we have caller ID and tells us how much traffic we're getting from all the government agencies. 3% of the population of the planet is responsible for governing the other 97%. And they've all called in and they've all logged on.
Oh, yeah.
That we're watching, that we keep upgrading constantly. It's a full-time job of writing new treaties and writing new contracts. Besides doing all the mortgages, and now we're moved into insurance to make sure those things. Did you check the temperature? It's like 90 degrees in there. I know everybody's dying of heat.
You do, then, is he not pulled you into his jurisdiction? You're now following his?
No, that's a ventriloquist or a lip reader would be giving advice to another person that's not licensed to practice law. Now, when I went into a courtroom, the judge says, Miller, you're in here with Stephen, your client. You blink the wrong way, I'm going to say you're having a communication with Stephen. And Steve, you can't represent him, you can't help him, you can't do anything for him because you're not licensed in my court. So I'm sitting there as still as a statue, and Stephen's tearing at the judge with all the laws, rules, regulations, and codes. As fast as he can throw stuff at him, he's correcting the judge. He says, I'm watching you, Miller, he says. And you're not even blinking, you're not even breathing, you're like a stone statue. But I know there's a conversation taking place between you and Stephen, because there's no way that 19-year-old kid can know what the hell's going on in here. And Trump needs a judge of 46 years, of 72 years of age. Then I took the witness stand finally. And I said to the judge, I says, you know, Your Honor, he says, I'm looking at the yellow finch flag here inside your courtroom, and 5 feet outside the window is a Title IV flag with a different dimension than yours in that. You're advertising that this vessel is under that jurisdiction, but your courtroom's under a different jurisdiction. Where's your closure? Where's your contract advertising for that? And I had a picture of the 1906 of where the judge is sitting in that same courtroom with the Title IV flag 1 to 1.9 behind him in the Constitution, because in 1906 we were under constitutional law with the flag. He says, how come this man flies this flag like in red, white, and blue as a 1 to 1.9, and you've got a yellow French flag in this courtroom? And he was just, you know, stumped on that one. And he says, isn't the prosecutor, or rather, isn't the prosecuting attorney supposed to have, or the police officer supposed to have a warrant to search somebody? He says, yeah. And so the judge says, did you have a warrant to search that man's jacket for marijuana? He says, no. So I'm going to have to dismiss the marijuana charges. So there's no marijuana charges. He says, then why are we in court here today? So he had to vacate that, suspend the judge, the police officer, filed a false police report because he violated procedures. And I called him up on venue with the flag, so he was trying to backpedal and get out of that. And then I asked the jury, does 2 + 2 = 4? And they all said yes. Then when I spelled it, they were fooled. I says, well, the DA filed an indictment. And that was spelled I-N-D-I-C-T-M-E-N-T, but he underlined all the words. Well, when you see this on any of your lawsuits or bringing your friends, this is a adverb, modifies the adjective, which connects to the pronoun, which is connected to the adverb, which modifies the adjective, which modifies the adjective, which modifies the pronoun, connected to the adverb. And there you go. And that's what it really says. Because all the letters of the alphabet are independent, but they're all facts, except the vowels. A, I, and E are adverbs. So the adverb modifies the adjective, it modifies the pronoun. I explained that to the jury was fooled by thought they were in the indictment. So because I fooled them that 2 + 2 = 4, and you couldn't read what an indictment was, the judge threw them out of the courtroom because they couldn't read and write. And they accepted a warrant that was fraudulently conveyed, and Stephen won his case. They wanted him to enter a plea to 2 years of probation, a $2,500 fine, and do 6 months of community service. But he didn't have marijuana on him. He borrowed a coat because it was cold outside, and it was a single, about the size of a grain of sand, of residue of a burnt marijuana plant in the pocket from the kid that gave him the jacket. And that's what they charged him with. That's how crazy they are about getting. Had another case in Vernal, Utah, the same thing. They tortured the boy for 9 months before they set him free. There's a lot of crazy things going on out there. And then when they want to get jurisdiction on somebody, they will do whatever they have to.
It's pretty rough.
Pay attention to spacing. Spacing is very important, double spacing. Playing games with, if the judge says, this is an order, you'll go O-R-D-E-R. You can see these are actually double spaces. So this is a 1, 3, 4, 1, 2. Just like the United States of America. 1, 3, 4, 1, 2. It doesn't say anything. America is a dangling participle verb. OR means no. When you put it together as a word, this OR means no, and DER is contract. So it's a no contract because it's written in adverb verb. He's on a different plane than you. There's no continuance of evidence. It's an acting. 44.1s. They're just actors.
So, sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
So you saying OR means?
No.
So previously you were talking about origins in Australia, right?
Right.
And you were saying that they were called origins?
Aborigines.
They were aborigines?
Now they're origines.
Origins.
Origin, yeah,
So
not ab.
OR. Yes, but you say now they're origins.
So it's
which is-
ORI. Origines, ORI. This is
So-
ORD, a vowel and 2 consonants.
I see.
Russell and I spent 8,000 hours over 2 years, 16 hours a day. We used Encyclopedia Britannica, World Book, Dictionary. We used Funk and Webster's 6-inch dictionary and Webster's 6-inch dictionary. We looked up every word and all the synonyms.
Okay.
That's tens of thousands of words and all their definitions to prove that a vowel and 2 consonants means no contract.
And is there a place where we can find these like 700 to 900 words that you found that actually?
Yeah, we wrote a dictionary.
It's there.
And in my book here, we published 520 of them. We put down the wrong words and the replacement words.
Okay.
So we took the time to give you a head start on 520 words. So, and then we've been adding words as situations. The government creates new words all
You're
the
just
time.
updating it on your website?
Yeah, we update when whenever we get a chance. Between doing lawsuits and appearances and travel and doing all the special stuff. It's 11 o'clock. You guys want to take a little 15-minute break? Except me, and I was elected King of Hawaii in 1997. They knew that a math problem could never be cheated, and so all 72 families got together on Big Island at the volcano, and they had a big ceremony throwing reefs into the lava. What's that for? Oh, your computer.
Like European guys want to watch, yeah.
All right. And so we had a big ceremony and had a big luau with about 200 people. And dug a pit in the morning and had chicken and pork and steaks and fish and wrapped them in banana leaves and built a big fire, cooked that down, covered up with canvas and dirt, and in the evening about 5 o'clock we uncovered it and we had a feast. And it's really good food. I mean, the banana leaves give off all the sugar into the food, so you got sugar beef and sugar chicken and sugar turkey and sugar steak, and it's really good with banana, the banana sugar. But the story was that in 1848 that King Kamehameha made a proclamation that a white man from America would come to Hawaii with birds, and 6 times now in Hawaii I've had wild birds land on me. And this was one of them. This was on January 8th, 2000. This was 2 days after I put Washington Mutual out of business on my way to Hawaii. I did the seminar in Bellingham, Washington, and then flew out to Hawaii. But I was on the beach with my Speedos on. Imagine me in Speedos. and I had 2 sparrows on my hand, and 50 people taking video of me sitting there in the water with the sparrows in my hand. And then these 3 ducks came over and shooed away the sparrows, and they landed on my hand instead. And they were there going like, this guy's got wild birds on him. And then when I was down at one of the big hot surfing places where only Hawaiians are allowed, and I'm a white guy, so I'm a haole. And I'll go down there, and these guys are all ganging up on me. There's 20 of them. And the partner, the guy I was with, he's one of their surfing buddies, and he's just sitting back there and going like, you're crazy if you think you're going to walk into that crowd of guys, and those guys will beat you to a pulp. I said, hey, don't worry, I can handle myself with anybody. So I walked in there and let them all have their say, and it says, don't you guys recognize the elected king of Hawaii? The guy with the bird? And then I pulled out my pictures with the birds, and they're going like, oh yeah, you're the king of Hawaii. Now so everybody's my best buddy, and they're giving me hugs. Then the guy comes over, and he introduces me to everybody. And they're cool with me, and then we went out and we surfed all afternoon. It was a bunch of nice guys. But when I did this big seminar for 500 people, no one had ever figured out what happened in Hawaii. And Roosevelt and the United States Postal, the Post Office and the Hawaii Postmaster General were all in cahoots about allowing Pearl Harbor to be bombed because they needed an atrocity so big that America would come out of isolation and go into World War II with the Pacific and against the Nazis. That was all orchestrated. That was all done on timelines. Now, October 22nd, 1871, the Universal Postal Union, Bern, Switzerland, went to Hawaii because Hawaii was the center of the Pacific Ocean. There's only 2 places you can go to. You go to Tonga Tonga, or you go to Hawaii and get coal, C-O-A-L, to feed the steam engines of the ships, of the battleships of China, Russia, United States, Chile, all the countries on the Pacific Rim. And so Hawaii was the big key, and everybody wanted Hawaii. Portugal, Brazil, France, Germany. They were going to take it by force. They were going to do that on 1 year, probably in 1873. They all planned to invade Hawaii by force, but the United States trumped them and did it on January 17th, 1893. But going back before that, Cook shows up in 1789. And he goes, wow, the Hawaiian Islands is here, lots of whales. Goes back to England, tells everybody the Pacific's full of whales. So the whalers come and they show up there, and they bring diseases. The population of Hawaii in the year 1800 was 2 million Hawaiians. In 1829, there was only 34,000 Hawaiians left alive. That was a 99% genocide, with smallpox, measles, mumps, whooping cough, tuberculosis, everything. And because of all the whalers, hundreds of whaling ships, we got pictures of these from back in the early 1800s in the Hawaiian Islands, the diseases were spread both ways. And they had just as much problem with Hawaii, complete whale crews dying of scurvy and chicken pox and smallpox on the ships. So eventually, mankind all evened itself out, but Hawaii was the key to the Pacific Ocean, whoever controlled Hawaii. So in the bankers, that was Rothschild 1750, goes to the Universal Postal Union in Bern, Switzerland. The post office is responsible for vessels. Therefore, the vessels, all human beings are vessels. You've got Pony Express, you've got trains, steam engine trains, you've got steam engine ships. Everything that moves on planet Earth had to be taken care of. So on the 22nd of October 1871, for a 2-cent postage stamp, you could mail a letter anywhere on the planet for 2 cents. Wow, this is a really great deal. Except the thing didn't say mail, M-A-I-L, and not M-A-L-E. It said vessel. And all human beings are vessels. So it was moving, because the minute you put 2 cents on it, it became commerce, cargo, bills of lading, which then went back to postal. So the postal became the new world order that everybody's been afraid is going to take over. It took over in 1871. The first thing they did is went over to Hawaii. They got them to sign this treaty. They took all the money off of Hawaii, gold and silver from all the whaling vessels from the first 71 years. That was $47 billion in gold bullion in today's money. Back then it was $35 for gold and a buck for silver. And they gave them paper money. So in order to have paper money, they had to file bankruptcy. So in 1871, October 22nd, they filed bankruptcy, but this doesn't become effective under the one-year salvage claim, Title 46, Chapter 781, plus 3-day rescission law. So you take October 22nd, and you add 45 days, and the rescission law of 3 days didn't take place until later, in 1906. So right now we're only dealing with a 45-day trust law. A 45-day trust law goes all the way back to Egypt, 4700 BC. So it's like 6,700 years now we're using a 45-day trust law over the planet, all countries. So 1 year later, it's October 22nd, 1872, and the bankruptcy becomes official. So now the International Monetary Fund has to wait exactly 45 days until that trust expires. And on December 6, 1872, King Kamehameha V dies by poisoning. So therefore, the clock's running now another 45 days. Well, when he hits 45 days, there's a newspaper article published by the Honolulu Star. Now, nobody knows this, but from 1869 to 1875, all records in the Hawaiian Islands were destroyed. There was nothing except a 3x5, because there was a fire at the palace. There was a 3x5 card left in the card catalog with a serial number on it, which goes to a microfiche of a single newspaper article published on January 8, 1873. And being a 92nd degree Mason, the minute I looked at that card, it didn't mean anything to me. But then we pulled it up on the microfiche, and it was a one-page newspaper article. Well, we wanted to look at to see if the flag on the newspaper article was legitimate at that time, because there's supposed to be 8 stripes, not 7. They had 7 stripes. So it was the wrong flag that they put on the newspaper. But in the bottom there was the obituary with the Masonic eye and the level. And it had in Portuguese, German, English, and French, ordering all Masons in the Hawaiian Islands to come to the Lodge number 1, which just happens to be the post office, across the street from the Iolani Palace in Honolulu. There was also the Supreme Court of Hawaii. Surprise, 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 all being in the same building. Post office, Masonic Lodge, Supreme Court, all in bed together with the Masons running everything. Oh, and the Postmaster General.
Customs was there too.
And Customs and Immigration, it's all in the same building.
Wow.
So the Masons were running the whole shooting match. When Queen Iolani became a queen, she became an Eastern Star. That's the same as a female Mason. So she had to surrender her queenship and take her orders from the puppet master, who was the Postmaster General. So January 8th, 1873, they go ahead and they write up a contract. And the contract then is sent out ordering all the, that was a call from the Masons to order all Masons to come to Honolulu. It takes 3 days for the freighter to go out, 3 days to come back. That's 6 days. 6 days, and 8, that's 14 days. So on the January 14th, all the Masons are together at the lodge. And they cut this treaty to take over the Hawaiian Islands in exactly 20 years. But the cover story was to honor the last king, King Kamehameha V, because he died 45 days earlier. Now the 3-day rescission laws that has been passed and goes into effect. So 14 and 3 is 17. So on the 17th of January, 1873, this contract is signed by all the Masons to take over the Hawaiian Islands exactly 20 years later under the 20-year death moratorium that was established by King Kamehameha I in 1848. And everybody knows this, but because of communications, only the elite, only the kings of the island, only the queens of the island know about this law and the Masons, including the Universal Postal Union in Switzerland, because they're the Central Lodge, along with London Central Lodge, who are the Masons in London, dealing with the Masons, the Postmaster General in Honolulu. And being a 92nd, I immediately saw that. I could run the timelines and I'm going like, I know what's going on here. So exactly on January 17th, 1893, the military ship pulls in with troops, 200 troops. They get cold like everybody else has been doing the last 20 years. Nobody pays any attention to it. They unload the troops, walk into the palace and say, you've been captured. And the United States of America takes over. Queen Iolani says, well, I've surrendered. And I've surrendered so I'll save bloodshed. But she was under orders from the Postmaster General, who's in charge of the military troops, to stand down. So the Masons control to take over the Hawaiian Islands. So Hawaii then becomes a territory in 1893. So the Hawaiians are going like, this is a crime. You're saying that all of us are dead. We're not dead. So they complained, and finally in 1919, the United States of America says, okay, we're going to pass the Hawaiian Homes Lands Act. For $1 a year, you get free water, and you get a house, and you get your land. So for $1 a year, the farmer, he gets a free house, no taxes, and everybody signs it. But when they signed it, it's an 8-page document, all italicized except the name, which is nom de guerre. And nom de guerre says they're dead. So it took 20 years, in 1939, 20 years later, all Hawaiians are dead on paper because they all signed up for the Homelands Act because they discriminated against the Hawaiians to work. Because they couldn't work, they couldn't afford anything except to sign up for these treaties. There was just a couple of them that had land, old land that was patented in from the king. So now they waited another 20 years, and on August 17th, 1957, Eisenhower stands up and says, all Hawaiians are dead, we now claim the Hawaiian Islands as the 50th state of America. And Hawaii stands up again and says, we're not dead, we're here, we're alive, and they keep on suing and suing and suing. So then finally in 1995, the lawsuit's been going on since 1893. They call in Dave Miller to solve the problem. And I go out there in 1995, and I immediately syntax their Homeland Office of Hawaiian Affairs for the homes, and I said, it's all italicized. There's no closure to use nom de guerre names. And under maritime law, chapter 1, paragraph 1, if you don't get closure for your volition, contract's null. So therefore, that nullified all the contracts for Hawaii and the claim of the United States against Hawaii, but there wasn't enough educated people to take over the 1,860 branches of government, so this thing just kind of coasted. Now, if you take 1871 and 70 years, the king died on December 6th. 70 years later, it's December 7th, 1941, the end of the first international bankruptcy. Because they filed bankruptcy in 1871. Now it's 1941, 70 years later. And Japan bombed Pearl Harbor 45 minutes before it was supposed to bomb it. If they would have waited until the bankruptcy ended at 8:30 in the morning, they would have been 100% legitimate as a sovereign nation attacking a sovereign nation. But because they were under bankruptcy protection, it violated all international laws, allowing the United States to declare war on Japan. but because the captain of the pilot, the lead pilot for the Japanese Air Force wanted to make a statement of the rising sun, which is their flag, because the rising sun was coming up over Hawaii. He wanted to conduct the bombing at that point. So he blew it by 45 minutes and created World War II. 70 years later, brings us up to the July 7th, 2012. December 7th, 2012, and the second international bankruptcy ends, but no law becomes legal for 90 days, which brings us up to March 5th, 2013, plus 3-day rescission law on March 8th, 2013. Hawaii is now officially out of bankruptcy and a sovereign country and no longer the 50th state of America. On January 6, 2008, I filed a new constitution for Hawaii at the World Court at The Hague, charging the United States with fraud and the post office with fraud, having no continuance of evidence with anything in the Hawaiian Islands or the language. And at that point, all banking on planet Earth left Hawaii. There was the Bank of Hawaii and Hawaii Bank, and the Pacific Rim Bank Savings and Loans. Those were the only three, but they were Hawaiian-based. And Hawaii became a foreign country at that point. Even though they were still in bankruptcy with Bern, Switzerland, they became a foreign country to all countries worldwide because of syntax. And I was standing in the middle of this thing writing this constitution, calling the whole world dumb for the 2nd grade reading level, and that we had now been the first country in the world to have a quantumized constitution in 2008.
You mean Hawaii was the first?
Right, Hawaii was the first, because it was a control factor of an island in the middle of the Pacific, not the victim of war, of active war, anywhere on the planet. Like every other country on the planet was a victim of war or civil war, and because of that, the laws of the word alien, A-I-L-I-N-G, corruption from the beginning, didn't exist there. Therefore, I became the king of Hawaii, of a sovereign country, not involved with war. So it put me in a very unique position. All kings have always been judges. So I filed my judgeship in quantum oath, my constitution banking treaties with the State Department at that time, and they approved it. The United States Supreme Court, the Justice Department, and everything got approved.
Oh, yeah.
Russell was then turned into my bailiff, working for the courts, and we turned around and prosecuted 22 state and federal judges, 12 U.S. attorneys, and 2 clerks, and he was my bailiff.
Well, we don't hear anywhere that Hawaii is an independent country now, right?
No, it's all there now.
Yeah, what they've done.
On March 8th, when they came out of bankruptcy, I went fishing that Friday. I came back on Monday, my federal postal court in Wailuku Heights, Maui, where I lived, was a parking lot. In 72 hours, they brought in every heavy piece of equipment in Hawaii, raised a 3-story brick building with 18-inch thick concrete walls, dug the basement out, filled it up, turned it into an asphalt parking lot to close the federal postal court in Hawaii as a sovereign court. It's the only one on planet Earth. And that was all under the instructions of the UPU, because there were no orders, no budget, nothing. It was this $1.6 million building that they raised and made a parking lot to erase us off the island.
It was really cool.
We're bending over backwards to, because I was prosecuting all the judges in Maui from the federal court, so they raised it, so I didn't have a court there.
When they came out of that 70-year bankruptcy, we got to the post office there and filed in my bank charters.
Yeah, we got all that done.
Yeah.
And so we became the 2 federal postal judges on the island and bankers. And they were all honored by the State Department. And to this day, they won't take any paperwork from anybody. I don't care who stands up and says, I'm king. He says, if Miller doesn't have a seal on it, and Russell doesn't co-sign it, it doesn't exist. Or Kiwi Kaha, who is my Hawaiian federal postal judge, because she speaks both Hawaiian and English, and she's done over 100 cases out there. And so she's there when I'm here. But I run everything with the good old American cell phone and computer to keep the whole world at bay with that. So that's kind of the history. So Hawaii's no longer the 50th state of America. Now there's 102,000 Navy, Air Force, Army, and Marine Corps troops in Pearl Harbor. And on the bases around Hawaii, everybody's on furlough. There's no active troops there, they're all on vacation.
In the post office, and everybody took down their flags. The courthouse have taken down their flags. When you walk in, of course, it's flags because it's all voluntary, but on the outside, they can't advertise for contracts.
Right, because they're a foreign country now invading Hawaii, and the Hawaiian flag now flies all over the island.
Yeah, so like at the courthouses, like when you're outside looking for a flag, they don't fly.
You mean American flag?
Right.
But in Hawaiians, I think,
It's
We have
all
those.
because it's federal. There is no Hawaii.
I see.
So when they fly, but when you walk in the door, the elephant's flag starts because you enter into their foreign enterprise.
Yeah, the minute you
And they
leave
can
Hawaii and
put
go
whatever
into a
they-
foreign vessel and dry dock, they can put a flag up inside the building as a yellow French
Yeah,
flag.
nobody knows what's going on, but we go by the customs house and the post office is like, man, there's no flag, man, these guys can't contract. Why go? Why walk in? Why would you ever walk into something closed? So it's pretty fun.
And we're still doing all kinds of unique things in Hawaii with getting the sovereignty and getting the Hawaiians educated. Now, 1/3 of the population is Chinese, 1/3 is Japanese, and 1/3 is Filipino.
Yeah.
The Hawaiians only represent 1% of the population of Hawaii, even though it's their island. But we're the 5th, 6th generation Chinese, Japanese, and Filipino. So they're just as Hawaiian as everybody else.
Yeah, Hawaii's cool.
And they're always fighting for the $47 billion in gold bullion that just got moved in there on March 8th to see who's gonna manage that. Right now, they're just milking the interest off of that, but they're not allowed to touch the principal. The Bishop's Trust was put together around 1820, and that was to manage all the different lands after the population was reduced to 34,000 people in 1929. And then when I did the quantum lawsuit against the Bishop's Trust, all 8 trustees who were voting themselves a $1 million a year paycheck for managing the trust got put in prison for 8 years for extortion, using fictitious language under Title 18, 641 misappropriations of from the trust, with fraudulent grammar to steal money from the trust.
She knew
So we
better,
stopped
too.
all that.
Yeah, she knew better too.
Yeah. So we've been doing a lot of pioneering work and protecting the Hawaiians against anybody. Now, Hawaii is tribal. 1995, I took it upon myself, being a Cherokee Indian, to hit all the American Indians that were at a 92% unemployment and build 100 casinos on all Indian lands in the United States, bringing the unemployment rate down to 0, and the Indians were now working in 1999 for the casinos, and now it must be like 300 casinos now in the United States. So they're continuing to upgrade and improve their casinos and employment, but they have new cars, new homes, culture centers, and life is good with the American Indians, and they're buying back their land with the money that the white man loses at the casino. So it goes around, comes around. Any questions? Yes?
What if we're interested in trying to make our own home state/territory,
Not gonna happen.
like Hawaii?
After
So-
Russell and I got sovereignty on August 12, 1999, they shut the door on that from anybody in any country of the world figuring out what him and I did.
Yeah.
We did it in quantum, we hold the copyrights on quantum, and anything that would happen after the fact would have to have copyright release to create your own country and go competition against the treasury of the world. And they weren't gonna let that happen. So we're both in a very unique condition of state as ambassadors and federal judges, as well as directors of our own country. And as a director of our own country, we enjoy diplomatic status worldwide with all the different places we go.
I was gonna say, follow up, is there an exception for if we get the electorate, enough of the electorate?
No, you got adhesive contracts going back to your 18th birthday. You got Social Security, driver's license, insurance premiums, mortgages, rent receipts, everything. You know, when you're 18 years old, you got one thing in your brain: sex.
Yeah.
You want a sexy car, sexy clothes, sexy job, And you gotta sign all these sexy contracts to have sex.
No woman?
Good old Freud, you know? And then you're 40 years old one morning, you wake up and you go, hey, you're not Kansas anymore, Toto. I've been working for 22 years and I'm still as broke as when I was 18 years old. What's wrong with this picture? So you go looking for a paycheck. And then you wind up here and you go like, stand in front of a mirror. Who is the enemy? Stop pointing at everybody else. It was you. Because you didn't know how to read and write. You didn't pay attention to a little thing called syntax. And syntax was the biggest secret that only the chief federal judges and chief state judges around the world were in possession of. Oh, yeah. We'll get to here in a minute. Some of you have seen this. It's the. The the is for the the. And if you put the word and the after it, these can be different variables. With the word and or. Whichever appears on one side of the or is the same on both sides. Whatever appears on the and, if you're using and, which is a command, this becomes a verb and this would become a pronoun. And up here, if it ends with a pronoun, then this would automatically be a pronoun regardless of what was in front of it. Because and is always followed by a pronoun if it's not an adverb verb. Because you got to look at your words. If you're using an article or a preposition after the word and, it's going to be an adverb. And if you're not going to use an adverb, then the next word is going to either be an adjective pronoun or a pronoun. And everybody goes like, what's a pronoun? All right.
No fact.
When I made this sentence up, the the is for the the, so everybody goes, that don't make any sense. What's the function? The function is that I use the as a pronoun, I use the as an adverb, I use the as a verb, and I use the as an adjective.
And a fact.
And as a fact, here as a fact. So I've got 5 different positions. I can go to any dictionary and pull all 5 of those operations out for the word the. So if I can do that to the word the, I can do it to every single word in the English language. I can command every word in the English language to be either an adverb, a verb, an adjective, a pronoun, a preposition, article, and a noun. There hasn't been anybody who can make that claim. And do it consistently with anything you put in front of me. Russell does the same thing.
Yeah, it's where it sits in location, where the word sits in location, which gives closure on what the value is.
That's called syntax.
Mm-hmm.
And then when you break words apart and you take them into the parse, then if you got a vowel, the parse is no. A vowel and 2 consonants, the parse is no contract. If the parse is a vowel consonant ending the word, it means contract. And I-O-N, E-N-T, A-N-T, those endings of 3 words is a vowel and 2 consonant that ends a word are no contract. So pay attention when you get into looking at grammar and you start chopping apart the no contract words, 10% of this document here says no contract. And if you read it out loud, of missing exhibit, well, instead of saying the word missing, M-I-S means no. I missed that one there. So it's of no contract, and exhibit is no contract, most of which are several pages long. Defendants, DE means no. So it's no contract, motion is no contract. So no contract, no contract. 2 is now an adverb in future time. Now I'm moving the word dismiss, no contract, into the future. So I've got 3 no contracts in a future word for a 4-word phrase. And then when it says answer, A-N-S, no contract. And counterclaim, no counterclaim because of pronouns. So it's P-R-O, no, N-O, no, U-N, no. So we're getting to an answer, no, no, no. A counterclaim, no, no, no. Had 3 exhibits, which is E-X-H, no contract. So if the exhibits are no contract, and your counterclaim is a no contract, and the answer is a no contract, and we attach ATT, no contract, when filed, which is now past time, which is no now time filing, where's my fact? Where's my lawsuit? What am I trying to say? The attorneys are saying to the judge, he didn't answer us, he didn't file anything, he won't talk to us in negative language, we have no contract, we have no language, we have no facts in this case, And the judges are pleading, or the attorneys are pleading, no, 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 all the way around the road. And the law of the courtroom is that no law or fact. This is negative, so this is an adverb 1, making this a negative 2, or it's a neutral. This is a negative 2. Shall be tried. This is a no, no, no. Be is an adverb, making tried an 8, so this is a 2 verb. Fiction. In is an adverb, making court to be a verb. Is a dangling participle verb. So 1, 2. So you got a fiction, fiction, fiction court, fiction tried, fiction fact, fiction law, and they're all negative. No trespassing, don't walk. And then when you see the word no trespassing, this is a pronoun. This is a pronoun because it's a spelling list like you did in 5th grade when you were 10 years old. If you put no over here, now this is an adverb modifying the verb trespassing. Trespassing is the condition of state. Where is my claimant's knowledge of the word trespassing? You didn't prove knowledge first. 42, 1986. If you don't prove knowledge, then you can't trespass. If you don't prove knowledge and you can't trespass, and you got the McNaught and the McNabb,
MC.
The McNabb law. This is the right-wrong law, and this says if I don't know what I'm doing, I can't be held liable for it. That's why they keep saying, I don't understand you. UN is no, DER is contract, and standing. I have no contract standing. I can't see you, I can't hear you. That's why the judge keeps saying to you, I can't see you, I can't understand you, I can't hear you. Why? It's on a plane. You see, you take all these little different things, tricks and traps, and you combine those. This is the first 2 words under M in Black's Law Dictionary. That's real easy to remember, easy to find. Just remember the first 2 words and what it says there. And they even have case law for you there to follow. And that case law leads into other case laws. So you can find 1,000 case laws based on decisions that judges have made. The police officer goes out and he sells heroin on the corner to a drug dealer. Then they both get busted and go to court for selling drugs and using drugs. And the police officer says, I plead guilty. I'm going to be state witness and I'm going to name all my co-conspirators. So as a state witness, he gets immunity. And his conspirator gets 10 years in prison. He goes back on the street and sells it again tomorrow. You have eyes in front of your head. You are an attack animal. Attack animals like cats and birds and anything that's a prey. Attack animals prey on other things. So we are attack animals. We always still go into combat with the gun in front of us. In a sense, to rule you, he will harvest you.
Guaranteed.
Just like an attack animal going after a bird of prey. So your own conduct of how you are built as a human being shows that you are an aggressive individual. Be aggressive with knowledge. Knowledge is your best ally. You're your best security. Because when you have the knowledge, you stand there and look the judge in the eye and you say, I know who you are. I know you're lying. I know you're an actor. He's going to flinch and he's going to shut her down. And when you file your paperwork in court and they know you already have one and you already know how to prosecute him with a foreclosure mortgage, the only difference between a foreclosure mortgage and prosecuting a judge is the name on the paper. Fraud is fraud. Grammar is grammar. And it's all laid out there. You got a constitution, you got an abbreviation page, otherwise a document wouldn't be 12 pages, it would be 20 pages long. That's why we abbreviate, save space. People don't want to read the correct sentence structure, communication, parsing, syntax, grammar, performance 140 times in a lawsuit. But we put that abbreviation in front of the fact, the law, the rules, the regulations, the codes. So we save all that space and you can fly through the document because you already got that memorized. And as soon as you see that, you don't have to think about it anymore. No more than if I said to you 5 + 5 = 10, or 5 plus 5 equals, because you've seen it your whole life, it's a given. You don't have to calculate two hands or count to it. Maybe when you're 2 you count it, but today it's anything that's seated in your mind. You learn how to do kung fu or judo or tai chi. It's all body response. It's built in. It's muscle reflex. Driving a car is muscle reflex. How to steer and overcome slippery highways or rain conditions or somebody pulling out in front of you or your reaction time to get out of the way. It's all muscle memory. You don't have time to think about things. Well, this is the same way we want you to be when you go into court. We want you to have muscle memory, brain memory of what is being said in these documents.
Go slow. Go slow.
Yeah, you don't have to run when you're in court.
There's no running.
He asks you a question.
If you don't know the answer to a judge who asks you a question, and he asks you a question you don't know the answer to.
I want a 5-minute break. I want to call Dave Miller and get the answer.
Or I would say, Your Honor, are you cognizant of perjury, of the perjury? You say, yeah, I know what perjury is. Say, okay, so I don't commit perjury in this court, Your Honor. I'll take if you're in state court, take a 20-day communication back on that question, so I don't lie in this court. But yourself 20 days.
Good point, yeah,
Right.
and he'll continue it.
And he'll continue that. He'll work with you because you're showing him knowledge and comprehension, that you're cognizant of shipping yourself from point A to point B. You're showing accountability.
Yeah,
Federal 10.
works every time.
It works every single time.
Their calendar is so backed up, they
Why
got,
do you say 20, is it just
Well,
a
if
standard
you're
or whatever?
it could be
number?
5 days, 10 days. Say, give me 20 minutes, I want to go make a
I
phone
thought it
call.
was like a certain number of
It
standards.
just depends what venue you're in. You know,
Okay.
it depends on the type of question, what kind of study time you need, what your
I see.
schedule's like. Forget their schedule and start billing them out. I bill them out for my time. I start popping in bills. Oh, you're gonna have me come to court? Here's my bill for my time. Well, it's $75,000 an hour. Well, you know, I like what I do. Nothing personal, right? So you start billing them out.
How many times do you see a lawyer, he's in court, and the judge asks a question, or say, the paper isn't here, Your Honor, I've got to call my secretary, I'll step out in the hall, we'll take a 5-minute break, get the call, get the paperwork, run over here, my office is just down the street, I'll be here in 5 minutes, I'll take another case in the meantime, something quick. He knows what cases are quick, which ones are on roll call.
Yeah. And yours will be complicated to them. So you can count on it, and they're very versed in how to trick and trap you. They know what they're doing. We've been at this a long time.
They don't try and trick and trap us anymore, they go like, I know who you are, so we're not even going to get into that. What do you want? Let's just tell them, what do you want?
Why are you here? Why are you here? You shouldn't be here. Well, no, this is a foreign vessel, and I don't have to be here for so-and-so, based upon what's their knowledge, right? That's usually a judge's first question with the client. What's that guy, what does he know? We have to, we're honest with him, right? Oh, well, he knows how to syntax you. Oh, damn, you know.
As soon as you know how to syntax, they will not put you in jail, because now you're going to go ahead and hold class in jail.
Yeah, you can
And
start
everybody that's in there hates the guy that put him in there because he used to lie. He used this fiction document to put him in jail. So therefore, if he can syntax, he can get himself out of jail and come after this guy legally
And if you're dealing with
under
like,
152 criminal laws for false syntaxing.
I would need to say something for my guys over in Europe. Can you hear me? Yeah, I'm sure you can. Maybe,
Oh, we're on Skype. Hi, guys.
yeah, I got the guys over. These guys are in
Didn't even see you guys sitting there.
Yeah, they're in Norway, these guys. When you guys deal with police, because they're having to deal with police, just be very cordial and just educate them all the way. Stay on point with the flag etiquettes. Talk to the bosses. I know that you guys are getting passed around because you have a lot of lack of knowledge there. Same thing holds true with these guys over here. So just be patient, which you are, and deal with them, look them in the eye, see if they cower away from you. They'll play good guy, bad guy cops on you all day long. So you're just gonna have to deal with that. They're gonna act like they're real tough. They're not, it's just a gang. It's, you know, it's like, are they tough physically? Yeah. Can they beat the crap out of all of us? Well, no, when they jump on you 20-on-1, I guarantee you they can't, right?
Okay, they're not going to lie to support their own
Yeah.
their own conduct. You know.
So just know that you're dealing with that, and just be upfront with them. Say, hey, you know, the real good approach is, hey, look, I know that you know this is a lie, but I know that you have to get a paycheck because you want to support your family. I'm in the same boat. I have loved ones that are counting on me to make sure that I go home here because they love me and I support them. And the mannerism that you are conducting your line of work. I too have the same type of scenarios working in my life. So just take a look at a positive thought process when you're engaging with public safety officers.
So going back to grammar now.
Yep.
When you're trying to figure out which way to go on here, what to put value on these. Now here you have 4 different types of numbers to make a determination as to what is correct. If you mathematically sit down and think what the definition of a pronoun is, or an adverb, or an adjective, how you want to color it, should be a verb in all quantum language, but in the world of fiction, it can be used as an adjective, an adverb, a pronoun, rather a verb. And so you're looking at a word, could be a question mark. Now, how do you write a quantum sentence in a question? For the claimant's knowledge of the facts is with the claim by the claimant. Now, if you take the verb is and move it to the beginning of the sentence, is for the claimant's knowledge of the facts with the claim by the claimant. The answer is yes. The answer will always be yes when you put the verb in front of a correct written sentence. That's it. That's how you ask a question. But if you're asking questions, then that means you don't have the answer. So don't ask questions. Make statements. Make positive statements. Make positive claims. Everything is a claim. Gold miners filed claims. They didn't file mortgages. They didn't ask permission. They filed claims because you're dealing with gold. Symbol for gold on the periodic table is AU, authority, authorization, authentic, authorize. You're going to sign, simulate, and you're going to signature. SI.
For silver?
Silver is AG.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
So, huh?
Yeah.
Silver's AG.
Yes.
It's
It's
almost-
silver.
But if when you add words to a sentence, that can change all the values within that sentence by adding one word at the beginning or at the end of it. The authority always runs from the back. And is a zero conjunction both in the world of fact and in the world of fiction. Unless the word and is used as a single word by itself, not connected to anything, then it's going to be a pronoun. A no. But as long as you connect it to another word, it's going to be a conjunction. When you see attorneys giving you interrogatories for insurance settlements, they start every sentence with the word and, which is illegal in all grammar. I just had a conversation with someone that had 400 interrogatories, and it took them all day long to answer it. Well, but if they would have syntaxed it, they would have said, no contract, no contract, no contract 400 times. Because they adverb, verb, modify every single fact, and there was no fact, so how can he answer a question without a fact? Where's my subject matter? Or where's my fact? The word subject means no contract. When we were in school, and most of us, when we were back in 10, 11 years old, we taught sentence diagramming, for the few of us that were exposed to that. They used predicate, P-R-E, no, nominative, N-O, no. They use subject, S-U-B, no.
Superlative.
They use noun, N-O-U-N, no, no. Preposition, P-R-E, no position. Article, A-R-T, no clarity or no contract. So if you have no position, no contract, you have a no-no. And when you break it down into syntax, you're going like, they lied to us right in front of us. We never caught on. I even didn't catch on. You know, from 1988 all the way up until 1997, I never caught on. I was trying to make prepositional phrases. The judge was still laughing at me. He says, you got the math interfaces, but you're still using negative language. It wasn't until 1999 that we got rid of to as the future and realized that we had to go back and scrap everything I did in 10 years and go underground for 4 months, put it all together in quantum language. And then from August 12th, 1999, we were 100% now time, quantumized, had the dictionary written. We understood everything we were doing. It's been the same like that for 17 years now. And we are on top of the world with it. So, I don't care what any of you guys, all you guys have all free access to me. You have all free unlimited legal with me. You got a question? you get yourself in a situation in the court, in front of a judge, in front of anybody, hey, wait a minute, I'll call Dave, or I'll call Russell. And we will give you the answer over the phone, that fast. There won't be any hesitation, hang on for 5 minutes. I will give you the answer over the phone and tell you what you need to say. And usually 1 sentence or 2 sentences, I'll win the case. In 1 or 2 sentences. I got cases that were running for 14 years. 2 sentences in the courtroom. Case dismissed. End of story. My guy won. IRS cases. Takes 2 sentences to win an IRS case for multi-millions of dollars. And having the ability to syntax. I just went 2 weeks ago for $38,000. And the clerk goes, you owe us a debt. I says, I'd like to see the correct sentence structure, communication, parsing, syntax, grammar, so I can give you my money. I'm suing you to give you my money. Good correct grammar. We're trying to correct the debt. So I repeat it again. I want to see the correct grammar. I'm suing you to give you correct grammar. My money. We're trying to collect the debt. This went on for 35 minutes, and finally it says, I don't know, I can't understand a word you're saying, she says. I got to call Chicago. Everything goes to Chicago. Chicago sends me a letter back. You owe us $11,000. I syntax that and I send that back. Get a letter back 3 days later, you owe us nothing. And then when the husband and wife went in for this audit originally for $38,000, they said, you owe us this much money, sign here. So they pulled out my business card and said, I got to have Judge Miller look at it first. Says, oh, we can adjust this right now. $11,000 you owe us. Wait a minute, you didn't even do an audit. You go back from 38 to 11? Take a $25,000 discount? No, I'm not going to give you anything. I don't want to pay you with correct grammar or not at all. And that's when it comes back 0.
So David, are those the 2 sentences? I want to sue you for correct parsing, syntax.
Yeah, you want to sue. If you say, I don't want to pay you, you're avoiding taxes.
I want to sue you.
Right. Using the correct grammar. Of course, you've got to put it in quantum. I
Right.
want is adverb verb. So.
Right. Well, syntax is,
Yeah, okay. But the point is that you want to attack. You want to be correct in your attack. And if you're correct in your attack, you will owe nothing. Even a traffic citation. I showed got to see a couple of your traffic citations from North Carolina, all in boxes. Well, anything in a box in the closed area can't be considered. So you want to sue them to participate with anything not in the box, which is nothing. And the judge is going like, well, we don't have anything here, Mr. DA. What do you want to do with this? He says, will you accept $20 court costs and get out of my courtroom? See, if it's $21, then it becomes a federal crime for extortion or a Hobbs Act. But if you go under $20, then you can just give them the $20 and they'll zero out your account just to cover the court costs. It's easier than fighting, you know. All things are negotiable. As long as you keep negotiating with them, you can get headway and make things happen. Any questions on this? This here may seem like foolishness to anybody that reads it, but it's not an issue of foolishness. It's an issue to prove that this word can be used 5 different ways. And this word can be used 3 or 4 different ways. And when you can prove that you can command the grammar on all, it doesn't matter if it's English, Spanish, French, German, if you can command your ability to syntax and understand what's happening, they're going to leave you alone because they can't lie to you. They can't get you to enter into a contract. Because anybody that asks you to sign anything does not have authority to be in front of you. Only a contract that exists between 2 people on a vessel in a sea of space, oops, has jurisdiction. The minute you sign something with somebody, you know, you all follow your 1040s. You're the only one signing it. The IRS doesn't sign it. That's a one unilateral contract. All of your mortgages, you were the only one that signed it. The bank never signed it.
But
right.
if we signed it the way we did, our signature is not valid, right?
Right,
Because
it's simulation.
person,
Yeah. So what we do is
On
we
an
sue
adverb
yourself for
contract.
performance. And you sue that from the fact italicize that as your russel-jay and sue yourself and put yourself in first creditor position on all that. Suing yourself is a wonderful thing.
See, that's where, when you're suing yourself and you're naming everybody else as your co-conspirator, now you become a state witness. You know that as a result of winning so many cases by pleading guilty and naming my co-conspirator to be the police officer or district attorney, that the federal government passed a law that says no prosecuting attorney can allow the person they're prosecuting to be their witness. They changed the laws. That you can't sue to be the first-hand witness of the prosecuting attorney for anything. But then, who knows better who you are than you? Your brain, right? And you have first-hand information of who you are, and the prosecuting attorney has a duty to only use first-hand facts. And so with his first-hand, he has to accept that under the first-hand facts because you're the first-hand witness. And if he says, no, I'm not going to use the first-hand witness to prosecute you or allow you to prosecute yourself, because what's the first thing you're going to do when you take the witness stand? As soon as the district attorney starts asking you questions, wait a minute. I'm here to prosecute me, and I want to make sure that I'm prosecuted using the correct parse syntax grammar. So if you as district attorney cannot use correct parse syntax grammar, you can't ask me questions. That shuts him down. The judge can't ask you questions because he's practicing law from the bench. That shuts that down. And what happens? Case dismissed. We can't move forward because you know that if you are pleading guilty to correctness, we have to have a correct law to prosecute your correctness. I told the judge, I said, yeah, I was driving 45 miles an hour in a 30 zone. I says, I would like to pay the fine for driving 45 miles an hour in a 30 zone using the correct parse syntax grammar. And the judge says, well, we don't have any correct grammar for driving 45 in a 30. Can I leave now? Yeah, case dismissed. I was caught speeding, but they don't have a law for speeding. They have to make you say, I wasn't driving that fast. They have to make you say the word no, so that no law or fact shall be tried. And the minute they get you into a vowel of two consonants or the word no in anything, just one word in our conversation of no, he's got you.
Yeah.
Now he's got you for trespassing, because now you're a negative nobody. And it's now he can slam you.
Do we want to break for lunch?
Yes.
12:30. All right, you guys getting hungry? Mm-hmm. It's 12:12. We can all get back here at 1:30. You guys got one? See some questions here. Cook up some good questions for me.
Oh, yeah. Don't worry.
Is that why 1% of the people own 40% of the wealth? Because the 1%.
1% of the people own 100% of the wealth.
Yeah.
It is a real factor here. Because when you, as we go through this afternoon, I'll go into insurance. I'm going to do the claims of the life of you guys. Russell's going to do a little on banking, postal stuff. Dictionaries become very important with your lawsuits. Be fully aware of the words you're going to be using in a lawsuit. Look them up in the dictionary. You know the word brat, B-R-A-T? How many parents call their kids brats? You know, and then I go ahead and I ask the parents, you know what the word brat means? Maybe 1 out of 10 parents know what the word brat means. There's only 4 words in the dictionary that says ill-mannered child. An ill-mannered child. That's all. But it's just an exercise in throwing a word at somebody that's used loosely, but nobody knows what it means. And when you really figure out how much people really don't know, it gets to be pretty profound with their conduct. And we're in the business of being mathematically correct, so we have to be mathematically control all of our definitions of our dictionaries, our terms. And Russell being in the postal issue and with bills of lading, he gets into more issues of banking and how banking moves money, and money is a vessel, and all that kind of stuff. And that's why he talks so fast. He's spent 20 years doing it, so It's all muscle memory for him. I still got to read up on it. But he's, he put us together, and we'll give you a good show. Okay, so why don't you guys have lunch, and we'll be back at 1:30.
1:30?
Yeah, it's 12:20 now, 1:30.
Call you guys back.
For those of you who have been given, you all have my business card now. When you take my business card and you put it on your driver's license, you can just tape it on. Now, 3M shipping tape is a permanent waterproof tape. Doesn't interfere with the license. It's not bonding to it, so you're not altering the state license. The only thing we're doing is this is a waterproof plastic card. I pay 10 cents a piece for my business cards. You can usually get 500 for $10. Well, I pay $100 for 1,000 for these, so 10 cents a piece. But on the back is all your procedures. I'll read those off to you in a minute. But the license itself, I don't know how many of you have the new licenses. This is a chipped license. It has my passport on it, it has my social security card, and it has my driver's license, and I have a star on here. So it's a TSA approved. I'm just like an airline pilot because of my 5 million miles of flying, 2,500 trips around the world. So they say I'm no longer a danger to society, ETF. But when you put my business card on here, you're actually putting a flag, the grammar flag on here. So anybody in the world of fiction wants to talk to you, it says right here that it's a grammar flag. To be correct grammar. Do you have correct grammar, Mr. Police Officer? Do you have a correct law that's correct? If you don't, it's going to be, you're going to be breaking the law here under Title 18, 1001. In our research of 4 billion laws, there's only one law you can sue, a citizen can sue the United States government for, or any government in the world. Title 18, 1001. Fictitious conveyance of language. All 250 countries worldwide only have one law under, they used to have only one law under passports, Title 18, 1001. And then they added Title 15, Section 1692E, which is contract law, Title 15, and it deals with false and misleading statements, which was the Bernie Madoff case after the $69 billion went missing. So, on the back of the card, we put a $1 stamp. Now, these are Red Fox stamps, and they stopped manufacturing the Red Fox stamps. Came out on November 2nd, 1999, to honor the Gould certificate in the beginning of the new United States of America Corporation, because we came out of bankruptcy with $6 trillion in surplus. So this was the first stamp published in 106 years that had a dollar sign with 2 bars through it. Federal Reserve is just 1 line. 38 countries use the S with the 1 line through it. But the Naviator, British Naviator, the British stamps have 2 bars through on the $3 stamp, and the Australian Naviator stamp is $3 with 2 bars through it. And the New World Order stamp has 2 bars through it as a gold certificate out of Switzerland. So we monitor the stamps around the world and the use of hieroglyphics, which is this is what this is. And what this actually was a U.S. because we were on gold and silver. And then after the bankruptcy, they just took off the bottom and said U.S. with 2 bars. And it was took that off. Now, many of you that are old enough remember Mickey Mouse and Bart, the bandit. And he's got the bag of gold. What did it have on the bag when he robbed the bank in 1933? And it had a S with 2 bars through it. And then after they filed bankruptcy, renewed the bankruptcy, Walt Disney had to take all those double bars off and put only 1 bar on the bag of silver or clad, because now it was a Federal Reserve money. So even Walt Disney was in on the scam. And as children, we didn't know any better. At 2 or 3 years old, we were just watching cartoons. But inadvertently, they were brainwashing us with dollar signs. And in 1954, when Superman came out, and for those of us that are old enough and watch the old shows, if you notice, Superman was in black and white, but the flag behind him was a yellow French flag. And I never paid attention to it. And I saw one of the the old TV shows from 60 years ago was on the cable. I'm going like, son of a gun, they were brainwashing us way back then with yellow fringe flags on the Superman show. So, but when you put a stamp on the back of your driver's license and you autograph your name on it, when you autograph that, that makes you a postmaster transporting the vessel of your body. You're the M-A-I-L. You're the vessel. So when you sign that, you're the mailman transporting your vessel to your home because the address is on the front of the document. Now, if a police officer stops you, or anybody stops you from delivering the mail, when he looks at this, the cop will check to make sure your license is legitimate and you don't have any, you got your points, he's going to look at the back here, and he reads this. This is the laws that the police break when they stop the postmaster from delivering the mail. So they can't give you a ticket. And he'll hand your license back to you and say, pay attention, go home. So you're delivering the mail, and that's the secret behind all that.
Wow.
Now, the rules and regulations on the back of the driver's license starts off with a Title 42, 1986 for knowledge of stopping and correcting wrongs. Now, every single human being has a duty as citizens that when you see somebody getting beat up or wrong, pay attention. Everybody in the world now has got a cell phone with a camera and a video. You can take shoots. You can call 911. And you can have assistance come in and stop it. And if you're there and you know you have the capabilities of stopping a crime from taking place, they expect you to participate. If you're driving down the road and you see a car accident and you got somebody unconscious laying there bleeding out, if you don't stop and administer first aid by stopping that person from bleeding out and dying, you will lose your license for life as an accessory to murder, as manslaughter. If somebody videotapes you or catches you or can prove that you were at that scene and did not stop and administer first aid, you will not be sued for any kind of a crime. You have automatic diplomatic immunity from anybody suing you from saving their lives from a bleed out. If you go start pulling somebody out who's got a broken back or something like that, or further injure somebody, then it can get complicated, you know. So if you have knowledge, you have knowledge of a crime and somebody hands you a document like this here, now you have to give closure. Now that's Federal Rules of Civil Procedure 26E is closure. That means you go to the court and you report the violations if you have knowledge. By reporting the violations to the knowledge, when I walk into a courthouse and I know I'm going to be helping somebody, like I want to do with you, I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to take your paperwork and my federal oath, I'm going to file it at the clerk's office, pay whatever fee I need, and then I'm going to go talk to the captain or the lieutenant. And I'm going to take this paperwork in, we're going to sit down and we're going to have a conversation. He says, I don't want to talk to you. And he's guilty of an accessory to promote a crime. He can't say no because I'm a federal judge and now I'm a judge in that courthouse and I'm talking to him as an enforcer, and then I can walk in and say, I hereby deputize you my tip staff. Let's sit down and have a conversation about criminal activity from the judge and from the attorneys here. Once he has the knowledge, he can't, because I'm porting it to him. I'm required by federal law to do that, and I'm a citizen. I got a passport, I got a driver's license. That makes me a citizen of that community to stop and correct the wrong, and he's got an oath up there that says, I'm here to protect the public.
Right.
So I did that. And when I signed that stamp and filed it, I'm a citizen now of that courthouse, and citizen of that community. And I'm in that vessel in dry dock from a foreign planet, so I became a citizen of that location. And I know how to conduct myself in there. So that gives me a lot of power in that courthouse to stop and correct wrongs. Might even make your whole case disappear if you're in there for any kind of going to jail because you're afraid to, okay? So then I can go ahead under Federal Rules of Civil Procedure, bring a Federal Rules 9B, that means fraud. This here is fraud, and it's not an accident. You can't say I didn't know what I was doing. It's engineered frontwards and backwards, and I can mathematically prove it to 125%, showing that some words have 4 violations on them. And it was engineered consistently throughout the document. After that, they're going, why are you charging fraud? I'm charging fraud under Title 18, 1001. I got in 1002, the fictitious conveyance of language, false misleading statements, and that's forensic evidence right there. And I advertise it with my stamps on there. That's where the 1692E comes in, and then the penalties are $25 million under 78 FF. Then when you go take it to a civil side of it, that's a Title 42, 1985, and that subsection 1 creates a conspiracy, because it took 2 or more people. You got all these police officers, all these lawyers, all these attorneys, and all these judges in this building, and they're all, if I can walk and touch any one of their paperwork in the history of that building, and they're all going to look like this. So therefore now I've got a civil conspiracy that these people know how to engineer things going back 30 years, 40 years, on every single thing that's in that building. I can randomly grab anybody and charge them with a crime. And because it's a conspiracy of not stopping and correcting, then it goes to number 2. Now the word obstruct, OB means no contract, structure. Well, now we're back into negativity. So what happened is we used the obstruction because that's what the fiction understands, but when we write the lawsuit, it's stopping evidence and witnesses from being correct, which goes back up to Title 42, 1986. So we're getting around the negative word by using the quantum definition, quantum terms. So once we establish that they've obstructed our witnesses and our evidence, that's a felony in every court, fact or fiction in the world. And if they do it under Title 42, 1985, subsection 3, to block evidence and witnesses, now it's RICO. Goes to a Title 18, 1961 RICO charge to reduce you beyond the point of recovery. And if they're doing that, they're using harm, force, physical violence, activates the Hobbs Act, Title 18 to 1951. And that's a 9-page read when you get on the internet. We have 152 grammar laws, which carries 1,221 years of prison and somewhere around $300 million in fines. You're only going to get jailed for 20 years. So I did do a lawsuit way back in 2001, where I put 102 charges in there. It was like a 86-page lawsuit, total overkill. The judge looked at it and he says, the guy's going to get 20 years in prison. You already prove it under Title 18 and Title 18, 1001 and Title 42, 1986. Why are you doing an overkill? He says, make it simple, and we'll read it, and we'll rule in your favor. And so after that, we simplified everything, we streamlined it, took all the double speak out, used abbreviations for words that were used more than 3 times in the document, like the correct sentence structure, communication, parsing, syntax, grammar, performance. That alone, if you write it all out, in our lawsuit, 142 times takes up anywhere from 5 to 6 pages, a single point print, which is completely redundant and unnecessary. So we just show the abbreviation as fast as you read. Your muscle memory will automatically put that in without reading it. And you know exactly what we're saying. If it comes back to, we want to dissect this thing word by word by word, fine, I'll stand up in front of a room and do a 20-hour seminar on my lawsuit. No problem. So once you prove that, once you get all that out, now that they've obstructed everybody, they've modified the grammar, now they're coloring what should be a fact. That's a Title 42, Title 18, Section 242. Now in 1990, maybe it was I think it was 1985. I was suing, we were doing family rights. I was the director of family rights for the United States, Families for Equal Rights, and we set up 50 organizations in all 50 states, and I became president for all the family rights in the United States from 1980 to 2005, for 25 years. And that little 242, a guy called me up on the phone one day and he says, I just drove my 1963 Corvette up to the top of a mountain and I gave it to an attorney worth $17,500 is what his Corvette was at this point in history. He says, for the exchange of information to prosecute a judge in Atlanta, Georgia for wrongful prosecution. And it cost them $17,500 to learn Title 18, 242, coloring of the law. That car sat in the lawyer's garage for 4 years as this man tried to make sense of all this. Finally, he found out about me through the grapevine. Drove all the way to Milwaukee, and in a 5-page document that I wrote in quantum language, he says, if you can win this case for me in court, he says, I'll give you my Corvette. I says, well, no, I won't take that. I says, you can get your Corvette back from the attorney, you just take this lawsuit, show it to the attorney, he'll hand you the keys. And he did. Went back down to Georgia, went up to the mountaintop, showed the attorney the court wanted to lawsuit, hands him the keys and says, it's your car, don't ever come back, I can't do anything with that. And so he felt so bad about what he charged the man, but the man took that lawsuit into court and won his case. So that was one of my first early wins with just using a Title 18 242 under a Title 42 1986 for knowledge of how to color law. So that's the story behind where that came from. Then when 2 or more people come together, it's criminal conspiracy under Title 18 Section 241. And because these are crimes for money which are federal, it automatically activates criminal behavior. It is no longer a civil issue of stealing because money was involved. And any judge says this is a state court, you say, yeah, what kind of money is this? What kind of flag is that? You said this is a state court, and what's a federal flag doing in here? Well, it's the same flag as we got right here. And if they say, oh no, this got yellow fringe on it, going like, oh, you're advertising you're a foreign vessel in dry dock. So therefore, you're not an American. I'm an American citizen. I got an American passport. What am I doing in a foreign vessel in dry dock? Did you advertise outside that you're going to be a foreign vessel when I walk into this courtroom? You have an American flag outside 1 to 1.9. You're advertising correct contract because now it's been established that that's the correct contract flag. And now I come in here and you hand me this BS, an adverb verb, and you fly the yellow fringe flag. Well, now that we've got that all cleared up, since the first of the year, they took off all the yellow fringe now, and they're back to regular flags again. So after that, you've got a participating with knowledge, and the participating with knowledge is a Title 18 U.S.C. 3 that carries a 15-year prison sentence and a $15,000 fine. And because they read the first 10, they get down to that, and with the correct sentence structure written on the front of the document, showing what prepositional phrases in a compound noun looks like. It's the card itself is self-awareness of what correction means. Because we've been around 28 years doing this, it's well established all over the world who we are and what we do based on the logins I have on my website. So these people have been studying, they know what it is, they know what they have in front of them when they see it. And then after that, you've got the Title 18, which is 1512 obstruction, which means there's no structure to what they do. And that goes all the way back to the Magna Carta, 1215, where all these barristers are swearing allegiance to that document that was written in adverb verb. But the United States Constitution is written in the same thing. Obama sold the United States Constitution in New York City in November of 2014. So anybody standing up going, I am standing here on the Second Amendment, I get a right to carry a gun. I'm going like, there's no such thing as a gun, there's no such thing as a rifle, and there's no such thing as a weapon. The word is ARMA, A-R-M-A, ARMA. Even a ballpoint pen, if you say it's a concealed weapon, for stabbing, it's a concealed weapon, you go to prison for 10 years. So always use a pen like a pen, don't make a joke in front of a police officer. You will go to jail and get arrested for carrying concealed weapons. Just because you got a pencil or a pen. My buddy tried that joke on a cop up in Adams County and had to pay a $2,500 fine. He spent 30 days in jail. Until we found out that the judge's brother-in-law, and he was a plumber, and he put his robot out in the hallway. He came in as a plumber and put my buddy in jail for 30 days. Well, I went down to talk to Chief Judge Crabb at the federal level. She shut down Adams County for 2 months and fired everybody in the county because they were all imposters, didn't have oaths of office. Mm-hmm. And then that went around the state, don't mess with Miller. So that was always cool. Then, like I said before, the word alien. Now, the reason that the world is in fiction, the world of the United States deals with this fiction factor of bastardizing everything, is because we killed the Indians, stole the land, bastardized the contracts, and sold it to unsuspecting settlers. That's called ailing. And if you look at the word failing, F-A-I-L-I-N-G, there was a lawsuit I did for Christensen in 1995. And what happened with that one, the judge, was an insurance claim for 38,000 bucks for a car that was totaled. And the word was failing, F-A-I-L-I-N-G. And it was a real fine line, you could barely see it like this, around the F, in the middle of the lawsuit. And now it says, to state a claim on which relief can be granted. Now, because if you take the F off, failing, now this says corruption to state a claim on which relief can be granted instead of her collecting $38,000 from the insurance company. Because this F is bracketed, she would have to pay the insurance company $38,000 for fraud. Isn't that slick? And I saw that and I'm going like, wait a minute, that's illegal. You can't do that. So then I brought it up to the judge. I said, hey judge, how come you're allowing this little bracket here to take that out? I said, I looked up the word alien in the dictionary, it means corruption. Then the insurance agent stands up and says, how come he gets to use his flag and we don't get to use my flag? Talking about flags and venue jurisdiction in the courtroom by an attorney, that's an absolute no-no. Judge stands up, points to the insurance guy and says, you will pull out your checkbook right now and write a check for $38,000 to this lady over here. I'm putting in jail for 6 months for fraud. And that was it. She got paid and we walked out. But when you syntax this is a 4, 1.92. A is a 1, 2, 1, 3, 4. 3, 4. Yeah, this is a 3 here.
Negative.
Yeah, this is a relief, which means no, 3, 3, 4, and 1, 2 is a dangling participle verb. That's what the law, this is the one law they use, it's called the 12b-6. And every attorney in the United States who does not know how to handle a case will quote you, failing the stated claim for which relief can be granted. And it says nothing.
1.9?
It means,
future.
9 is future, it's an adverb in future time, which means it takes the word state and pushes it into the future, which means there's no time condition of state. See, so there's more here than what you're looking at. It's not always about just a word, it's also about the fact that where they're moving the conditions of state. There's no such thing as a verb claim. There's no such thing as a which. A which is actually trying to make an excuse for something. And this is no leaf, no contract. RE is no, LI is lie, and EF is contract. So it's a no contract. And then you always have a no contract factor. And they call it a no contract factor. So if you read it out loud, it says, nothing in the future is an illusion of no claim, of an illusion on which no contract can be granted. What is a no contract? It's a nothing.
So why failing is this no-no? Like, you know, why is it 4?
Because it starts, it said, for the failing. Where's my prepositional phrase? It's a word that stands here, but this is an adverb, and an adverb, like over here, can only be connected to the pronoun in front of it, an adverb in front of it, or a verb in front of it. So these rules here, under how language is used, these numbering codes, there's only 4 on planet Earth, controls all languages. And by memorizing these 5 codes, you can syntax anything, anytime, anywhere, and beat it, destroy it.
And 5 codes, which ones are you talking about?
Okay, the first code is an adverb modifies an adverb. Okay, but 2 adverbs together mean nothing. You got, the adverb has to modify something, which then would become the verb. So you could say, the very, very hot fire, for instance. For the would be an adverb, very would be an adverb, very would be another adverb. You got 3 adverbs in a row. Hot would be the descriptive adjective of fire. So it would be a 1, 1, 1, 3, 4.
Right.
So adverbs can, you have as many adverbs as you want. Or I can say the very, 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 very black pen. See? But that's subjective interpretation as color, because this suit is black, but this is a different shade of black. He's got a different color on. And as I write, what comes out of here is, this is a dark black, this is a gray black. So there's 1,200 shades of black. And then when all the laws are written for colored people, so don't think any of you guys are white. This is a white piece of paper. And this is a white board. But those are 2 different shades of white. And this white is different than this white and different than this white. You see, so there's 1,200 shades of white. So the subjective interpretation of what color is says that all human beings on planet Earth have a different shade color. There's no 2 humans, or 10 billion humans, that are the same color. Guaranteed it. I don't care what your DNA says. So with that said, colored people, we're all colored people. See, how are you going to discriminate? You know, when I was 14 years old, I spent 92 days at Hoyt Pool, which is a chlorine pool. And chlorine, I was dark as you are. I kid you not, my grandmother didn't know who I was when she saw me. She goes like, grandson, and pull out my pants, so I had a white ass. You know, she says, David, she says, did you do any work this summer? I said, all I did is I was a lifeguard over at the pool, and I laid out in the sun all day long, playing to be a lifeguard. So, the adverb modifies the adverbs, okay? And the adverb modifies the verbs. Adverb also comes in front of an adjective. So the adjective always has to have a pronoun with it. You can never ever put an adverb in front of a pronoun. But a pronoun is connected behind it. So you got a pronoun can stand alone, a pronoun can have an adverb behind it. But that adverb then is going to be followed by, you can have a 4-1, that's fine. And you can have a 4-1-2. Put that down here, 4-1-2. You can have a pronoun, adverb, verb. You can have a pronoun, adverb, adjective. Pronoun. And this one here is the United States of America. Adverb, adjective, pronoun, adverb, verb. And that's anytime this a cop or a judge or says, that's nonsense, that don't mean nothing. Pull out a $1 bill and say, how about the United States of America? We got a preposition of and the article the, and they're separated. Which means they're both adverbs. United becomes a no citizen condition of state, modifying the pronoun state, connected to the adverb of and modifying the dangling participle verb America. A means no, M-E-R-I is Latin for mercy, and C-A is Latin for sheep. No mercy for the sheep. They fleece the sheep, they don't kill them. It's called taxation. So these math codes are absolute. And I did the same thing in Germany. And the people I was working for over there, they said, how can you not read, speak, spell, or understand what the definition of these words are and yet syntax it? And when he then looked at, and then I had a cheat sheet. I got that in my thing here. I showed to you. I spent a few hours first before I did anything, and I made you can pass this around. This is a cheat sheet of all the adverbs I found in a 60-page lawsuit and what they mean in German. So the only thing I had to do was compare the adverbs in front of a single big word, and then there was another adverb and another big word. So it was adverb, verb, adverb, verb, adverb, verb. And once I got that down, I flew through 60 pages of German language like, man, this is criminal. These people are really, really out to lunch. And it was, once I had the cheat sheet memorized, then I could really fly through it, and I have to keep going back to the sheet. You know, they have 4 words for the, they have 4 words for of, they have 4 words for with. So I had to figure out whenever I came across another adverb, I didn't know what it was, I looked it up on the dictionary. Then finally I loaded up my computer to the German-English translations, and when I punched in all the different spellings, then it kept telling me what the adverbs were. And then once I didn't have to bother anybody anymore, then I could go out on my own, and I worked all night on that. Then I got into the laws of Germany and the history of law since World War II, since Nuremberg trials. I learned all about the Supreme Court of Germany and all the laws. The next morning when I came back to work, I was ready. Because when they brought that attorney in who wrote the 63-page document, I had him for breakfast. And he goes storming out of there, and he was madder than wet hand. Because he says, our courts will never accept this. I says, I'm the chief federal judge of Germany. I says, they don't have any say about it. I signed your passport, I signed your stamps, and I filed my oath. I know exactly who I am and what I'm doing here. I said, if I take this to the Hague, you guys are going to have a real hard time passing your money off around Germany. Because I could syntax the money too, which makes me a very dangerous person in any country. So this numbering codes. Now, the reason we brought in numbers in the first place was because to write the word adjective above the word red, it isn't going to fit. Or the pronoun pen. But using a 3-4, that's real simple. Once you learn the number codes, you know, I showed this to somebody who says, what's that say? He goes like, okay, there's no 5, 6, and 7s. I says, you just read 300 words. And you know it's all fraud because it's 1, 2, 3, and 4. So as fast as you can flip the pages, you're conditioning your mind as a muscle exercise to just look for 5, 6, and 7. You're like, there's nothing there. This is a lie. And then everything is double spaced, so you know that there's no continuance of any legal sentence. You got that down pat. Bang, bang, you got 5 violations. 1, 2, 3, 4, double spacing, italicizing, quotation marks, numbers between words, all breaking the continuance of evidence. So when that's all done, all this becomes real. So then they throw in past time and future time tense, because whenever they use an ED, the next word is always to in the future. And what is a sentence? A sentence is one idea, one venue. And the past and the future are 2 different timelines, 2 different venues. So therefore you violate it again with what the sentence says. That's why it says here, venue is one, but jurisdiction means opinion. And O means no, PIN is to join, and ION is contract. No joining contract. That's what an opinion is. And justice, JU is no law, S is speak, TI is title, CE is judge. And the authorization runs backwards, so judge title speaks no law. So don't be surprised when you walk into a courtroom and they're babbling, because no laws are being done. And somebody came up to me earlier and said, how come they can't hear me? Because there's no laws, there's no rules, there's no regulations, everybody's babbling. And the judge is up there and he's just tired of it after thousands of cases and years of sitting up on the bench there. The only thing he can say to everybody is, unless an attorney's talking to me who's getting paid $200 or $300 an hour and I'm getting a kickback out on the golf course, I ain't listening to anybody anymore. And that's all unspoken commerce that's taking place. So don't be surprised what's really happening in the world. Your boxes. Watch your boxes on all your tickets and your lawsuits. They're going to put boxes in. They might box your whole lawsuit. They just might box sections of it. They'll use single spacing with boxes if they're going to go ahead and they want to make a statement or take something out of contents from West Publishing. They'll put it in a box. They'll italicize it. They'll put quotation marks and brackets around it. They'll remove it 3 or 4 times. Don't worry about it. It's not on the paper. Learn what your mechanics are. Every dictionary published has a styles manual built into it in the back of the book. So learn your symbols. There's 520 symbols in the world. My brother spent 3 years studying symbols. He got so bad with his writing and symbols that I couldn't understand him anymore. He knew what he was talking about, and he was right, because I looked up stuff. But nobody could communicate with him because nobody reads symbols on your keyboard. But there are 520 symbols on your keyboard. So you can get into that and do a whole study from it. It's really good. Then you've got the math interface on grammar. I'll do that next for you guys. I was in, this was a Toby Brown case in Tampa, Florida in 2000 and, I think it was 2002.
2002.
Yeah, I think Toby Brown was 2002.
They tortured him?
Yeah, that's, 7 men prosecuted a judge, a circuit court judge, for foreclosing on a house and sentenced them to death by hanging. So the FBI came in and arrested these 7 guys as a common law grand jury of Florida. Not grand jury, Supreme Court of Florida, common law Supreme Court. They were all in verb in violation of my program, so that meant all these guys who appointed themselves as Supreme Court judges for Florida to arrest and strong-arm and kidnap a state judge. Now they had kidnapping and attempted murder against a judge. Toby Brown was the only one of the 7 who came in with a 1 to 1.9 flag, and I just happened to wander into this courtroom where there was only seating for 4 people. And I'm sitting there, and all the defendants, all 7 of them, had been students of mine. And they all goes like, Dave Miller's sitting over there. So Toby Brown says, well, I'm going to call Dave Miller, because he's the only one that didn't have an attorney. So Toby goes ahead and he says, I'm going to call Dave Miller as my first witness. And so I take the witness stand, and he was shaking, but he didn't put down his flag. Comes walking up there, he's still got his flag in his hand, and he doesn't know how to talk to me. He says, you know, Judge Mangerson. Judge Mangerson became Chief Judge of Florida. He passed away a couple of years ago, but this is 15 years ago. He says, he was shaking and trembling, and I says, Judge Mangerson, I says, do you mind if I tell you what this man is trying to say? He's trying to say that he doesn't have a law, rule, regulation, or code because all the language is wrong to prosecute him. He's saying that your yellow fringe flag doesn't have jurisdiction over his United States flag. So I says, why don't you let me put on a presentation? You send the jury out of here and I'll put on a presentation on the mathematical interface on grammar. And Judge Mangerson says, okay, but first, he's going to bring 2 more federal judges in, which gives me a 3-judge panel Court of Appeals. He orders the courthouse closed and all clerks and attorneys, 42 people, to come into the courtroom and sit down on the floor. And then he brings out a big easel, 8-foot easel, that they use for traffic things, and he says, okay, show me what you got. So I says, well, first we're going to go ahead and we're going to graph this thing out here. I says 1 plus 2 equals 3. 3 minus 2 equals 1. I says anything that's on one side of the formula, which would this should be a fact. So this is the divider. Facts are on both sides. Can't change a fact. What goes in comes out. Facts can't be moved, destroyed. Matter cannot be created nor destroyed. Now, that was the statement. That's the physics. Matter cannot be created nor destroyed. It can only change form. And the judge says, okay, that's a physics problem. That's right. It's in math. So an equal sign does not affect any math problem. Add, subtract, multiply, divide, sine, cosine, tangent, quantum physics, calculus. Equal sign has nothing to do with the problem. Just that it says you check it by having whatever on one side is the other. That's your conjunction. And that's and or. Now, when you do grafting, you have a negative, positive, and positive. And you have motion when you do grafting, because you're going from one side of a formula to the other. And you're trying to, because you have to always balance off a graft. That's how I proved that aluminum and steel could be welded together. And I can beat the shit out of it, excuse my French, with a 5-pound sledgehammer and it won't break. And that's how I got my teaching degree. Because I disproved a 100-year-old theory that you can't weld aluminum and steel together for the first time in 1995. And I took my welding teacher's, he retired and I took his position as a head welding instructor for MATC in Milwaukee, because I proved that on aluminum welding. Anyways, so the grafting shows that a positive 2 and a negative 2 down here is motion. We all studied that. So we're going to give verbs the motion. Actually, it's a performance. And that's called thinking. Okay, thinking. Now you always have to think before you can certify anything, make a claim. We'll get into sentence structures when I do that. So you got a verb on both sides here. That was this. Now you have a plus and a minus. Well, 1 plus 2 equals 3, 3 minus 2 equals 1. 2 times the 3 equals 6. 6 divided by 3 equals 2. So add, subtract, multiply, divide, sine, cosine, tangent. Energy times watts equals divided by watts divided by energy equals volts. Volts times energy equals watts.
Distance time.
Right. It's all about trigonometry, how to figure out voltages and weight ratios and coefficients. Okay, that's true. All right, so we add, subtract, multiply, and divide. And the one thing that's true about the whole thing is you got plus and minus, called opposites. So the only thing, we have 38 positive prepositions. But then when we did a pre, meaning no position, and then that went to an article, vowel two consonants, which meant no, which equaled a noun, which was a no-no, a lie. Prepositional phrase was a lie, the way they taught it. You got to get rid of the preposition and have a position. You got to get rid of the article, and it's called a lodio. Location, original contract, and now you equals a fact. So we had to change the way everything was written and claim it, which we did. So we were the first person to call it a positional lodio fact phrase. And that's what put us on the world map, with the math interface to back it up. And now we could define all the positions and all the articles and all the facts, and we did it mathematically, frontwards and backwards. Because when you went into position, you have over and you have under. You have up and down. You got in and out. There's 38 positive and 38 negatives. 34 positive and 38 negatives, giving you 68 prepositions. And articles, there's 38, which means ownership. You, her, me, him, his. So I proved that 38 times 68 is 2,000 divided by 2 is 1,000, as any graft. So plus there's 100 you'll never use, I don't care what. There's no logical reason for 100. So you get 900 definitions for the black pen. So pen has 900 definitions. So if I say for the pen of the black, I use two facts. 900 times 900 is 810,000 variables.
So just
for your pen of your black, for my pen of my black. With this pen.
Whatever combination you're going to use with that.
Right, I can use combinations to the tune of 900 times for every color, for a pen, for every fact.
Every fact.
For
You
the,
don't call it noun, you call it fact.
correct.
Okay.
For the pen of the black is with the writing. Now writing becomes a fact. On the paper, 4 facts. What's 900 to the 4th power?
Once again,
900 to the 4th power.
81,
360 billion.
okay.
360 billion variables for just 4 words. Now write a 92-page book, a 9-point print, and tell me how many variables we got in there.
Yeah.
And say you can't be done, and I did. I wrote a 400-page website, I did it. Done 12,000 lawsuits, I did it. And the numbers are, it takes an artificial intelligence computer to go ahead and compete with it. Then you got 10,000 Chinese alphabet, 26 English alphabet, and you got 45 minutes to write an interface, which I did, which can't be done, never could be done. I'm doing things that can't be done, that should not be possible to be done. So why can you do it? Because this math problem allows me to do those things.
Right.
And so I got 3 judges up there, and all these attorneys laughing and snickering at me, and Judge Mangerson stands up, and I wanted quiet. This is correct, he says. This man has discovered the math interface on grammar, and he just proved you guys can't read and write above a 2nd grade reading level, and Toby Brown, you are not guilty as charged. You are free to go. The other 6 guys with their attorney stamp says, we don't use Dave Miller. No, you have attorneys. You gave up your citizenship, and you said you're incompetent. You gave over to your attorney who only could lie. They got 38 years of hard labor, and all 6 men died of hard labor in prison. They tortured them until they died in prison. They're all dead today. Yeah.
On the equals, we want to put it as, because you got cause, consequence, and then you got thinking. So equals would be thinking.
Haven't gotten that
Put
far yet.
A's and R.
Haven't gotten that far yet. That comes under sentences next.
I don't know, but wouldn't it fit in that equation that way? For 1 plus 2? And when you get equals, that's thinking, processing.
Right, I said that. It's performance and thinking.
I'll explain it to you after.
Okay, well, I'll explain to you when I do sentences.
Okay.
So everybody cool with the math interface?
Yeah.
And I did that after 1,000 days of doing math problems. And that happened by accident. Because I took, here, let me use your paper here. We all grew up with the little red line on the line paper in the spiral notebooks. I wrote this on the red line. And I got my coffee and came back and says, I got a graph. Let's put values to it. And when I put the value to it, like I did here, I'm going like, damn, the thing works frontwards and backwards. I discovered the math interface on grammar. Then I had a flashback of 10 years of sitting in Marquette University Law Library and going like, that's all a lie. I got to rewrite everything I learned in 17 years of college and 3 PhDs. Got to go back to day 1. I spent the next 5 years rewriting and reorganizing, putting this whole thing together, making live videos, and writing some lawsuits, which I then sent out to every news agency and all the members of the United Nations, so everybody had it at once. Because I knew when this thing broke, as Pandora, I'd be target. You know, I was sitting there wondering when a bullet was going to come flying through the window. But it's been 28 years later, and I'm still here. So, and I've been working real hard at it, and so has Russell. When we're doing sentence structures, we also graph those out. Now, that was the math interface, but everybody's having problems writing a vertical sentence and reading a vertical sentence and understanding this kind of syntaxing in a vertical sentence. In the back of this book, these books are 200 for those that want them. The last 3 pages in the book is, let's see, that's a judge's oath. Security navigation. Treaty of Versailles. I took the the first paragraph, 62 words of the Treaty of Versailles, and that was, can't move that. I did the Treaty of Versailles, and it took me 40 hours to write the explanation of 62 words. And I did it in 3-word phrases. So we got for the knowledge. Now, knowledge becomes a consequence. Knowledge becomes the cause. Because you stand here and I look around and I see points of information. And as I see things, you always learn what you have today from what you've seen in the past. So it's a reinforcement learning curve. So when you have a claimant's knowledge, because you're always going to be a claimant, knowledge, now you're going to have of the consequence. Now, consequence is your storage capacity. And that's your computer. Computer of your brain. So,
Fact?
huh?
Is it the fact?
No, well, this here, you're looking at your cause, you're looking at facts up here. That's not right, you have a cause and a fact, but effect is the EFF, which means if you look at adverb verb and you want to have an effect with fiction, you're going to have a cause, but then you're going to have an illusion out of it. So you have knowledge up here, and that's what you learn of facts. I think we should take this off. And then you store your facts in your brain, so you have a consequence. It's in storage. When I want to move that, I got is and are. Is is singular, are is plural. That's going to be your thinking capacity. And that's a thinking performance. This means person, form, which means to write on paper, and ants is contract. So you have you're actually transporting 2 plus 2 equals 4, but when you write it on paper, I know which one of your definitions, there's of 150 definitions. Because as long as I don't put it on paper, it's just cyber nonsense up in the air. Now, this here becomes with, is the next thing. With is a possessive, which now becomes possessive. Possessive is your verb here, but you're going to be a possessive claim. Gold miners filed claims. You're taking the facts in your brain, taking out one subject, making a claim for it, and now what are you going to do with that claim? You're going to define that claim. Correct sentence structure, communication, parsing, syntax, grammar, performance. Of what? It's going to be with contracts. Because everything you do, if you're going to put anything on paper, what are you trying to do? You're trying to communicate to somebody, and you want to communicate to them correct, and you've got to do it by contract. Whether it's a bill of lading for the hamburger you bought for lunch today, you went in to give you a choice of foods, so that the lady or the waiter or waitress came to you with an offer of what they have to sell, and you bought your lunch. So you ordered it. She filled out an order form. She took it to the kitchen. The order form then took inventory, cooked it up, brought it. She brought it out to your table, delivered to you as the process, as a transport. And then afterwards, she gave you a bill of lading to pay for the food, which you agreed to when you ordered, because you already knew what the price was. then when you complete the transaction, you get up and you go to the cash register and you pay for your bill of lading and you get a receipt for it. And then you can leave. If you leave without it, then you go to jail for stealing.
So how this contract would have, like, sound, you know, like using all of these for...
Okay, you have knowledge of a
So it would be for the
a menu.
knowledge of
You have a menu of fact. Consequences is you're going to go ahead and put in an order, but you're going to perform thinking to do that. Once you perform thinking, it's because you know what you're going to order, because you know what the facts were. So you're going to make a claim to this lady, and she's going to write up an order. Then you're going to go ahead and communicate to her, an adverb verb, because we're not dealing with orally, but she writes it up. If you're in law, though, the judge in front of a district attorney you want to trash out, then you can use correct sentence structure for the contract that they're going to go ahead and fight up against. The attorney's going to use fiction, but you're going to have a correct contract to prosecute the fraud. So you're going to use correctness with this contract of the fraud, or against, this could be a word against, for the fraud, parsing, syntax, grammar of with the prosecution, or the mortgage, or your deed of trust. Now here, this is a pronoun adverb verb, so that's nonsense. This becomes a pronoun all by itself. So you're going to prosecute, P-R-O meaning no, secution, no contract. So you're not going to prosecute anything, you're going to sue to be correct. Sue to be correct on a mortgage, it's fraud. Sue to be correct on a deed of trust, it's fraud. They can't join with you, they can't perform. So how are they able to take your house when they don't have anything to perform? And we already syntaxed your mortgage and it shows they're all fraud. So because they're dealing with fraudulent parsing, syntax, grammar, with their possession of what they claim to have a mortgage, but it's not a mortgage. It's not a deed of trust. It's not a title to the land. They've got nothing except guns and clubs, and mace and tasers and a bunch of guys with they're going to throw everything out on the lawn, you know. And then what you're going to do now is you're going to take the authority by the bank, or the attorney, or the real, R-E meaning no, and A-L is contract, estate agent, E-S being no again, no contract, eight, and agent, A-G-A, A means no, G-E-N-T, so you have a no contract scenario again, see? So what you're doing in Hawaii, because they're no longer the 50th state, the real estate agents are hiring the the sheriff's department on off-duty time to put their uniforms on and strong-arm people out of their homes. 1,000 houses have been taken like that since I was out there 3 years ago. And that's just the Hawaiian Islands. And you guys are getting hit here. Florida is the #2 foreclosure rate because people who are over 60 are half the population, 95 million people in Florida now. California is pushing 95 to 100 million people. And they're #1 in foreclosures because in 2007, a $1 million house in 2008, November, was worth $500,000. The whole entire state was slashed in half. And anytime the appraised value of the outstanding mortgage falls below the financed amount of money, the bank automatically owns it. And they've been processing all 64 million homes as fast as they can get the paperwork done to steal the entire United States economy. And that's where I come in. How do you steal with verb fiction, That's why I'm out there prosecuting the banks. And Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac did 40 million mortgages for $400 trillion in fraud. And that's why they're filing bankruptcy for $400 trillion. And that's all on me. I feel good about it. Because they're criminals. And I'm there to put them out of business, and if they gotta shake this thing down to the beginning and start over, then that's what we're gonna have to do. Iceland did it. Iceland kicked every MasterCard out, every debt, every mortgage, and everyone in Iceland is debt-free, has been since August 2012. They took my one lawsuit and then they shit-canned every bank and arrested everybody who was involved with fraud. And they had a signed confession by my lawsuit. Now they're the most productive country on the planet with 0 unemployment, and the whole economy is doing very well in Iceland. But again, they're a little population, easy damage control because it's an island. But why can't they use it as a model and do the same thing here? We have the capacity with this technology to do an immediate 67 million mortgages at $25 million apiece, which is the United States government has a legal right to, including the Securities and Exchange for another 25 million. And if they fight it, it's 200 million. Did you know that? 200 million. So you got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 35, 31, 33, and 14, 14, and 12, 13. So now this is your number. So that's 5, 7, 6, 1. So that's hundreds, thousands, millions, billions, trillions, quadrillions. 1 quadrillion, $675 million. $1,675 trillion is what the United States International Monetary Fund owes the United States Treasury if they want to go ahead and cash this check tomorrow. However, the International Monetary Fund has the number 26 with 215 zeros after it. So if we're going to take off 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, then we're going to have 210 zeros left in surplus after the United States government is made whole with $1,675 trillion. Now, that seems like a workable plan. We can do away with income tax. That's enough money to finance the United States government for 100 years without taxes, with 3 million employees. And because we're in quantum, everybody's got a job. We can now say, we're the policemen, and we're going to do everything in quantum and fix the planet. Going to throw a Nikola Tesla coils up on every single telephone pole, producing 200,000 watts per coil. Have 20 times more electricity than we need at 2 cents a kilowatt. 24-hour-a-day food production. All your energy for air conditioning heat. All cars running on lithium thoriide batteries with piezoelectric generators, which means you never got to plug them in. And I have virtual non-stop, like my wristwatch, it's piezoelectric run, perpetual motion. So you got to drive to your 100 million cars, never have to fill them up or gas them or do any of that stuff on electricity. No more air pollution. Building several billion coils on top of the telephone poles, you can put everybody to work who doesn't have a job all over the country. And the rest of it's going to be thrown into horticulture, plant production, and everything else in the sciences. So you got 100% employment. Education will be mandatory because you now have a correct sentence. You have correct ways to prevent war. War will not be allowed. December 31st, 1999, 12 midnight. Jay Leno, and David Letterman. Question: who are the 4 most influential people in the last 100 years, in the last millennium? Nikola Tesla gets first billion because he developed AC electricity and developed 385,000 patents, giving us our world today. from telephones to TVs to radios. All of that came out of Tesla. Number 2, David-Wynn for the math interface on grammar to stop all wars on planet Earth, unify all the people on the planet under one language that's mathematically correct, and nobody can cheat another man. That eliminates war completely. Number 3, Louis Pasteur. Number 3 was Bill Gates with the internet, because 40% of the United States population works off the internet, and its ability to communicate with the world in all languages. Number 4, Louis Pasteur, for 1,000 medicines to get rid of disease on planet Earth in all countries. It was nice to get number 2 billing, because contract touches every topic in the yellow pages. Every single human has to do a contract on a day-to-day basis. And if you can't get angry at somebody because of a math problem, so be it. Now here's a little secret for everyone in this room. If you get angry at somebody, or you're angry about something that somebody is doing, or you get into a bar situation where there's words being spoken that cause you to get excited or angry, you go ahead and you throw a math problem there. What's a square root of 9? In the time it takes that person to say 3, he's going to shut down the left side of his brain, which is romance and anger. He's going to collapse his adrenaline attack. He's going to activate the left side of the brain in logic, and he's going to do the math problem. And by the time he figures out the math problem, he forgot what he was angry about, and he's not calm again. Or take a half a teaspoon of sugar and a glass of warm water and drink it and it'll activate your L-tryptophan, and that's your morphine. You'll be nice and happy. Because you got low blood sugar. Well, that's a true statement. Before puberty, sugar turns into adrenaline in a child. After puberty, it turns into morphine, which is your L-tryptophan front lobe of your brain, and you're nice and calm. That's why you always put sugar in your coffee, because coffee causes your heart to get hyper, your adrenaline to jack. The sugar activates your L-tryptophan and neutralizes your acid attack in your body. And if you eat too many green grapes and have an acid attack with lemons and limes and all that good stuff, you pop half a teaspoon of baking soda and it'll blow your pH out and be normal again. Anybody gets cramps, take a little baking soda, totally neutralize it. Be an article, the, a, and, this, these. Keep the article, try to keep the article the same all the time. Think about what you're doing. If you want to write a document or a sentence and have a perfect 100% mathematically correct, always keep your articles the same article. If you can't, and you have to use 2 or 3 different articles, it means your sentence isn't correct. You've got your order of operations wrong. Now, the opposite of by is for. The opposite of with is of. So if I'm going to read the sentence backwards, I'm going to say, for the bank, or the attorney, or the real estate agent, of the prosecution, mortgage, deed of trust. Now you bring your is-are down. With the fraudulent parsate syntax grammar of the contracts, with the correct sentence structure, communication, parsate, syntax, grammar, of the possessive, of the claim, with the consequences by the claimant's knowledge. All my nouns are still nouns. All my arguments are still my arguments. All my facts are still in the right condition of state. And no matter how you write it, the authority of the sentence, which would be the end, is either going to this brain, this brain, this brain, or this brain are still going to be responsible for the thinking, the creativity, the performance of the sentence. So when you write your sentences frontwards and backwards, and in the book, here, page 45, in the book's the Lord's Prayer. One of the most popular sentences in the history of mankind for 2,000 years. Syntax and quantumized. And when the Pope read that, he called me up, he says, you know, it's the first time in my life, and I'm the Pope. Pope Paul said that to me. He says, I understood what the Lord's Prayer said. In 1995, when this was written by 47 ministers from 16 different religions, we spent 2 hours doing this. There's 45 people in this room. We had 47. 14-hour math seminar on Bibles, the Quran, Ishta, Buddhism, Hindus. Didn't matter what your faith was. He says, you know what, people? You put an adverb in front of your God. You put an adverb in front of your Christ, your Yahweh, your Buddha, your Hindu, your Muslim, Muhammad. No, he didn't. He says, yes, you did. And when he looked at it, they all had to sit there and say, yes, we did. And then when they were angry at each other, I said, is 3 + 3 = 6? And everyone in the room agreed with me. Nobody got angry about that. It says your faith is one condition of modification. And a math problem you all agreed on. So now that we're all here to learn about math and how it interfaces with your grammar, let's write this document. And when we got done, I don't care if they were a Buddhist, a Hindu, a Muslim, or a Christian, they all said that's their Lord's Prayer. And they all worked together to do it, and at the end of the seminar, 14 hours, they all hugged each other. And nobody was angry because he understood what correctness was. The Pope opened up a seminar in Austin, Texas, and has been teaching there for 16 years now, since 1999. The Lord's Prayer and syntaxing the Bible with the cardinals, bishops, and nuns. So they know what it says and what it means. And when we did this, like the first two words, our Father. What is the word our? Our is the plural word for people. And then Father is the beginning of things, creation, God. Okay? So when you're saying our Father, our is an adverb, though, modifies the verb Father. There's no such thing as a verb, and all of you guys are adverbs, so we don't want to be adverbs, and we don't want to modify our verb, which is fiction. So it's for the people of the God. But then say it backwards, for the God of the people. God created man, but man had to teach each other what God was. So frontwards and backwards, it's a handshake. It's a loop. And then when we took it apart, we wrote it frontwards and backwards in both conditions throughout the entire document. So you really get closure. Then one of my students stands up and says, I don't like that. I says, good. He says, you take every one of these facts and you get a book of synonyms and you look up every synonym of every word in the Lord's Prayer that we quantumized. And if you replace one every time, you have 10,000 Lord's Prayers written frontwards and backwards, and they still say the same thing. You can't screw it up. Now you show me any document in the history of this planet that you can write 10,000 ways and not mess it up. Now that's mathematics. That's science. And that's what I capture people, their faith.
That's a true statement. I was at the Vatican with Dave. They came up to us, they identified us, said they've been studying our program for 5 years. It's a true statement. Those are true statements.
And the 86-year-old nun goes, yeah, there's this guy called Dave Miller. He invented the math interface and grammar and syntax the Bible. So I pulled out my passport and my driver's license, and I held it up. And she goes like, you're him. Can I have your autograph?
It's pretty crazy. Those are true statements.
But then she went in and she closed the information booth. She says, I know everybody. I've been here 46 years. She says, I'm going to take you on a tour of St. Peter's. And as we were walking along, of course, we picked up bishops and cardinals. And we had this entourage with us. And we went through all the doors and the Swiss clowns with their striped uniforms. Went ahead and everybody followed along behind us. And we did that for 3 days. We totally blew them away and they made us key masters. We also wrote their quantum bank treaty with them. So I mean, we went from a nobody in a couple of days to key masters. And that's the only reason he got back to America.
Yeah, it was pretty interesting. You know, if I wouldn't have seen it myself, I wouldn't have believed it. But there they were. Hey man, we know who you guys are. Huh? What? We've been studying you guys. We look at each other like, right on, cool, yeah. It's really, really humbling thing, actually. It's like, people are paying attention. People we never met.
Yeah. Yeah, we had a lot of fun over there. We also spent 2 years studying Manly Hall's The Secret of All Ages and syntaxed the book. And everything that was Manly Hall's book was all over St. Peter's.
Yeah,
And we we already had the definitions, we knew what everything said, we knew what it looked like, and that's why we could talk with intelligence about what was there. And when we syntaxed it, we didn't use adverb, verb, we actually had the correct storyline in quantum. And that's what really flipped their switches, that we knew everything that all these cardinals and bishops never saw, never heard, never knew, that was right in front of them on their statues, all over the place.
All over the place. It was fun. I mean, I had a blast.
Now, some of you, I've done this for some of you, and some of you were here last time, or some of you have never seen this before, so the cross, when you go to St. Peter's and you walk across the front door, you cross a granite slab. On the granite slab are 2 red granite keys tied together by a rope. Now, when you go in front of the door, about 50 feet away, is the Pope's seal. The seal has both keys pointed together, hanging on a rope on the Pope's belt. Now, whenever you see the 12 disciples in a church, you will always see Peter standing to the right of Jesus with 2 keys hanging on a rope. The keys represent corporation, because it always takes 2 to make corporate, just like Russell and I are 2 people under the United States of a World Corporation. And then when you go ahead and you put them together,
Is a family corporation too?
huh?
Is a family for marriage?
Yes. When you put them together, you will always see the cross on top of a dome. The dome is planet Earth, which represents Earth. Earth is where we grow our food. The left side is where the wind comes from. The right side is where the water is evaporated from the wind off the ocean and rains down on the earth. And the lightning is the energy above that starts the fires and creates the cycle of life, fire. So you control the 4 elements of energy, wind, water, and earth, which is the cycle of food, and through taxation, and you control all banking on planet Earth. And you control all the people through food. And that's what the cross means. It's banking. Huh?
Almost though.
Yeah. But that was what I opened the door with. I walked in there and I saw Cardinal Sonata. Guards jump up and say, "Who are you?" Pull this piece of paper out. And says, "Oh," bowed to me and says, "Oh, you're a key master." And we got our audience, we signed our contracts, we got our tour. And all because of the symbol of the cross, and we knew what it meant. When we dissected it, showed them how it worked with the Pope's seal.
The celestial, it's fine.
The guy with a tail, the guy without a tail.
So this is Pope's cross, you said, right? That's what Pope's cross means?
No,
Or is
the
it just
cross, the cross, I know they want to, before Jesus was ever used with the cross has always been an issue of the 4 elements and the control of the 4 elements. That goes all the way back to the beginning of the symbols. One of the oldest symbols on the planet is the cross. You know, I don't know if I ever did this with you guys. I did it the first time in Bellingham, Washington. I told my mom and dad I was going to do a presentation on religion in a mixed audience. I'm saying, it's 3 things you don't talk about: sex, politics, and religion in a mixed audience. I says, so the one gentleman on the right-hand side here stands up and he says, "You told us that you're going to answer all of our questions today." He says, "How can you make that statement when you don't know what our questions are?" He says, "Okay, you are the official question counter." So he goes ahead and he keeps a log of my questions, 125 questions in 20 hours, from 9 o'clock Saturday morning till midnight, from 9 o'clock Sunday morning until 5 o'clock in the afternoon. He says, "All right," he says, "you got 125 about 125. He says, "That's pretty impressive." When I did Sydney, Australia, I answered an 80-page spiral notebook, 600 questions without missing any, in 40 hours of seminar, which blew everybody's mind. So he says, "Okay, I got another question for you." He says, "Okay," he says, "what do you know about God? Or who is God? Answer that question." I says, "Okay, I'll answer that question." I said, "God is a word defined in 5,000 different sounds and definitions and languages on planet Earth. It's a belief system of faith of a creator. But the subjective interpretation of 10 billion people's ability to go out and study 1,000 definitions personally to identify the word God is only unique to you and you and you and you. Every one of you did your own 1,000-point research of Bibles, friends, relatives, point in time. And so your definitions are all about, every one of you have a different definition for it. But you also spend as much time studying God as you did the devil. What is evil? What is wrong? That's called perspective. So you got to know how to be good and you know how to be bad. So you look in the mirror and you say, I'm going to be good. I want to be this nice person. So with your perspectives, you judge everything. And what's the first word you learned when you were 9 months old? No.
No.
Don't grab the tablecloth and pull yourself up with the dishes flying off the table. So everything became no. What are the 10 Commandments? Thou shalt not. Again, no. So they were brainwashing us with the negativity, taking all of our face on planet Earth and putting either an adverb in front to turn it into a verb fiction or the word no. And our definitions of who God is unique, both positive and negative, to what we believe in. So you can stand in front of the mirror, look yourself in the mirror and say, that's what I believe and nobody's going to tell me any different. But I will keep asking questions and I will keep studying. So, who is God? God is the subjective interpretation based on your limitations of studying and being able to comprehend what that word means. And it will go from cradle to grave, and you will never stop studying to define who God is within your own self. And that's who God is. And I've never had anybody argue with that statement. He says, okay, he says, I'll concede to that. Ladies and gentlemen in the audience, what's your opinion? And all 125 people stood up and applauded. He says, okay, we got that down our way. Any more questions? Yeah, what do you know about women? I says, absolutely nothing. He says, see, you can't answer every question. 38 women stood up and said, that's the right answer. And all the men applauded. I says, I think you've been outvoted. So, let's see what else we got here. Satins, flags, faith, mortgage. Claims to life. Now, let's do that one next. Everybody. You know, you all have fiction birth certificates or those little contracts you guys all want to cash in. Do not do redemption, strawman, UCC, or acceptance for value. You will be put in prison for 8 years. I don't care what it sounds like. It's all written in adverb or fiction, and it's in violation of this program, and the government knows what this program is and will slam you. They'll let you go right up to the time, they even hand you a check. Here, cash this check. And then they'll wait 45-day trust law, put the handcuffs on you and take you right to jail for stealing from the federal government with fraudulent conveyance of damage in violation of fictitious conveyance and everything on the back of my business card. And you won't get out of it because you signed it, and the money is, it's not a free lunch. So don't go there and don't take it.
Say what that is again. I don't know what, you said do not do what?
Don't do redemption, strawman, UCC, or acceptance for value. All of those were created by Janet Reno in 1997 to put people in jail for stealing money from the government using fictitious conveyance. Once I established this program in 1995 as the paper terrorist of America, and I was on all the news agencies as the paper terrorist. They kept beating it up, And David-Wynn was a paper terrorist because he was scaring the judges. 4,000 judges resigned. 3,000 attorneys quit. They didn't want to be anywhere near this when it went off because there were repercussions. The first rule of any conquering army is kill the attorneys, the lawyers, and the judges. That's a fact. And when they saw this coming, they're going like, geez, when people find out about this, and this is Facebook, the public are going to come after us for using fraudulent language to put people in jail and 32 million on probation, and we got no place to hide. And that's why so many quit. Even Janet Reno got up on CNN and advertised 500 new judges for any lawyer that wants a judge would really make a judge out of you. Today they're still short of judges, and they still have to deal with all of this pressure from us. Claim of the life. I'm gonna just use the book. Page 1. 101. Page 101, there you go. Claim of the life. I think most of you have seen it on my website. It's just a 4-sentence, it's written in correct grammar. It says that the claimant's knowledge of the live life is singular, because you are a singular person making this claim, with the claim of the life birth, or some people use the word nativity. Now I have in my office over 800 different claims of the life, even though this was a base. I've got 8-page claims of life. I got complete documents and histories of their families going back to the 17th century. Some of them go back 1,000 years. That they did all the research on their bloodlines, and they're saying, well, I'm claiming my life now after this long bloodline, and I don't want to be in the fiction. So I got this big box of claims of the life. I keep telling people, don't send them to me. They belong to you. They're your property. So this is merely just establishing your punctuated name, ; David-Wynn, Miller, on this date, what day you are, what month you are, what year you are, of these witnesses. Like the 2 witnesses they have to sign, and they both have to have claims of the life also, because dead people can't certify a life. So when you do 3 of them, AB does C, AC does B, and BC does A. So you do 3 at a time, and if you don't have claims of life, you're done. And you all have certified copies. Then the second one says here, for this claimant's knowledge of the life birth is with the location. Well, you were born in a specific city, state, country, and these are all over the world. Even the World Court judges in the Supreme Court of the United States have our claims of life, live life, and amnesty agreements not to be prosecuted while studying quantum language, because we know it takes a long time to wrap your head around this if we're not here hand holding you. For the witness, and then once you establish that, who are your parents? Where's your mother's name, your father's name? You can put down what country they're from, or that they're locally born. So sometimes people want to really extrapolate on that and go on the history, grandparents, great-grandparents. That's up to you, though. It's not necessary. For the witnesses of the live birth, now would be 2 people who have a claim of life already. You put a picture of you. You put a fingerprint. Now, we used to do DNA, blood, saliva. If you're going to do the blood, and take your pictures, you can file your photocopies with the court, with your paperwork, if that's what you want to do when you do a lawsuit. But don't ever take a live saliva or live blood on a real piece of paper and file it into a court as a postmaster, because you'd be arrested by the postal inspectors, as a biohazard against the court, as a threat, and they will throw you in jail for it. They used to accept it, but then somebody had to figure out a way to stop it. So once AIDS came out, they said, well, everybody's got AIDS or some kind of cancer cell in their blood. And it's on the paper and I can't touch it. Now they got signs up at every clerk's office in the United States saying, we will not accept anything with blood or saliva. You've seen it if you've ever been to court. So we tell people you can take Scotch tape and put a human hair on there. That's got all 3 billion DNA codes on. You can do clipping of your fingernails for all I care, you know? You can put the blood on your original one, but then run it through a laminator. First make your photocopies, but take the real blood or the real saliva that's on the real piece of paper and laminate it. It'll be sealed. That way it's always there for posterity. And that you throw in a vault, you never take that out unless anybody challenges. Make about 20 copies. When you put that postage stamp on here, though, it costs up for a $1 postage stamp. Do not photocopy postage stamps. That's counterfeiting federal money. You will get yourself in trouble for that little stuff. So make all your copies first, then go out and buy your $1 stamps and put them on all your copies. Keep your last one, you can sign all your stamps. And then make sure you turn it over and endorse the top or the back where you have the stamp on the front. That way it's an equity document. It has value, just like you cash a check at the bank. And then everybody autographs and fingerprints for your witnesses, and now you got yourself a legitimate claim of a life. And Russell did this to get his passport. He did it for his wife, and he did it for his daughter who was born in a home, doesn't have a Social Security. and his social, and the passport people gave him a passport for his daughter.
So you do it for your children also?
Yeah, and you are over 18, if you're under 18, you can do it for them, and you can send that claim of the life in, it's recognized by the passport people,
No birth certificate.
no birth certificate, and therefore they can't monetize you. Then when you turn 65, you don't get Social Security either.
So instead of sending a birth certificate, do the claim of life for the passport?
Correct,
Yeah.
Okay.
and you can get that done, so it's a real nice deal.
Can you explain why to put a $1 stamp, for example, Fox stamp doesn't, like, could be Fox stamp or not?
Well, Fox
Or
was,
they just too pricey right now?
okay, Foxes were made 1999. When the federal court found out about what we were doing with them, they ordered all Fox stamps canceled and pulled off the market by 2002. I've got 1,200 of them. The internet is selling it from anywhere from $7 to $10 a pop in sheets, so you got to pay sometimes it's 20 on a sheet, so $200 a sheet is what you'd be paying for them for stamp collectors all over the United States. And when they found out what we were doing with the Gould certificates, that made them even more valuable because it's a one-of-a-kind stamp. It was in it.
Once they're all sold out, then come back.
Oh no, they haven't made them in 14 years.
Yeah, but once they're all sold out, you know. that's
The
what
value
$1.
just keeps going up and up and up on these things. They will be worth a lot of money in the future.
Well, yeah,
You can buy $1.
But you could just buy a regular dollar stamp.
I got
Yeah,
Fox-
you just put
I got
a-
my own stamps.
Well,
You
okay,
can make a
my question
$1.
is, why $1 stamp, like?
Oh, that's a
why, for
whole,
example,
you want to do
not-
whole numbers.
I see. So it could be 2, 3, right, dollar stamps, just one is the
You just
cheapest?
one is all you need. You want to do,
If you were in France, you use one franc. If you were in England, you use £1 stamp.
I see.
One, whatever the unit is.
Yeah, just a whole one.
I'm looking for just $1. You got the red, white, and blue one. You got that rainbow stamp. I use the Rockefeller stamp because it's small enough to fit on your driver's license, so it works really well.
North Carolina license has a lot of space on the back. You
Yeah.
can use the big rainbow stamps later.
Okay. But as long as you sign those, you're a postmaster transporting the vessel of your body to your home. So that's really cool. And it will save you not doing it. You're always going to get a ticket. You might be stopped 10 times and never get a ticket. And every time you don't get a ticket, that's worth anywhere from $125 and 3 points up to $500–600 and 8–10 points. You know, so that's good for you.
So you don't have to cancel the contract. Your signature is cancellation.
Thank you. IRS. Let's do IRS stuff. The IRS.
Oh, this one?
Isn't this cool that you have a voice? Okay. This is no, earth, contract. No, venue, which is location, contract. And service vice. So if you're going to have no earth contract and no location contract as a vice, and everything's written in adverb verb, and they're a private corporation, not affiliated with anything that's a fact, then why would you give them anything? So you sue to pay your taxes with correct grammar and be able to syntax the tax codes. Everything's in a box, so you identify the boxing as a styles violation. You go ahead and you identify the adverb verb, the fragmented sentences, the double spacing. And when you get all finished with it, you've got all these numbers. And even when you do an audit, and they send you an audit of all these numbers, there's no dollar signs on them. They didn't identify what they were. They could be a box of sand, a box of salt, a box of sugar. How many grains are there, you know? But they didn't identify the dollar signs, or the value of the numbers. And then what they do say is all in adverb verb, which says nothing, so there's no communication as to what the dollar sign means. They want you to presume everything, assume everything, and give them money voluntarily, and then sign giving you permission to, or suing them to take their money. And then it says, under penalty of perjury. Under is an adverb making penalty a verb. Of is an adverb making perjury a verb. So I said to the IRS agent, after he works up the paperwork, now if I lied to you, committed perjury, can you prosecute me? He says, absolutely yes. If I gave you false and misleading information on this IRS form, can you prosecute me? He says, absolutely. So then I started syntax, and it says under penalty of perjury. Why would you use fictitious conveyance of language under this criminal code? And then I showed him all of his paperwork, 11 pages of his fraud. I said, you just confessed that if you lied or committed perjury to me or false and misleading statements that I could prosecute you. And by the way, Federal Judge David-Wynn Miller. I'll be back in a minute. Picks up all the paperwork, runs out of the room. A head pops through the door. Oh, Judge Miller, director of the IRS. This is in Tampa, Florida. He was like, oh, Judge Miller, you're here. Door closes, scream in the back room. A bunch of noise clanking around going on, comes out with a single piece of paper. You owe us no taxes. Please don't come back. I got a cup of coffee for that prosecutor, for that $38,000 that I made for that woman that night. I got a 1.6 case a couple of weeks later for a corporation for 4 years. I've won 16 in a row now, IRS cases. So anybody has any kind of trouble, you're over your head, or you're getting audited. Now you cannot be audited, or nobody can charge you for not filing taxes before the 2nd of February 2000. The United States of America ended on 2 February 1999. The IRS did not exist for 90 days. The United States government did not exist. The post office was closed. The military stood at DEFCON 2. And it wasn't until 90 days later, in February, that the IRS then, if they sent you an invitation to join them, and you filled out your 1020, or your 1040s, or your 1099s, and you contracted with them, then you now had a contract to pay taxes. And that's how they got everybody back in the loop.
So
Nice
if you
and
did
quiet.
not contract with them,
If you haven't contracted once since 2000, you owe them nothing, and they can't ask you or audit you.
oh, really?
They can attack you, but if you ignore it, there's no contract. They're a private corporation.
Oh, so
January, first week in January 2016, it was announced there are 371,000 fraudulent IRS agents in the United States by the Department of Justice collecting money from senior citizens. And they're giving them money because they don't know, they've been paying taxes for so long, for so many, they don't know not to or to question.
Mm-hmm.
And they're being ripped off, and then the real IRS comes along and they're going, well, I paid this guy. Who's that? And they go looking and says, he doesn't work for us. So pay attention. They sent me a bill for $880,000, and I called up Pro Liuto, and I'm like, I have a 1,200 encrypted IRS form because of who I am. And they're going like, you filed taxes from 8 different states this year under your Social Security number. I'm going like, well, no, I didn't. And I compared my autograph, everybody's signature. And they're going like, that's not you, that's not me. So they gave me a 1,200 encrypted special Social Security number that is really top secret. So that's why I stand with the IRS. And they know I can do a lot of damage, but I don't do any damage unless somebody asks me.
So do this include your businesses also?
What business?
Okay, say that, you said individually, if you haven't filed, they can't touch you. if you have a business and
Is
you're
it
not
S?
filed.
If it's an S corporation, you are contracted to the Secretary of State, which is contracted through the United States Treasury. Therefore, your business is a government contract. You work for the government, for the United States Treasury. So yes, you have to pay taxes on your business money. But on your private side, I think like 20,000, first 20,000 is poverty. So if you know how to balance your car rentals, your home mortgage, or your home rental, your cost of living, your food, you've got a real good tax guy, he can work this all in, but it's still all fiction. As long as you keep suing the fiction to perform, they can't touch it. They won't, otherwise it disqualifies 75 years of tax collection, and everybody in jail is illegal to be put there but they're in jail because they don't know it. 95% of everybody in prison today, all 8 million people, are there because they volunteered to go to prison, because they didn't challenge the grammar. 32 million people are on probation today. That's 14% of the United States population is under arrest. Welcome to America. No mercy for the sheep. Okay?
David, I have a question.
Yeah.
You said you used the Fox stamp for gold certificates. Are you going to have time to go over gold certificates today, or is that something that's not on the agenda?
Well, the gold certificates are a gold certificate is a quantumized document that puts the value of the foreclosure, which would be your caretaker fees, or the value that the government would pay you for your whistleblower fees, and establishes a standard by locking in a gold price when you file, based on the Chicago Board of Trade or the New York Gold Exchange. There's usually only a $1 or $2 difference worldwide between the price of gold. It's rare there would be anything more than $10 anywhere on the planet. But it locks in a specific date. If you just look at the money itself and everybody goes crazy with inflation, then you're suing for one number, and by the time you get paid, it's not there anymore. But if you sue for the price of gold, you know the value of your gold has always been there. And so it's just a standard measurement. It's all that accounts for it.
So there's really no, after we've done the mortgage lawsuit, there's really no function for the gold certificate after that.
Well, it's just telling the government this is what my house is worth. It's always been worth these many ounces of gold. The price has gone up and down all over the world with the price of gold, so is the value of your house. So is the value of your suit. So is the value of a gallon of milk and a loaf of bread. They're all tied to what 1 troy ounce of gold will buy for who you are. That's always been a standard in all countries worldwide. That's why they use it as they advertise the price of gold and silver every day, and they tie it to all the currencies. And if gold jumps $35, then all these currencies reflect that number. But it's just something to prevent anybody from getting out of control. Now, June 4th, 2004. June 4th, 2004, I went down to Mexico City. And I met with Cyril. He was the Secretary of the Treasury for Mexico City. And I syntaxed the Mexican money. It said Bank of Mexico. Bank is a pronoun, of is an adverb modifying the verb Mexico. When I showed him the Lord's Prayer, all of a sudden he had a revolution of what adverb verb meant. He realized Mexico's a verb on the money, and it disqualifies under mail fraud money. He was like, oh shit. So he calls an emergency meeting the next morning at 11 o'clock, or 9 o'clock, lasts till 11 o'clock, with the 9 largest banks in Mexico City. They dumped 5 billion pesos on the market between 11 o'clock in the morning and 2 o'clock in the afternoon. In 3 hours, closing the World Banking Association 2 hours before it was scheduled to close at 4 o'clock because of the run on the Mexican banks. The peso went from 93 to $1.10 in 3 hours. That scared everybody on the planet, going, if it happened in Mexico, why isn't it happening everywhere else? What's going on? So as fast as the market closed, my hotel room phone rang, and it was Rothschild. Rothschild knew me personally with the money situation, knew I was in Mexico City, and 3 of the apartment complexes that had teams of people with binoculars pointed at my hotel room. because we were on the penthouse, on the 12th floor of the Hilton. And they were watching us doing everything. So when this event took place, the Secret Service for Mexico, the CIA, the FBI, all these, the Alphabet Soup Company, was sitting on top of these buildings watching us going, what'd Miller do now? So when it was all explained, I says, we need 500 million US, 5 billion pesos, because it was 10-to-1 then, brought over tonight, so when the market opens tomorrow morning, 9 o'clock, we can stabilize the Mexican peso on Friday at 93 cents to the dollar, or 93 pesos to the dollar. And so that happened. Rothschild threw the money in, electronic transfer, and then the Treasury called me, State Department called me. I explained what I did. Well, after that, within 6 weeks, one banker had trouble breathing because of a plastic bag wrapped on his head. Another banker had trouble breathing because he has lungs full of salt water. Another one had trouble breathing with the cord wrapped too tight around his neck. A third one committed suicide and putting 6 bullets in the back of his head. Another one was decapitated. He couldn't think right. So all 8 of the bankers who dumped the money got killed within 6 weeks and replaced. Cyril was still alive. But the message went out, don't touch the money, worldwide. And it's been quiet worldwide. We haven't touched the money, including me. Even though Russell and I are doing banking, and our bank treaties are really an upset to we only talk to the people who run the world in banking. So we told them, we're going to educate all you guys, so when this thing goes off, you all can transfer the funds together at the same time, nobody gets hurt. They're all in agreement with that. As long as the big boys got their money in their pocket and they're covered, everything's cool. Somebody's got to do it. Somebody's got to write the treaties. There isn't anybody on this planet qualified to write the treaty but Russell and me. And they're letting us take that responsibility and handle that. And we've been very gracious for 16 years taking care of that problem and declaring amnesty on everybody while we do it. And they're cool. The old guys have all died off. The young ones coming up are learning. Everybody's been told, you touch the money, you open your mouth, you ain't going to live very long. So we have cooperation around the world. You always want to know where I am, though. But this cell phone here tells them within 15 feet where I'm standing. It's over here or over there. I keep an eye on this 24 hours a day, and when I go 12 miles offshore, where I'm 38,000 feet in the air, phone don't work. They don't know where I am. And there's always somebody waiting when it goes back on. Now where do you show up? So, it's fun. It's 3:30. It's been 2 hours since lunch. You guys take a 15-minute break. Okay? So, when I say do your claim of the life, what you're doing is you're taking your facts and you're saving it for yourself. You might file it with your documents when you put them in to let them know that you know how to read and write, you're in quantum, and anything they throw at you in fiction is going to be attacked. So, at any time, they can use we can use the Title 28, 636, order the court open to go in there and prosecute the whole entire court system. They go a little crazy when they do that.
Hey, David, I got a quick question for you while we're waiting for us. The BRICS Corporation, do you have a treaty with BRICS?
I wrote the BRICS. We wrote the BRICS treaty. It's a 118-page or 115-page bank treaty. We gave it to China. And then I wrote the Chinese-Russian interface in 4 minutes. So when they applied the interface to the banking, send it over to Russia, they both said, wow, we can communicate. Nobody's getting cheated. So they signed on, and India signed on. That was September 2012, October 2012. And that was 3.5 billion people just there for that one thing. Then it went over to Brazil, captured the Spanish-speaking of South America, Now 190
You wanted the
90
domicile,
countries worldwide are involved with BRIC.
C.s.s.c.p.s.g.p and all of that.
I just read an article, I just read something on my phone that says BRICS Bank approves first loan of $811 million for renewable energy. Renewable green energy loans.
They're moving into all different kinds of humanitarian programs with the BRIC. And more people are cashing in their international monetary funds for gold and silver to move into the banking, giving BRIC more and more gold and silver backing and hard assets. What is a highway? What is a building? What is a bridge? See, highways and bridges are classified under national treasure because everybody uses them. They're not owned by the private community, they're owned by the post office. And the post office controls all the money on planet Earth. That's why only postmasters are allowed to be printed on the money. That's a picture.
Including Harriet Tubman?
Including who?
Harriet Tubman.
Was that the new money thing?
It's going to be on the
Yeah.
20.
Oh, okay.
In 2020, I think.
He was a postmaster.
Thomas Jefferson, replacing Thomas Jefferson, who I assume was a postmaster.
Postmaster General of a fiction corporation. And so they're looking at the fiction that was been done in the past, and we're taking our position that quantum disqualified the fiction world. The Constitution was fiction. Everybody affiliated and governed with fiction, even though they were postmasters in fiction. That's where the UPU lost jurisdiction on the 29th of September 2010, and under a 3-day rescission law was moved to Washington, D.C., where the post office had Russell's and my bank treaty and to run postal money under quantum banking. So therefore, the United States Postal Service received a $4 trillion check from Switzerland with 47,000 numbered accounts. So the United States Post Office contacted the 47,000 numbered accounts and said, come get your money, just tell me how you got it to Switzerland and where you made it for without paying taxes. Nobody showed up. 1 year later, under maritime law salvage, the Treasury pocketed in September 2011 $4 trillion into the Treasury.
So if we wanted to contact the BRICS Corporation and contract with them, would you do that in quantum?
I would do that in quantum, and you could do it onshore. It would be an onshore, offshore issue.
Yeah.
Like if you're affiliated, the United States or International Monetary Fund won't do treaties in the quantum with American citizens.
First contract that's identified there, of course, is the correct communication, parsing, syntax, grammar flag. This is the guidelines which will be the governing factors when the vessel paperwork comes in and out of ports of contract venues, be it homes, be it courts, be it courthouses, registries, so forth. The claim of the life contract also has a postage stamp on it. This is fee for freight paid to transship, which is to autograph the stamp, makes you postmaster. As you autograph the stamp, then you have what the closure of freight waybill, which is the description which you give forth in your claim of the life, which will be the day you were born, where you were born, your parents, your description, might have your height in there, might have your weight. Different claims of the life have different functions that people present them to us for.
Right.
So, because of that, you're using that in a condition to transport it to, and then we call that a freight waybill. You're giving closure that there's a passenger aboard the vessel. The passenger has covery, closure, and livery of what it looks like. It has, in this specific case, it has DNA. It'll have, hair samples, follicles, fingernails. Some of these guys, you guys are pretty creative out here. So, but we don't need them because that's you. That's not. We don't need that stuff. So please don't send it to us. And you don't need to send them anywhere. You need to mail them registered mail to yourself. When you send it registered mail, It has a corporation number. This is your vessel number. This is the identification factor, otherwise known as a mooring line in nautical terms. Okay, so it's a line between you and the fiction world that fees, it's the bridge. And it's the archway that fees been paid for freight. The venue's been established through the flag, which is on the claim of the life. And now you're moving out of this. So this is what the fiction world's going to be looking for, but you have given closure and reporting under rescission 3-day timeline that this is now who you choose to be under the salvage. Because the whole concept is to, since this means no, and this is subjective interpretation, I guess it's no longer there. So if it's no longer there, you have to move yourself into position for transportation. And this is where the freight waybill, which is the passenger, who is you, which is aboarded the vessel, the fee's been paid for freight, and you've put it into transit, and that's called a transit waybill. The transit waybill then shows up to the postal station, where postmasters have the choice to autograph the stamp, join with the vessel, and then it becomes a switching waybill that switches your hand into another hand, back into another hand, back into transport from A, B to C, whatever you're trying to articulate. And you're now in the functions of transportation, because you're moving contract, you're giving closure, you have set the venue, you've articulated your facts of who you are, and you are now moving into your C.S.S.C.P.s. This is the communion with your walk or your journey, your manifestation of creating your worlds, because those are your worlds, we have our worlds, we're foreign to each other. And so it's about learning how to communicate, and that's why we use the grammar in a now-time scenario to give a tender to you guys, because we have established our corporate functions. We have our protocols in place on a very big level. There's things that you guys just don't have access to, because some of that stuff you don't want to know.
A lot of it's been taken off the books, suspended from even being anybody, even a judge, from finding it by the government, because they don't want them being able to duplicate what Russ and I did.
Yeah.
But all of our contracts are already grandfathered in, and so we're a unique couple of guys that beat the system. And we put the years of study in to do it, and it was done so fast they didn't even know we were in and out, and had our salvage claim established long before they even comprehended what was done to them. When they finally figured it out, they're going like, oh shit. Then they had to put their think tank together to stop the second person from doing it.
Yes, and so this will then put you on a post road. Now, when you get a ticket or you run into a public safety officer on the street, one of the first things that he's going to do is mark down a post road mile. He's going to look at his mile marker. This is called post road mile marker, because you're in the shipping world. All of you work for the same postal system. You're just learning how to use your fee for freight to transport yourself within the functions of the mechanics of that. Which then puts you on a postal route. The route, you could have your claim to life as evidence, a back of your contract that you are saying that, I'm just using, setting up like sea lanes. Sea lanes is where you have a vessel in the sea of space moving through a specific route location. We use nautical miles. Nautical miles is a different form. It takes us out of post road miles. They're in a post road fiction looking for birth certificate. Port of entry, doctor, no trials, no contract, no contract, no contract. So the formula is set to put you in your own ship's channels to those who you choose to contract with. As a postmaster of the transportation of that foreign vessel to claim to the life or your other contracts, don't know what they are, it's up to you guys to make your worlds. That's all on you. You create your ship's channels. As the postmaster, you can clear by autographing the stamp of anybody who's tendering contract. And how do they tender contract to you? They either show up in person with a file stamp from a courthouse, or they ship something in the mailbox to you. We claim our vessel homes and locations as our domicile. Now there's different functions for domicile based upon your usury with that location. What that means is if you're leasing a place, you have one specific function. If you're renting a place, it's another specific function. And if you're in ownership or you're current on your property land taxes that you're paying on a yearly basis for usury of that space, that's a different function. And we put this under what's called a global positioning system, a GPS. So we're claiming a specific location for load recovery for that domicile, or your mailbox, or your vessel that you're in. Because your house is only docked on planet Earth. Has a foundation. That foundation was bought with Federal Reserve notes. That was contract. You entered into contract. You entered into usury with the postal system because the post office authorizes bills of ladings. Bills in the pronoun of is never, making lading a verb. So you have to know where your vessel stands within that time and space. The domicile is your permanent dwelling location. In your dwelling location, I would suggest, if you so choose to look at these concepts, to claim your dwelling location as a place where you rest, you eat, you sleep, you nurture your family, you have peace within your fellow friends that you clear to come into your clearinghouse, your domicile. You set up your lifestyle, how you choose to live your life, and then you perform within those guidelines that you give closure on. And that's in these domicile contracts, which then you've just created your dominion. You have to know how to articulate your dominion in time and space, because your dominion intersects with other dominions. And so how you give closure on that through your nautical miles and your post roads. I know this is kind of a crash course because some of you guys, this is all probably pretty new to. The dominion that you create are the performances that, and you're going to want to register these. But what I do for me, and it seems to work the best, is I register my stuff with the Department of the Transportation for the port authorities, because you're foreign to them and they're foreign to you, with a letter of the rogatory setting the terms of my lifestyle choices at a specific global positioning system location, otherwise known as a GPS. I don't use addresses particularly, but you can put an address in there. That would be fine as well. Putting both in there is fine as well too, because the fiction world is going to come to the location and they're not going to be cognizant of what you're articulating with your global positioning system. So they're going to be looking for an address. So let's think about the word. So you have an owl followed by a double consonant, so you have no contract again. Dress you up, dress you down. How do you want dressed? Contract.
Dressing is covered. Wear clothes for covering.
So these are some of the things you were asking about domicile contracts. These are some of the things that we look to set up. And you probably have lots of questions about all of this, because it's kind of a crash course of what I'm showing you here. But these are things that can be done with the claim of the life. You can also file that with your local sheriff's department, go down and have a conversation with you guys. You know, and say, hey, here's the performances that are being done at this certain location. If you come to this certain location, here's the criteria that you're going to use. And then you have the back of Dave's business card flipped on the thing and say, Title 42, 1986, now, and you're into your grammar skills, and you're suing for anybody that comes into that location to perform in a certain mechanic, a certain mannerism. And it's up to you guys to figure out what that is for your lives.
Well, when you're going to look at, if you took the word transportation, for instance, and you went to a dictionary and you look at all the words as a synonym, then you go to the United States codes and you look up all those words under how many laws are written under that word. What does that word mean to you? Then you're going to get a whole bunch of more words in there that you don't know that deal with ships, with vessels, with trucks, cars, to move. You look up those words and those synonyms, and you look up the laws with those. That's how we did it. It took years to go ahead. And all of a sudden you start with one word, and all of a sudden you got 200-300 words under shipping. And everything that's on the old three-masted sailing ships, or the man-of-war ships that were sail ships, and you have all the names of all the riggings, everything that deals with sailing, you will find to be the name of the street that surrounds all the courthouses in the world. Because they're vessels in dry dock, and they're either on Water Street or Sail Street.
Or Market Street.
Bridge Street, anything to do with money, commerce. And it's all there, and then they're advertising, just like the Waukesha County Courthouse on the USS Waukesha Street.
And so what we're doing basically with this is we're creating a clearinghouse.
He's black, it's easier to see.
Yeah, it is.
That doesn't show up in the back of the room. That's a good pen here.
So now let's think about what was there and now is not there, which was a port of entry. Back to the clearinghouse again. So what you are doing as autographing the stamp is you are making yourself the custom house broker of the contracts that come into your life by setting up the performance to allow clearing or passage of foreign vessels in your domicile locations. And if they don't meet the performance, then you have, oh, since you didn't comply, or there was a vacancy of the compliance because you had comprehension and knowledge of what the terms were of the lifestyle that was done at such and such a location, therefore here's your lawsuit, have a nice day. All right, so you have your lawsuits already built into this thing to give yourself safeguarding. There are certain venues that have different, when we file at the port authorities for foreign venues under letters of the rogatory, there are certain venues that have different filing fees. We typically pay those in silver because your vessels don't need a gold value on it at that point, because an ounce of gold or a tenth of an ounce of gold. We try to stay away from fractional banking in our gold deposits for performance with the port authorities. You can give closure to the State Department as well. They like to know what's going on as a federal employee. And you can file this all with the post office under if you have a complaint, under a federal postal consumer complaint, because you can go online and get their complaint forms, syntax them, put $1 stamps on them, file them under towage to be on your post road, to jump in your ship's lane, so you can deal with the postal no-specters or the postal police adjective pronouns. For performance again, right? You're back into your performance, being a good little postal members that we all are. So I'm sure that there might be some questions just off of what I just said. I don't know if anybody has any questions. Go ahead.
So the claim of life, determining where you were born, does it matter if you were born on an army base or on...
None of that matters, because you're a foreign vessel docking on this foreign vessel.
Okay. It's a planet Earth. It's a vessel in a sea of space. Everything is maritime because you're in a sea of space. You're just another piece of cargo on planet Earth being moved around with bills of lading.
Correct.
And if the bill of lading is written in adverb verb, it says nothing. The name of a county, a city, a state, a road, all those things mean nothing. You can use a GPS if you want, because every single name in the United States is an adjective pronoun or a verb as a fiction. So therefore, you're filing quantum language, so you might as well just identify that you're in charge as a postmaster to move that private contract into a location to make private contract with somebody else, suing them to perform. If they can't perform, their argument is vacated.
Some of the words that you could study are custom house brokers, clearing houses, freight waybill, transit waybill, shipping waybill. These will give you a glimpse into the world of shipping, and you're all involved in it, whether you like it or not.
Could you slow down and repeat some of those again?
Yes, custom house clearing, custom house brokers, freight waybill, switching waybill, transit waybill, bills of
The
lading.
book of synonyms will give you all these names under in synonyms. Black's Law Dictionary would get into specifically identifying parts, those names inside something. United States codes, you type in that, you're going to use cross-referencing.
Yeah, Title 46, Title 49, 14706. I mean, they're just, Title 39 is a good one to go through as well. We've syntaxed all those, rewrote all those laws, filed with the postal systems worldwide, and we've done all the work on all those shipping.
And the world agrees with us. It's not just, this is not about the United States of America. This is about planet Earth. You know, it says no deposit, no return. We all breathe the same air, planet-wide. We all drink the same water, planet-wide. This is about unifying this planet under a directorship of correct mathematical procedures so wars can't be fought.
Right. So the purpose of this is to let the sheriff know and the authorities
Whoever.
that you have contracted to do these things in your domicile, and you form closure on it.
You're giving a 3-day notice on it, yes.
And that anybody that comes in under no contract.
Anybody that comes in to contract with you or tender contract with you, here's the guidelines for performance that they must comply with. Otherwise, here's your lawsuit.
Yeah, you're trespassing.
You're trespassing.
Okay.
Again, you've been given closure up front.
Because
so they know the deal up front. You're making the rules. You're making the decisions.
It's your world. It's your world,
Right.
dude. You tell me.
yeah, your world is your lawsuit that you're taking to court. You're the moving party with first-hand knowledge in your brain.
So when you go to a local county sheriff and make this statement, they know.
When
not
I
to come out and jack
go
with
there,
it.
it's a little different.
All right.
I walked into the Milwaukee County Police Department, and the sergeant sitting behind the desk says, "You're under arrest for impersonation of a judge." I said, "I don't think so, Bob." And the other guy says, "That's Dave Miller." He says, "Don't you know who you're talking to?" He's big 300-pound sergeant. He says, "No," he says, "I'm going to get that guy." And the other guy says, "No, you better not get that guy. You better call the captain." So they call the captain, and both the lieutenant and the captain comes out and says, "Oh, Judge Miller, what are you doing here?" He says, "Oh, I just came down to say hi, pay a visit. This guy over here wants to arrest me." He looks at the sergeant and says, "That's Judge Miller. He's been in the courthouse here for 29 years. He says, "You can't touch him." The guy goes storming out of there, you know, he turned around and walked away.
Yeah, it's a little different because we have judicial history with those guys.
Sure.
So our
Don't get scared when anybody's questions. Just pick up the phone and call us.
yeah,
And we'll talk to them and make it go away.
yeah, or they'll hang up the phone on us and tell you to get out. Either way, it's a good situation.
Those business cards of mine really cut a lot of, you know, if you're talking to somebody who doesn't know, well, he doesn't know. Talk to somebody who does know. Call the captain and say, "Anybody around here know Judge Miller or Judge Gould?" And somebody around there is probably one of our students, and say, run interference for him, going, "Yeah, he's okay. You guys leave those guys alone. He's part of their organization. We don't want that in here."
Yeah, I mean, I've been.
How many of the folks here in Asheville do you know? Any?
I've done 4 seminars now in Asheville in the last 15 years. In Charlotte, in Greensville, in Tennessee, in Memphis, and after 2,500 seminars in the United States, everybody knows me someplace.
Yeah, I could just walk in and give my name and tell them to punch me up on their Lexus. And by the time I get to security, like if it's federal,
Well, the feds know us.
Yeah, the feds.
I walk in a federal courthouse, and everybody, you can hear it echo through the courthouse. A federal judge just walked in the building, a real federal judge, not our actors here.
Yeah, and the FBI always stands around. They're like, "We're real," and I'm like, "Yeah, you're no contract."
Real means no contract.
No contract.
I'm
factual. They're yelling at everybody, "But we're real." I'm like, "No contract, no contract." No, you're right on point, man. Absolutely, you're no contract. You have no authority. So those guys know.
Remember Lexington, where the two gays want to get a marriage license here a couple months back? Well, that's the place I just filed my last federal lawsuit and federal oath. And when I walked in there day one, I told them I was a judge, and I want to file my oath with the clerk's office. Well, the one guy says, "Well, that's fine. I'll go upstairs, file it, no problem." Came back the second day, had 10 marshals and 5 of the 9 judges standing there at the metal detector at 9 o'clock when the court opened. So I walked in and said, "Well, as long as you're all here and I can introduce myself and why I'm here, here's my passport." You run my passport number, and you'll find out just how deep the rabbit hole runs. That's all I had to say. I want to see I'm here for the trial. And one guy goes like, well, that's up the steps there in room 202. I came back the next day, and it was only one marshal there going, morning, Judge. You're up in 202 today.
Yeah,
But
so-
you could hear on the walkie-talkie, the judge is in the room.
Yeah, those guys know, and, you know, I don't want to.
In Hawaii, when I leave, all the marshals.
Don't matter. I just kind of live peaceful, snappy myself. That's pretty good. Anyway, anybody have any questions on this before I?
So what's the purpose of keeping a timeline on these documents?
The value of it is like
45 days.
45-day
Trust
trust law, and so you can give testimonials, have witnesses concur under minutes, all autograph the stamp, you know, have 2 witnesses on there, one's an opinion, 2 certification, you're the authorization.
Okay, I got it.
Yeah, so you run your own set of minutes on it, and you have your own logs and journals, you date it, you stamp it, you autograph it, you thumbprint it for your notary, and flip it over, endorse it, autograph the back of that page, attach it to the contract as evidence, and if they jump in and say, oh, I'm maintaining my rules of continuance of the evidence, and who are you now, and why are you stepping into this world?
See, if you run your timelines and you pay attention, you can always tell when your next court hearing is going to be, if you need more time. You say, well, what you're saying here doesn't make any sense. I have to go back and study this. And the conversation that we've just had here today and syntax it. So you can ask for a 10-day timeline, a 20-day timeline, or a 45-day timeline. All continuances ordered by the judge will be based on 45-day timelines. And you can check it off for yourself, and you go home and start punching up when you got to do things. And even your own lawsuits that you're filing for mortgage contracts and that. The day you send those things out, you mark on your calendar what day you mailed it, and then it's going to hit Washington in 3 days under priority mail. The lousing thing usually takes 10 to 2 weeks before they send it up to the thing, but then within 3 days of that 10 days, you'll get a letter back saying this is your new case number, and we've accepted it. Now, once Washington, now that's the FBI, Department of Justice, the Treasury Department, Securities and Exchange, they all have, and the complete United States Supreme Court and writ of certiorari, all will advertise the fact that we are not bound by any timelines to answer you back, because there's only a couple of us and there's 400 million of you. So we've got all these millions of cases up here, and we have to investigate, pull the files from your court system. And everything is done electronically now, so everything was real fast. But you're still at mercy of their timeline and what your case number is. By looking at your case number, it'll be part of your case number is the date you filed. But then if you look at how many case numbers are in front of you, you can find out exactly where you stand in line. And there's, like, you've got the yellow pages, so you've got that many categories that the Department of Justice is policing. 103,000 employees. They divide that up. They just recently added or doubled the staff for the foreclosures. That's why they're putting out bigger payouts in a shorter amount of time, because it's a cash cow for the Treasury. So things aren't moving along.
Okay, so one of the questions was posed to me about knowing where to negotiate venues sometimes if you were to get drug into their foreign vessels in dry dock. And a lot of that gets done in their administration mechanics room, otherwise known as their booking locations. In their booking locations, we use that, you would identify that to them as their sally port. All right, this is an important term in nautical phraseology so that they comprehend that you know what's going on there. In their sally ports is where they're going to ask, back to the first question here, what is your name? Right, this is go right back into what Dave was talking about at the very beginning. Because if they don't get your name, they can't get your process through, which means they can't get you into the clearinghouse mechanics mode, so they can create their babysitter jobs and become your babysitter when you check in. So, in conditions as a state of sally port, another sally port location will be, remember when I articulated at the beginning of the day where you knock on the door to go into the foreign vessel in dry dock. That is a Sallyport location, as well as the locations where you show identification, take off your shoes, take off your belts, take out all your coins, and put it through their metal scanners. That is also a Sallyport location. Another Sallyport location is when you are, now I'll tell you the true story. I'm driving through, heading up to Boone, heading up to North Wilkesboro. This was in 2005. And I'm mailing myself to go to court to be a witness as a judge in Wilkesboro, a land property case. And of course, I'm traveling with my C.S.S.C.P.s.g.p. And I filed my C.S.S.C.P.s because I was doing things different. With the Secretary of the Navy's office for the martial law, through the Department of Defense, through the Postal Service, back through the International Trade Commission in Washington, D.C., over through the Secretary of State's office and through the Department of Military Affairs for the state of North Carolina to go up and be a witness at this trial. And so I'm driving down the road, it's probably 10, 11 at night, and cop, highway trooper pulls behind me, county sheriff pulled behind me, and lo and behold, they hit their lights. I'm like, well, this ought to be interesting. Of course, at the time, I was not traveling with their credentials. I only had my C.S.S.C.P.s. But the C.S.S.C.P.s was filed in North Wilkesboro, and I had autographed the stamp, which made me postmaster of that venue, because we were in the venue and I was within a 12-mile radius of the courthouse. So they pulled me out, and then they said, do you have a driver's license? I'm like, no, a driver's an adjective, license is a pronoun. I said, hey, why are you guys on my road? I says, it's martial law, I'm the commander-in-chief, and this is my post road on mile marker. This was before I was in nautical mile markers. This is when I was back in just post road mile markers. But I knew my positioning in time and space. I says, I've got my flag here, I've autographed the stamp, makes me postmaster, transporting myself under C.S.S.C.P.s to be a primary witness under prima facie evidence in a trial tomorrow at 10 o'clock, at 1000 hours. And they said, sir, would you like to step out of the car? Once again, Sallyport condition of state. They says, does the car have insurance? I says, does the car have insurance? And I start correcting the way he's speaking. I said, once again, I have a surety bond written for fee for freight for transportation of my vessel as the driver to navigate this vessel. This vessel is foreign to me and I'm foreign to it, but I'm a postmaster en route. Sir, are you crazy? No, I've had 38 mental doctors certify me to be the most dangerous man walking. Not because I'm lying to you, because I'm telling you the truth and some of that craziness way back when. Yeah. So these are true stories. And the sheriff and the highway trooper says, we have one more question. I says, what's that? I says, have you been drinking? Absolutely, I had a beer with dinner, and absolutely I've been drinking. Probably about 4 hours ago. They says, well, we got to do inspection on the vessels out here in the public. And I'll get all excited. By this time, there's a bunch of cop cars there, and I'm like, well, they're like, would you like to step into my vessel? He says, no, I certainly would not. I paid the fee for freight here. I'm on my post road, and you still haven't identified who you are. But I concur that you must do inspection on the vessel to make sure I'm cognizant of what I'm doing. At this time, I'd like to have my witnesses step out of the car. They all had claims of the life. They all jumped out of the car. They're all bug-eyed, whoa, we're getting to see you in action. I'm like, yeah, because Mark was in there and Don was in there. Yeah.
He was one of our tips.
Yeah, and Mark was so excited when I was getting pulled over. He's like, yes, finally, I get to see it. I'm like, yeah, you get to see it. You're just in there. So I'm like, okay. So we stepped out of the vessel. They came out. They pulled out their breathalyzer machines, and of course I blew into them because I was being honest with them. I was creating a performance to give them closure of correctness, because that was my task out there in the trial, as well as to be transporting them, and they were too tired to drive, and so I was traveling, navigating. And so I blew zeros, of course. I'm like, great, jumping up and down, I blew zeros. I said, guys, I gotta go. Gotta be in court tomorrow. Jump back in the vessel, says, witnesses, get in the car. And they're like, they all jumped in, they all sat there, and I just drove off. Next day I get to trial, we get there about 9:45, we walk in the door, and they're like, Judge Gould! Walking up to, because we're at the door, right? And that's my protocol. I'm pounding at the front door, and the sheriffs come out, they're looking at me, because I don't know if you've ever been in North Wilkesboro, but they have like big glass doors there, right, at that courthouse. And so they're looking at me, and I'm knocking away. And you know, my people are like, man, is this really going to work? I'm like, don't worry about it. These are custom house brokers. The fee's been paid for freight. We're good to go. So they come to the door and they're like, can we help you, sir? I'm like, yeah. It says, you know, I've paid the fee for freight to transport myself in here to be a witness on a same level playing field. Hopefully you guys got a foreign judge here that I can articulate communication with. And we can have foreign correspondence. And they're like, yeah, come on in. And they said, oh, Judge Gould, they have to go through security. You've autographed the stamp on that. You know what you're doing. Hey, how was it last night out on the road? Right? Oh, man, it was great, man. I was just complying with my performance out there. You know, you guys are doing a great job on your public safety. I'm just here to be a first-hand witness. And like, Judge Gould, please come around security. We've checked your portfolio. You're the guy. Yeah. And I'm talking to him. I said, hey, would you concur to be our tip staff here today? Absolutely, they said.
That's a big promotion
Yeah,
for a sheriff.
Yeah.
To get named a tip staff.
I said,
by a judge.
would you concur to be the tip staff here today? They said, absolutely. Don and Mark made it through security, and we walked up, and we go up to this. Says, well, what courtroom are you in? You know, and I was like, well, I don't know. I really can't tell because we've syntexed this. It doesn't say anything, and we're just trying to make sure that Donna doesn't get in trouble here. So they get up there, and of course, they take us into the courtroom, and there's nobody there. And tip staff gets a phone call. Hey, I got a better idea. Why don't you guys come with us? And so we're like, okay. So we go out. They walk us out, and they said, this is the judge's chambers. I says, well, I don't do tombs. I says, I have a claim of the life. Right? Because a chamber, it could be a tomb, it could be a chamber on a gun, it could be just about anything, right? So I'm not going to do a tomb. I says, but I got a claim of the life. I says, I'm good to go. Well, Judge Gould, and this lady comes over, shakes my hand, and we're like, and Donna's like, well, I'm Donna Ivan-Gail Colin Roebuck. And the judge is like, why are you here? And it's the judge, they're shaking hands, and the judge is like, boy, you have cold hands. Donna's like, but I've got a warm heart, right? So she's proving condition of mind, right? Because she's saying that she's not there in an antagonistic way. We're there just to negotiate contract. And lo and behold, we walked on out of there that day with Mark. Nothing happened to her. She managed to. We went from there because we were posting our judgments at the local post office there. So we had the postmaster in contract with us, and on the bulletin boards, we were posting our portings of our navigation routes. So we would file before at North Wilkesboro. We'd go put it up in the post. You all seen the bulletin boards at the post office, the public post offices? We'd ask the postmaster, and we paid the fee for freight, got them to cancel the stamp. We were posting them on the boards there for closure that were coming to the foreign port there in the territory of the North-Carolina. Point of the story is comprehending where I was in time and space, performing in a full closure manner, not being a public nuisance, being completely compliant, having a good attitude, and knowing where I was in time and space, gave me the capacity to navigate myself in and out of the location with no harm. So what I'm showing you is that the technology is being used, right? It's gone a little further with the nautical miles and some of the things that we've done under our shipping mechanics. But it's very sound, and once you learn the technology, you can set up a criteria that if you create the lifestyle performance for y'all have to create your own, because I'm not going to interfere. I'm only going to identify the syntax and look at the mechanics of what you're trying to do and make sure that I can't do a inspection on your volition, but if you write a fact to hurt somebody, then we have to look at the police to condition the mind at that point through the verb of thinking, asking putting the verb at the beginning of the sentence to articulate and find out what your volition is. So these are techniques that David and I are very good at. Yeah, yes.
Well, of course, if it were one of us, Joe Average or Larry Lunchbox, you're a postmaster and you have that.
So are you.
Well, yeah. Well, I mean, but
you know what you're doing.
Well, yeah. This takes some.
Take some study.
Take some study. It probably will take some role playing or action.
Absolutely.
Just to internalize it.
That's where you're having a group,
Yes.
like the group we had the other night. 15, 20 people together, and you keep studying together, you get good together, you support each other when you go to court together. The police know that you're a group, the judges know you're a group. They know that if they touch one, everybody's going to file lawsuits against them, and they don't need, if you got one quo ranto, you don't get promoted. You get two, you get a reprimand, you get three, you get fired. then he loses his job as a judge. And that comes down from the Supreme Court in Washington.
Yeah, so they're,
So they don't want 3 strikes and you're out.
yeah, they know, and the judicial system, you just have to give them closure, because let's face it, there's a lot of bad things going on in the world, and I'm hoping that nobody in this room is part of that, but there's a lot of bad things happening towards public safety, and those guys have a lot to worry about. They're doing a job, but it's outside their control too, because things are being compartmentalized in their world to make them be the fall guys. So it's a bad situation all the way around.
There's a lot of bad press out there right now, and
Yeah.
all the shootings with the police officers and that.
Yeah,
And one guy spoils spoils it for everybody.
yeah.
But, this may sound complicated and everything, but these judges actually go to school and study this stuff. They read our websites, they watch this. This is all taught at Scottsdale, Arizona, at the Judge Institute. And based on the thousands of pages of documentation that Russ and I have filed already with the government, they're even realizing that what they don't know, and when they run into us, how many levels above them we are, and the people that we work with that run the world. And they don't want to lose their job because somebody picks up the phone and says, you don't live here anymore. Because they got it pretty sweet.
Yeah, because they have a world of people that haven't learned how to correspond with each other, haven't learned the mechanics of shipping, and have just not been given full closure. And that's the sad part for all of us. I too am a victim of that, and that's why I've chosen to study so hard and become very fluent in what has been manufactured for the usage of all. So, any other questions on this, or can we? Yes.
Had you had your license, would that have changed the scenario any if you had given them your license?
Yeah, I would have. I've since then got a license,
Okay.
right? And they pulled me over. They pulled me over, and they're like, "Oh my God, you're him!" Like I'll be in Idaho or something, the state troopers will pull me over. They're like, "Man, we just wanted to see you. We heard the stories are all true." I'm like, "Yeah, the food." And like,
You don't think they don't talk to each other, they do. There's a Lexus and Nexus, which is an internet for judges, attorneys, lawyers, and sheriffs, all over the United States, marshals. And they communicate and tell our stories, because our stories are some of the best laughable stories in the United States.
I've seen some crazy stuff. I mean, I've handed out tickets when I've been in booking cells where I ticket the cop, I turn around and ticket them for the very same charges that they're trying to get me for. Autograph on the stamp, give it to them, order them into a closet, and they'll show, at 1300, they'll all show up, my cell will open, they'll push me right into the cell, the police officer, and we'll have a conversation about his volition. What was his volition towards me?
He deputized every sheriff in Madison, Wisconsin to be a postmaster, to mail his food into him.
Oh yeah, yeah.
And then I had to mail his food into him because he didn't like what they were feeding him. So I had to go out grocery shopping and mail him. One night as a postmaster. Mail his food. Then we got Gleason, who was an attorney to be appointed by the Supreme Court of Wisconsin to contract with us as our postmaster so he could talk to Russell, to talk to the judge, and be the go-between from fact to fiction. I mean, we've done things that have never been done in the history of courts in this country. And even the FBI to this day still brings up Gleason every time they talk to us. Who's this attorney that's a postmaster in your organization?
Yeah, they're very cognizant, and I could go. I don't really want to get into the stories because it's a humbling thing to be in there, and it's a hard thing. It's especially because of the physicality. It's very physical on you. Those people are really tough, and they really do hurt you. And they stomp on your fingers and try to break your fingers.
We don't go to jail anymore. We got smart enough to stay out of jail.
Yeah, we're smart enough now. But back then, the enemy was me, and so I was battling myself to figure all this out.
Did you not jeopardize your claim life contract when you went ahead and applied for driver's license?
No, I used my claim to the life contract there. I gave them a copy of that. I said I have to have a bridge between fact and fiction. I'm russel-jay Gould, but I'm using that as a pass-through to articulate so your public safety officers don't get foolish in the field. Because there's a lot of, I don't know if I want to say that. There's a lot of jerk-offs, and it doesn't matter what race you are. It doesn't matter what skin color you are. And so there's good and bad in every situation. So if you bring up, some guys that pull me over, they just don't like me because of what I've done. They want the status quo. They have the power urge. They want to hurt people, flat out.
But now that we're presidential candidates,
yeah,
we are under the jurisdiction of the Secret Service. just like the president is.
Yeah, and I'm working out.
And they don't come
guys.
anywhere near us.
Yeah, I'm
But
working
they know
out.
where we are from our cell phones, they got GPS on both of us.
Yeah,
What do you do when they won't accept the claim of life form?
they do for me.
Well, first off, the claim of the life is your personal property.
Yeah,
It's only
it's only who
the
you
world
are.
of
I'm
fiction
talking about
can't
like
see
I
it
wanted to go
anyways.
get a passport. Instead of bringing a birth certificate, I'm bringing my claim of life form.
Oh, they'll use it.
They'll use it.
They'll
They
use it.
will?
Yeah, it's all
Without-
legal now.
It's all good.
It
We
is-
filed a few other treaties on the side to legalize those. So anybody who wants to get a passport with a new passport with claim to life, so it's got all the new chips and stuff in. You can get that. You take your passport, your social security on, and you get the new driver's license too, which is a passport.
Yeah, so
So
we've filed, and that's why we're filing.
then when you go
with
through
port
ATF,
authorities.
you get the ATF pads. You don't have to stand in line and take everything off.
Yeah,
Go through the radar.
yeah. They know who's accountable and who's not. They're watching. Somebody's watching, otherwise I wouldn't be here. Straight up. Right?
You
I've
still
done some
take your
crazy things.
social in for the application?
You can, yeah, all the major airlines now have an ATF bypass application to
TSA.
fill out.
TSA.
TSA.
Yeah.
And then you've also got, when you put that into the, like Delta's got it, United, all the big airlines have got it, and you get your TSA pass. Pre-check. Pre-check, yeah. So it's really fast and easy. You don't have to stand in line with 100 people behind you. Just zip right around the whole thing here in the airport and relax. Because I'm flying 2-3 times a week. And it's,
They did that for me, I was wondering why, I don't have all this.
Yeah.
well, you've been already profiled based on your history. The computer's already looked at you, your MasterCard, your credit rating. People that have a 800, 850 credit rating automatically pull a PSA because they know you're a responsible, educated person that's good for your contracts. They're not, you have no history on your police reports. And all that's done by a supercomputer, and then you can say this person's safe to travel. So, but if you've got a whole string of criminal violations, you know, on your, you're gonna wind up getting strip shirts every time you walk through.
All right, well, any other questions on that before I take it down? Yes, sir.
Do you file the form for passport and the quantum at the same time?
Yes. Yeah, you put, when you go to get your passport, you fill out the form.
Post office.
You post office, you put a $1 when you go, wait, because you have to autograph it. When you go to autograph it, you gotta put your $1 stamp on there, and they'll only take dead people. You have to cursive, because only dead people can travel. So you put it in upper and lowercase punctuation, and then upper and lowercase cursive, and then they'll accept it.
All your passports are deal with dead people. So one country can't be sued for the death of another citizen in another country. When you die, you're just, they lost the soul. And you're just classified as a cardboard box that was shipped with a bill of lading, and that's all they look at.
And attachment to probate at that point.
Yeah, and then you're probate. PRO means no, abate means contract. So
Under
you're no
what they call it.
contract, piece of luggage that just got lost.
Yeah.
And that's the way the airlines look at it.
Under a body attachment, they call it kids.
Is that why Obama's pushing back against the 9/11 families suing the Saudis?
I don't know, I don't have any knowledge of any of
What's
that.
The Obama's pushing back against the 9/11 families that lost loved ones, so being able to sue the Saudis. Is that why?
No, that's never gonna happen. For one thing, who knows about, who's all seen my 9/11 program?
I haven't seen that, that's it, you can't really find it.
I've seen a part of it on videos.
Only a couple of you guys?
You can use it for a lot.
All right.
The whole thing's over.
On September 17, 2012, on the anniversary of 9/11, the morning that the towers came down, I was videotaping, and I videotaped the whole thing. And we're like, this don't seem right. One thing you've got to, FRCP 41A is anytime you make a mistake, this is how you cancel whatever you screwed up on. Redemption, strawman, UCC, or wrote a bad lawsuit, an adverb verb, use a FRCP 41A voluntary withdrawal, and then they can't touch it. You just put that in, they'll give your paperwork back, and always make sure you have a corrected document, because you're going to be talking to us anyways when you can do that, and then shove that in right away so nobody gets sued for handling bad papers. Okay. World Trade Center, 1,300 feet tall. If I dropped an anvil off the top of the building, it would take 12.8 seconds to fall. Speed is 33, 66, 99, 132, 132, and so on. So it took 12.8 seconds under acceleration to hit the concrete. World Trade Center fell down in 4.8 seconds. What's wrong with this? This thing's made out of concrete, steel, and glass. And they said, oh, they got a fire up on top here at 87th floor. But when the building moved, you had a center plume exactly 850 feet from center first, before the building moved, both of them. So what does that tell you? There's an explosion. Acceleration is a C4 explosion that accelerates hunks of concrete, steel, and glass in a vertical transmission that far away. And then the whole thing comes down. Now, concrete, steel, and glass, because I'm a metallurgist, heat treater, welding tech, and I deal with coefficients of expansion of gases and metals, so I can do heat treating on tool steels. 26 years experience. 6.3 equals hydrocarbon. So you got a hydrocarbon, and what's a hydrocarbon? Well, plastic is a hydrocarbon, like this pen is made out of. Concrete is a hydrocarbon, glass is a hydrocarbon, steel is a hydrocarbon, iron is a hydrocarbon. But they add, when you add carbon to steel, it makes, carbon to iron, it makes steel. Then you throw a little manganese in there, give it a little nickel, make it ductile, so it's got flexibility. But this factor of 6.3 is unique. What is C4 explosive, or thermite, made out of? 6.3 plastic. When a 6.3 molecule explodes, which is plastic explosive, it only affects a 6.3 molecule. And what it does is, by an electromagnetic pulse, which is 1,300 feet round like this, it takes every single molecule that's in that of concrete, steel, and glass and reduces it to a single atom called smoke. Now, asbestos, which is lined in both buildings, is not a 6.3 molecule. So the asbestos, because of the shock wave of a 6.3 explosion, this stabilizes the asbestos, and that's that big white cloud that took off to the northwest when the buildings came down. Now, the exact second this took place, all of a sudden you got this is all smoke here. You can't actually see the building. And five seconds later, it's still, the building's all down in the basement, nice and neat, packed down in the basement. Now, there were 13 buildings that were 30 to 50 stories tall around the 103-story building of the World Trade Center. They all fell down under their own gravity because they were caught in the gravity well, which took their concrete, steel, and glass and reduced it to smoke also. They weren't on fire. But you know, all these buildings around the World Trade Center were also empty when they went down. Everybody was told to stay home that day. And there's 50,000 people a day that work in the World Trade Center for 30 years exposed to asbestos in the walls. Jeez, how's that for an insurance lawsuit for asbestos? Now, how are you going to pay 50,000 people for 30 years? That's trillions of dollars of liability against the government. Because guess who owns the World Trade Center?
Port Authority.
Port Authorities in New York City, which is the post office, which controls the Treasury and owns the money. Ooh, that's the whole United States budget in two buildings. Two a real eyesore. If you take a look at the two planes that both flew in and you magnify them, there were no windows in any of the two planes. They didn't have windows, they were drones. Nobody died in that thing, except the people in the buildings. Okay, so at the same time, they've got to solve this asbestos problem, and they got to bring this building down, and they got to do it quick. But then they want to blame somebody else in a different country. They want to go into Iraq, secure the 1/3 of the world's richest light sweet crude oil. And of course, King Hussein's out there killing his own people and that, so this is a good, you know, let's be the good guy and stop genocide program. But at the same time, we need an excuse to drop these two buildings. If we took them apart little by little, it would take years. They'd have to put a big plastic bubble over this thing. It would cost hundreds of dollars an hour for thousands of people to clean this all up. So let's cook up an act of war, get an act of war. So the United States military, 186 soldiers, were involved with the cord placement in the elevator shafts of the C4. When the C4 is detonated, and you can watch the explosions go ping, 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 all the way down as this thing is coming down. Now, how do you take a 4-foot thick I-beam with a 2-inch web on it and turn it into smoke in 1 millisecond?
You cut it.
No, you don't cut it. You expose it to C4, gravitational wave. When the gravitational wave takes place, C4 has an 85,000 pound per square inch pressure wave. It takes all the concrete, steel, and glass molecules and reduces them to single atoms. So even though you're looking at a World Trade Center, it's actually a column of smoke. And every single computer that's in this computer in the building also is made out of plastic and silica, which is a 6.3 molecule. The only thing that's in there that really isn't is the Gould processor. But once everything is vaporized, the gold can turn into dust and disappear with the rest of it. Now, what happened at the exact point of detonation? $12 trillion was transferred out of the World Trade Center through Honolulu, Hawaii, where one of my bankers is sitting, one of my students who works for the Hawaiian government, and monitored a $12 trillion transfer out of the World Trade Center into the Singapore bank, world's largest bank. So we had $500 million a year for the next 22 years to supply the war machine to keep the oil flowing from Iraq. That's what happened there. That was a bank robbery. Then they blew out the basement floor, and 1 hour before the World Trade Center was hit, all the subways were shut down in New York City. The military came in, and what runs underneath the World Trade Center? Heavy rails for the subway. They blasted, at the same time this went off, they blasted the basement floor, which is concrete and steel, in the gold vaults. And they stole all the gold from the World Bank. This is the World Bank. Loaded them onto the subway system, and that disappeared into wherever. So now you've got a bank robbery taking place. Now we have to go ahead and declare and blame it on somebody. So we find somebody in a foreign country who's got a lot of oil, and blame it on him as a terrorist, and 3,800 people die in this accident where there should have been 50,000 people at the time of the blast. So it's just enough, just like Pearl Harbor, only 1,700 people died. Pearl Harbor was hit by the post office, which controls the military, but the military only bombed the postal ships, postal planes, and postal buildings. No civilian sites were hit during the bombing of Pearl Harbor. So it was a war between two postmasters who controlled their military. You see what's going on here? And here, the Universal Postal Union controls the post office. The post office controls the military, which owns the C4. And the only section of the Pentagon that blew up and killing 186 men was Black Ops, where all the guys work that handle the C4 division. I am a muster master for the Pentagon. So is Russell. We both got our treaties back in 1999 to protect all U.S. troops from any acts of genocide by any government in the world, and we would be called in to disqualify the contracts if they're written like this here to make them go away and protect all of our troops. So we're the heroes of the military. Even though we're nice, quiet little mice here, we do enjoy those privileges. So the World Trade Center, I'm watching this thing, and I'm sitting there with a stopwatch again and again and again. It's 4.8 seconds. This thing came down. Somebody changed gravity. And being a person with chemistry background and coefficient of expansions, because I got a heat treat tool steel, I know that 6.3 is the key. That was a smoking gun. And some guy driving a van into the basement or flying a plane up here, which heat goes up, so the fire was raging so hot it melted the I-beams, which created a collapse. Well, how is fuel oil at 1,800 degrees going to melt steel I-beams that are encased in concrete and insulated with asbestos in 4.8 seconds when they're 4 feet thick and a half-inch web, and then do that to 1,300 feet of it all at once in 4.8 seconds. Even in free fall, it's against the law. It would take months for that building to melt itself down. So this here was a telltale to bringing both of them down, and allowed me to put on a 1-hour program about how C4 was used to demolition both buildings. And everyone on this planet who's ever touched explosives to drop buildings said this was the cleanest demolition ever exercised in the history of demolition. To put it into the basement and not even make it fall over anywhere. Because when the wave collapsed, it took smoke and brought smoke into the basement. Now, when they went to clean up this big mess, while all that smoke came down, it didn't grab on to the asbestos. That got blown away in the wind and killed and contaminated 10 million New Yorkers. That's why I have all these lawsuits out there for asbestos with the lungs. So then, you know, an hour later or so, then the Pentagon got hit. Then Flight 93, they made a movie, they played you the videos. The 737 weighs 238 tons. Titanium blades on the engines are ceramically coated. It takes 4,800 degrees to melt one of those puppies. And they're 180,000 tensile steel, titanium. And there was only one piece of aluminum found in a crater 100 feet wide and 50 feet deep. Where's the 200 plus tons of airplane? The only airplane crash in the history of airplane crashes didn't have an airplane. I mean, come on. You know, it's like the guy that lands on the moon. He's got a retro rocket to drop this 30-ton spacecraft, but he gets off the ladder and he's stepping in dust. I bet you there wasn't if they did land on the moon, any dust within 200 feet of that blast zone, because it would have been blown away by the rocket. But don't worry about the 38 different shadows of the microphone that came down in the picture. Yeah.
All right, Judge, I got a question for you. Okay, all right, based off what you said, how does that explain the cars, the toasted cars, a mile away, the cars completely on fire with all the paper around it not burning, or spontaneous fires popping? What the gravity waves explain is how does explain the beams and all being wrapped and turned to jellification.
Real easy. Real easy.
Okay.
Okay, have you all seen the Bikini atomic bomb that's been on the Discovery Channel for 40 years? Whenever a hydrogen explosion or atomic bomb is detonated, there are what's called plasma balls within the detonation. So when a C4 detonation takes place, there's plasma balls that are created where the gravitational well is so strong that gravity can't touch the steel. And so when they go to test it, it tests to be 100% perfect. All the rest of the steel that was not inside the gravity well has been turned into smoke. And they just shoveled it up and they took it away as dirt or dust. So that's the only thing they tested was what was caught inside the gravity walls of plasma. And plasma is always created when a detonation takes place.
So that field, the plasma fields affected the cars that far away.
Everything, right. Everything that wasn't disintegrated was in plasma. This here, the 6.3 though, is a telltale to bring this tonnage into the basement in 4.3 seconds.
With the 6.3, that makes sense because they had steel that was jellified. It looked like it had been pulled apart. Steel doesn't just do these things when, like you said, a free fall collapse happens.
Those things that were melted or heated or right on the edge of the plasma wells may have had some kind of a partial magnetic disruption within the molecules of the concrete and the steel and the glass and made them spongy.
Okay, so if this wave was bigger, it could have disintegrated all the buildings in that particular area, not just the World Trade Center.
No, it would have all, that was a controlled detonation.
Gotcha.
So, but when if something is burning up, how does it get 850 feet from center?
Exactly. And
it's got to be blasted.
Exactly.
So both of them, this is all telltale stuff.
Right, and it also has energy once it fell down. The first time, where the energy come from to bring the rest.
So when I did this and I exposed the 6.3 coefficient of 4.6 coefficient of expansion of concrete, steel, glass, and plastic And in 1988, I wrote the mathematical interface that all steel is plastic, all concrete is plastic, and all glass is plastic, because at 2200 is plastic. You can tie knots to anything. Steel at 1850 is plastic, because of this one little thing. It's called the face center cube molecule. And all of these things have the same thing. Now you have a single nuclei below 1650 degrees. But above 1650, the nuclei splits and goes to the centers, called center face cube molecules, which is plastic. Using all the chemistry in plastic, since plastic was invented back in the 50s, we then did the overlay of the molecule to concrete, steel, and glass, and I proved that all steel is plastic, changing the way all steel is manufactured in the world. And that was done in 1988. In my books, a study came from Johnson, metallurgy books, from the 1920s, 1930s. He was a genius. And then the Encyclopedia of Welding, which dealt with all the coefficients and all the different elements on the periodic table and how atomic densities come together. So putting that all together, I put on a 1-hour comprehensive program on this, and I proved it to the world. And that video was used by the firemen, the policemen, and the rescue workers to get a $385,000 paycheck for a wrongful death. Or those that did survive still got the check because they were exposed to the asbestos as a settlement. Now, 3,800 people filed wrongful deaths, and they nom de guerre their names of the survivors. Nom de guerre the names of the dead people. And Mrs. Mariano got one lawsuit filed in quantum, the same as your foreclosures, about fictitious conveyance of language by the government. And she sued for the wrongful death of her husband, and she got $385,000. And all 3,800 cases were dismissed because dead people can't sue or make contract under Title 46, Chapter 1, Section 1. And that saved the government $1 trillion right there. So this technology, the government loves what we do because it makes so many trillions of dollars off of us every year. And we're able to solve things that can't be solved. Cases that run for 12, 14, 15 years. And the Solomon Island case went from 1929 to 2012. They couldn't solve it. And I won $880 million for the Solomon Island genocide at the Hague. Because of syntax. My technology is solid, and it's a smoking gun signed confession of anything I go after. And this is what happened to the World Trade Centers. So we got paid. The New York judge took one look at my lawsuit and he disqualified everybody and sent them home. I never had to pay anybody a penny.
Is that 28-page document they keep talking about straighten this out?
No, it's not. They would have to confess the 6.3. But the smoking gun is the 4.2 drop. They can't, they don't want to talk about the 4.2 drop, 4.8 seconds.
2,000.
Because that's a smoking gun, and they can't make that go away. And everybody in the world videotaped that. There's millions of videotapes on it. So, when you guys got technical questions on metallurgy, welding, structural design, you can call me. I got degrees in these fields. I'm really good at it. So, worked at it for 26 years at Radio Smith. Any questions on the World Trade Center? Okay.
Oh, I got one more question.
Yeah.
Now, since then they have not built in that same area. I've noticed that they built a continuous running water system there, and that they're building new towers. So, is because of this technology that they use there, is it impossible for them now to build a building in that area because of the problems with the steel?
No, they went in and they sprayed the bathtub, and that's concrete reinforced. It's a plastic. Built that new bathtub, and they put the World Trade Center down, the new one that they got up there now.
Okay, so that field is not still lingering.
No, they dug all that dirt out that was exposed to the pulse.
Yeah.
That had to all be dug out and dumped 300 miles offshore in 18,000 feet of water, so it would never be discovered or chemically analyzed.
That's what we were seeing when we saw that would look like molten.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was. Yeah.
They took all that stuff and they dumped it.
So that site pretty much now is still that whatever's going on in the torsion field or vortex?
No, they got it all dug out and checked.
Okay. That's right.
So and then when they said a 737 flew into the Pentagon, where's the 167-foot wingspan go when you got 188-foot hole?
Exactly.
And it was. Then all the telephone poles are still standing, all the construction. I was at the Pentagon the day after it blew up and killed all those guys. I personally was on my, I got out of bed and I got in my car, and 14 hours later I was at the Pentagon.
So did people die in the Trade Center? I mean, did people actually get killed?
3,800 people died at the World Trade Center. There was thousands of people in on the detonation to not be at work that day. The governor knew about it, the city mayor knew about it, the military knew about it, subways were closed, everything was prepared to create an act to put us into war, to get rid of the asbestos, and then go after the oil. And then old man Bush went out and bought 69 super tankers at $11 a barrel with gas, for oil. And Junior, after this happened, 6 weeks later, pushed the price up to $140 a barrel. And he made $500 million a boatload every day for his entire presidency until he brought the oil back down to where it is today, 42 bucks a barrel. Stole $1 trillion from us. What a nice guy.
The bubble also took in Building 7?
Say again?
The bubble also took in Building 7?
Yeah, that took out all the buildings that surrounded there. They all fell down. They were inside the bubble in both World Trade Centers because it was duplicated both times. And it was the same detonation, same everything, and they repeated it. And it took a couple more hours because it wasn't in the center for all the buildings to fall down around it. They were caught in the pulse wave. And what didn't take it out the first time, the second one destroyed the molecular structure of the weight of the building, just crushed it. But nobody died in those buildings. They were all vacated already. The next thing I want to talk to you guys about is a Daikon. This machine, after I had my heart attack on September 3rd, 2013. I took it upon myself September 1st to go on a 30-mile bike ride at the age of 63. Next, I felt pretty good about that. So the next day I made it a 40-mile bike ride. And on the third day I did a 47-mile bike ride. But at the end of the 47-mile bike ride, my arm was twice as big as normal. I'm going like, had a hot dog underneath here, and my blood vessel blew up like a hot dog in a blood clot. So I went to the hospital with 200 over 150 blood pressure. They wouldn't let me go home. And in 10 days I lost 32 pounds. Talk about a weight loss program. So they cracked me open 10 days later, and my thymus gland, because I was choking, was as big as my fist. Your thymus is the size of your thumb. They took x-rays of me, they took ultrasound, they took regular x-rays, CAT scans, and when everything was said and done, there's nothing wrong with you, sir. We can't find anything. I says, did you use 3D Doppler ultrasound? And it was like only twice in probably 15 years. It says, put on 3D ultrasound in color. It says, measure my tissue density and you'll see what I'm talking about. You turn that thing on, and it's big, yellow, and a tumor the size of my baseball in my heart. They thought it was a muscle. It was a tumor on their tissue density. So they cut a 4x4-inch plate in my chest. Went in there and they cleaned everything out. 3 days later, I had pneumonia. My lungs were about 90% full of fluid. They should have died right then and there. But I dropped $12,000 and bought a Daikon machine. Plugged it in and reprogrammed the DNA crystalline of my heart tissue, my liver, my pancreas, and I reprogrammed the chromosomes to get rid of the fluids and rebuild my body at the age of 25, not 63. And I kept using this machine over and over and over again. 3 days later, my lungs were clear. I could breathe normal. My I rebuilt my kidney, my liver, my one kidney, my liver, my pancreas, my stomach lining, all my intestines, my muscles, my bone marrow, my bones, my teeth, my cartilage. 750 different body parts. I used that thing for a year and a half to reprogram me at the age of 25. Now, 50% of all DNA and all human beings on planet Earth are identical. Doesn't matter who you are or what age you are. The machine, if it reads, so we test the machine on many different ages, and if you were less than the age of 25, it gave you negative readings, because it meant you haven't stopped growing yet. If you were over 25, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, we tested on everybody, and everybody came up with different numbers related to their age. And then this machine, as we used it, every time we did a 10% correction, reprogramming the DNA to talk to the chromosome to take the nutrients out of your system to rebuild the cell, we went from 60 years old to 50 years old to 40 years old to 30 years old to 25 years old. And that's why at 67 I look like I do now. Because I reprogrammed all the cells in my body through your brain. Because your brain is connected through radio frequencies and your lymph node system, your nervous system, to talk to all the cells in your body through your nervous system. So it's a really cool machine.
How do you spell that?
DIACOM, DIACOM. Then when you're doing repairs with the DIACOM if you use 30 kilohertz frequency, that talks to every cell that you're targeting to rebuild 4 times faster than normal. So now you have the ability to regenerate not only with the machine, but 4 times faster, because all the new Diacoms are built with a zapper, a Holder-Clark zapper built into them. So it's a compact unit now, so you get the repairs besides doing diagnostics to tell you what's wrong. And when you see what's wrong, and you're looking at your whole body in full color, every single body part, this thing goes in and shows you what your parts of your body and your organs look like, all in color, and then they show you hundreds of different cells within each organ and how it's repairing and what the repair codes are. As you use some machine over months and you see yourself getting stronger and more improvement, you're going to like, wow, this thing really works. And you take pictures of yourself, you start comparing your pictures, and all of a sudden at the end of that, you're going like, damn, this thing's working. I'm getting healthier, I'm getting stronger, I'm getting younger. I've stopped the aging process. You can see better, you don't ache and pain, you don't get aches and pains, your cartilage is repaired, your bones are repaired. Now if you take 30 kilohertz and you run it from cheek to cheek, it sterilizes your root canals, all of the tubes in your teeth, all the spaces underneath your crowns, your fillings, it sterilizes everything. Because you can take a spoon and do this. Just lightly tap your teeth. And if you feel a sensation, it means there might be some bacteria in the root canal area, not enough to ever cause you any problem because your body's going to repair it as fast as it happens. But 24 hours after you run 30 kilohertz for 6 minutes through your cheeks, it sterilizes everything. And the next day when you do that, you can't even feel the fork or let the spoon do that because your teeth are 100% now. You can have an abscessed tooth with an infection the size of a golf ball in your jaw. And in 24 hours, you can heal that tooth and remove 100% of the infection so dentists can go in and do a root canal or fix the tooth rather than go on 2 weeks of antibiotics and have the pain and suffering. I was at the doctor's office showing him this frequency zapper at 30 kilohertz, and the guy comes in with an abscess, his face is all swelled up. And I grabbed that and I stuck it in the roof of his mouth and I put it on stuck it in his ear. He's sitting there 1 minute, he said, oh, the pain all stopped, which means I anesthetized the infection from being able to reproduce itself. And so we left him with that on. I gave the dentist one of them so this guy could continue using it. But it took a couple of days with the frequency zapper, but he was able to come in and have a root canal done without using any secondary medication. I cracked the tooth that had an abscess with 105.5 fever, which I should have died with that fever. It went through my bone marrow, through the bone in my jaw into my bone marrow. So I had a 3/8 inch abscess in bone marrow next to the brain. I should have died from that. But the guy wanted $35,000 to cut my jaw out and take half of my face off to get at the infection. I says, no, I got this little, no bigger than a book of matches, frequency zapper. I stuck it in my ear, stuck it in the roof of my mouth, and I left it on there for 24 hours. I went back the next day, he did a root canal, had no infection, normal 96.5, and he repaired the tooth completely, put a cap on it, all for free, because he lost the bet. But I could heal the tooth in 24 hours. He said that's impossible. My son had one too. He had a root canal, abscess in his lower jaw, the size of a golf ball. And he wanted to pull the tooth out, but he couldn't because of the poison getting in the bloodstream. So I made him a bet. They wanted $5,000 for the tooth and the medicine, put a crown on there, do root canal. I says, if I can come back in 24 hours, 4 o'clock tomorrow afternoon, with a 100% healthy tooth, pink gum, no infection, that you guys will do a root canal and repair that tooth and put a new crown on top of it. And 7 doctors and 4 anesthesiologists took that bet. The next day at 4 o'clock, I came back and I got a new tooth for my son. To this day, he's 26 now. He still has that tooth. It's still a good tooth. Don't have to lose it.
Can his frequency grow teeth as well? I heard about ultrasounds that can actually do that. They actually stimulate the.
Well, that's the Holden Clark frequency zapper. 30 kilohertz is the one that fixes your teeth, gets rid of all your abscess, accelerates your healing process 400%, and so that's good to know. Now, because we're all getting into our senior citizens years, cancer is becoming a problem because of the thousands of chemicals within our air environment, our food diets. You know, you're constantly wondering when you're going to have a pesticide alter your chemistry, or air pollution from a car, or a new gasoline additive, or some material in your clothes, or fabric softener, cosmetics. Doesn't matter what it is. You're going to mix up the wrong combination and you're going to get cancer. The cure for cancer is just like the cure for the flu, measles, mumps, chickenpox. It's called fever. Now, the human body can sustain 105-degree fever, sometimes 105.5. But the secret to this is that you make a graft. And on this graft, you divide this thing up like this. This is 101, 102, 103, 104, and 105. This is 10 hours, 20 hours, 30 hours, 40 hours, 125 hours, and so on. If you do it in 5 by 10, you got 50. You can take an abscess of something, put them in petri dishes, and now graft it like this. At some point, you're going to get a number here. It's going to say, after 60 hours at 103 degrees, that cannot reproduce itself. It will die of old age. And your body is 100% purged. Use an artificial IV drip, integrate artificial fever, and you can get rid of it. Cancer, ovarian cancer, prostate cancer, breast cancer, colon cancer, brain cancer, all are 105 degrees Fahrenheit for 125 hours. So what we do in a case like this is, we take the individual at the Mayo Clinic, we heat you up with an IV drip and an artificial fever, and put you in the incubator chamber at 2 atmospheres. We increase oxygen from 14.7 to 16.8. The pressure prevents fever blistering on your lips, your rectal, your sinuses, your eyes, all of your external, like inside your ear. So the pressure prevents the fever. Now, in the meantime, the longest known harmful cancer cell that kills people is 125 hours, but the human cells can live up to 90 days that are in competition with this cancer cell. When the cancer cell population gets too high, it'll either suffocate the existing cells in its area, killing them and then absorbing them as a protein. And that's how the cancer spreads. When you get into like your lymph system, there's about 80 lymph nodes in your body. That's your immune system, and that shuts down. That's where the chemo destroys that. You die from chemo, not the cancer. Your odds of surviving that are really little, and the cost is in the hundreds of thousands of dollars. This costs $2,500 to use the incubator system. So if you're ever sick, you can subject yourself. Now, I went out to the Solomon Islands in 2002, and while I was in Solomon Islands, Dickie was my guide and translator, and his son was 9 years old and had malaria. So every 72 hours he had 103 fever, was shaking, and he was really sick. So 2 German doctors came out from Germany on a 2-year grant. And day number 1, that we're all sitting around having dinner together, the doctor said we were there on a grant to study the diseases of malaria. And I said, well, don't you guys know what the cure is? I said, the cure is 140 degrees for 9 hours. And I said, the only thing you got to do is give a kid put them in a barometric chamber, if it's necessary, but you really don't have to, because 104 really isn't that bad, but you can give an artificial drip to create an artificial fever. Usually the fever only lasts 5 hours and reduces the population by 92%. Malaria is the number 3 killer of all people in third world countries worldwide. So if the doctor can initiate an artificial fever for 9 hours at 104 degrees, it'll kill 100% of all the malaria cells in the body. And you're cured for life, because there's no cells left to go after you. If you only take it up to 103 for 5 hours, you're going to get 92%, but every 3 hours they will double until it suffocates the human body and you die of malaria. It comes from suffocation is what you die from, because the disease absorbs your oxygen. So here's how you beat it. You increase the fever to stop the spread artificially, and you can do it whether you're sick or not. You can, like you just got done, you survived, your temperature's 98.6, and you only got a factor of 6% in your body. You can artificially heat your body up to 104 degrees for 9 hours, and you can kill the other 6%, and you're cured permanently. Good thing to know.
So that's a clinical scenario, or can you do something like that at the house? Like sauna or something?
All right, if you're at home, you don't have either artificial drip, and you've got, you're going to have a common cold, a sinus infection that just won't go away for months or whatever, you take an electric heat blanket and you wrap yourself in it. Put a thermometer in your mouth, crank up the heat until the temperature reads 104, and you'll kill the common cold, and do it as long as you can. In the summertime, you go out and sit in your car. Now your car is going to go up to 200 degrees as a sauna. So by rolling down your windows, you can manipulate what your normal draft is going to be, like infrared radiation keeps your body temperature at 104. If you get out there at 9 in the morning until 5 in the afternoon, you're going to get your 9 hours in, and you're going to virtually cook yourself and get rid of all that.
Sweat.
Yeah. Well, you got to hydrate yourself, drink hot water.
Well, my uncle used to give me onion tea. He used to make me, he told me to wrap up and sweat, and the next day I was much better.
Right.
Yeah.
When you get just a head cold, and you can't figure it out, you always see people with the towel over the head and the steam.
Yeah.
Your nose is air conditioned at 72 degrees, and the cold bacteria lives at 72 degrees. The minute it enters your lungs, it's 98 degrees, and they can't live at 98. They're dead at 88. So as long as you heat yourself up or put yourself in a sauna, you can build a sauna in your basement with a couple of 4x4 sheets of plywood, and you build yourself a box that's insulated, take a hot air blow dryer or a lamp and put it in there, and you can build a sauna for $20, and heat yourself up. And as long as you maintain your temperature with a thermometer in your mouth, and you know what the disease is, and you check it with the charts, you can cure yourself about 90% of all the things that are bothering you. ordinary household. You know, the American Indians did that in sweat tents.
That's
Remember,
what-
you had the Indian had to go in a sweat tent, and he had to see the great right spirit for 72 hours. Well, what happens when you get 105 degrees Fahrenheit? You hallucinate. Right, so you're hallucinating for 3 days, and that's the way they knew, and they did that for 400 years before medicine was invented. And they did that all over the world. So you had to hallucinate for 3 days, and you were cured of cancer. These guys lived to be 130 years old. So the technology is there. It's so simple, it's so easy. So don't ever let yourself die of cancer. That's the biggest joke in the world. Between the Hola Clark frequency zappers, and I've got all 3,700 frequencies in my computer. You get sick, you call me, you tell me what's wrong, I'll give you the frequency. You can call any number of 100 zapper builders, and they will build you an exact frequency for your cold for less than 65 bucks. It'll be there in 24 hours, and you can plug yourself in and kill whatever is wrong with you. You don't have to die. There's no reason for it. You don't have to get sick or be uncomfortable.
I heard the guy say that already.
That versus getting it so hot, you can use that.
You can use the zapper. You can do cold because it's only going to break the DNA crystalline of only that virus, mold, or contaminant. Then the chromosome doesn't know how to eat, reproduce itself. It dies of old age, and your body is purged. That's real simple. So I know this stuff works, and it's really legitimate technology. And I've been using it since 1995. Because when I went out on my seminar trail, I met a lot of really interesting people. And through discussing cures and technologies, I expanded my education. Now, you've all heard the story of my losing my kidney and dying, and that my endorphin level was 60 times higher than normal. And that endorphin level caused my brain to create more neurons. And that's what I was tripping on. Important. The endorphin is the secret. Now, my cousin Jason was 21 years old, 40 pounds overweight, couldn't stay awake, going to college, electronic college for computers. He comes and says, Uncle David, how do you stay awake for weeks at a time and not sleep? And then process all this information with the lawsuits and this technology. He says, well, I have an endorphin level that's 60 times higher than a normal person. He says, well, how do I do that? I says, well, you go to a GNC store. You have 100 blood types with humans. You find what your amino acid, there's 8 amino acids in every human being. You find out your amino acid, which is your endorphin for your blood type, for your brain. It's sold in a pill form. You take 400% dosage every day, and it'll increase your IQ 1% a day. 1% a day. Everybody that follows this and actually finds out how to get smart like this, they go from, like this kid was riding a bike, he got hit by a car, and he's mentally retarded. His father was a neurosurgeon. Came to my seminar in Denver. So he comes to me privately, and he said, my son's retarded, and I met the boy and interviewed him. He was 32 years old. And he had an IQ of maybe 60, 70, that's just barely able to use a toilet, like a 2-year-old. And so he went ahead and tested the boy with his blood, got him the endorphins, and gave him endorphin injections at 400 times the dose that would normally be produced for the brain. He increased the boy's IQ 1% a day, just like I said. 14 weeks later, the same boy came back to my seminar, got up in front of my audience of the same people. There were 45 of them in the audience that day. And he had 165 IQ. He was blowing through college like it was a candy store. Was self-employed, got himself a job, apartment, and he got his whole life back. And he got in front of the audience, and he told everybody what happened and how he went from a nothing, not even knowing how to dress himself or use the toilet, to be what he was. And he continued to increase his IQ. And other people that have come to my seminars also have discovered this. And when he went to the doctor said, I won't do that. We're not allowed to allow you to know what your blood type. You can know your blood type, but not know what your endorphin is for that blood type to get smart. Because they don't want too many smart people, because you get too smart, and you're going to be in competition with the guy that's doing whatever he's doing. What's the first rule of business? Never hire your replacement. So.
Okay, so you go to GNC and you get a test for your blood type?
No, GNC is just a vitamin store.
Oh, okay, so.
You're going to have to, everyone in this room should know what your blood type is already.
I'm O negative.
So am I. I'm a O negative RNase factor, and my blood type is found only in 1 in 40,000 people, so I'm an alien.
Aliens.
My blood doesn't have adrenaline. I don't have adrenal glands.
Right.
And I'm an anomaly in myself, because my December 15th, I was at the VA hospital for 22 minutes with no heartbeat. Hooked up on EKG, seeing the 2 heart doctors, and they're going like, "You're dead, sir. There's no heartbeat. Put a fluoroscope up. There's no movement. There's no heartbeat. Why are you alive with blood pressure of 150 over 110? But the frequency of your blood was 161 pulses per minute with no heartbeat." I says, "My brain has evolved with the endorphins in my blood, all the balance of my blood, pump my blood and keep moving like caterpillar. I have a caterpillar circulatory system, so technically I have 2 hearts. And my heart only beats 24 beats per minute because my veins are taking over 90% of the load. That's probably why I'm the way I am. But it gives me all kinds of privileges over a normal person for endurance. And
Wait a minute, David, back up just a second. You don't have adrenal glands.
Right.
But adrenal glands create endorphins, right?
But that's another thing. Both of my adrenal glands were surgically removed by a doctor when he took my right kidney and half my left kidney out. They cut the tops off, which are where your adrenaline are.
Right.
So when they put me back together without adrenal glands, and my endorphins were 60 times higher than normal, my body's production of endorphins was a complete puzzle. They couldn't justify. They've seen no one in the history of medical. I'm a medical phenomenon.
So there's lots of endorphins, but nothing created.
No, they don't know where they're being created in my system. My system does create them just the same.
But everybody else's adrenal glands create the endorphins, right?
But not like mine do. Mine are 60 times higher than normal.
You're right, you're an anomaly.
So the neurons are not 6 or 8 neurons or 20 neurons to the cell. So I'm like in John Travolta Phenomena, where he's got a brain tumor that's connecting all the cells together and allowing him to see and think about things faster than normal. The way I look at grammar, any grammar in the world, and do what I do, nobody does that anywhere in the world. There's only a few people that have learned how to do it, and after a long time. So that's why they asked me to do translations for the Bibles and the Quran and for international treaties and constitutions, and say, what's wrong with this picture here? And I can just dive right in and read out loud all the mistakes and then reconfigure it into a quantum sentence as fast as I can read out loud. So that's where you guys get this, protection. And as far as reading goes, when I went to college 17 years, I had 2 330 cubic foot oxygen bottles sitting next to me, and I jacked my oxygen levels to my brain to 25%. It took me a while to adapt my brain to 25% oxygen, but I lit up all the cells in my brain for memorizing for 17 years. And so I was really, really pumped. I could go through 900-page books every 8 hours, just reading and flipping to pages with that level of oxygen, besides all these endorphins. So it became quite a phenomenon. And that's why we built this program. It's the only program on the planet. We have no competition on our website anywhere in the world, in any language, which is cool. And the government has allowed us to continue building this thing because the world needs this kind of information. What do you guys do? Oh, do you want to talk about flags?
No, these are the guys in Europe that have created new postmaster badges and
oh, okay.
paper in Europe.
We've got support groups all around the world doing this. Our biggest hits are in all the Arab countries, the Muslim countries. taking the Arabic language and syntax into quantum to go into BRIC corporations, do treaties with China, Russia, and India. And then South America. I got 200,000 Zulus screaming at their land back in 1800 right now. So I'm working with them. So we're doing some really big stuff worldwide to level the playing fields.
How much is the Diacon med type of thing?
That's $12,000.
12,000?
Well, if I guess if you had a few people together and you made a deal, or went in, you could probably, get a deal on that.
Can we try it before we buy it?
Huh?
Can we try it before we buy it?
You know what? When I did that, I went in. We had a lady in Hawaii that had owned one, and I spent 3 hours on the machine the first time, and I wrote down everything that was wrong, and that machine came back in 3 hours, word for word, verified everything I wrote down, and I knew it was a factual machine that did exactly what I knew was wrong from my whole life of study and everything I felt and everything I knew about myself.
Who manufactures it?
What's that?
Who puts it together and sells it?
Dr. Ulysses, he's a German Russian scientist. He moved to Los Angeles, California.
I think David-Wynn talks about this a little bit. You ever heard David?
Yeah.
He talks about this a little bit.
There's other answers. There's YouTubes where you can get all these frequencies. I use it. I have that machine
You do?
that he's talking about, and I don't use it. I haven't used it ever since I got an iPhone, and I play the frequencies for whatever it is I need free from YouTube.
Free from YouTube. Frequencies. So you can
Yeah.
get the frequencies.
RIFE.
Oh, I got the frequencies. You want frequencies? I can give you all 3,700 frequencies. I'll give that to you in the email. It's really
Yeah.
easy. His phone number in California. You can tell them that I sent you.
Oh, you want me to send you a link?
Okay. We got 10 minutes and the hotel needs this room for some other group that's coming in here. So. But this here, you guys do your research on this. You might not be able to afford or anything like that.
No.
I bought this thing on my MasterCard to save my life. They said, what are you going to do, put your money in your coffin with you? So I bought it. I paid it off in 6 months after on MasterCard. And I'll tell you what, when you exhale all the air out of your lungs and you hold your breath out to the brain where your brain is screaming for oxygen to inhale, that's what it felt like before I got this machine. With every breath I took that I couldn't get oxygen into my system, that my red cells weren't carrying oxygen. And 3 days on this machine and I could breathe normal. And there's nothing to take away that feeling.
Right.
That was the best money I ever spent in my life. When you amortize it over your whole life, or you buy this
Never go to the doctor.
the frequency zapper, and all the things you can do with that to repair your body for the little bit of money they cost, so like $85 to $115, $120, and you amortize that and what it can do for you in repairing your system. You go like, wow, it's a penny every time you use it. An abscess tooth costs you 10 cents, not $1,000 plus repairs. Or if you got to have a tooth replaced, that's $5,000 to have an implant put in. So it's a tool you can't afford not to have, because as you get older, you're going to have teeth problems, and this thing will keep all the teeth in your mouth. And I'm 67. I got all my teeth, and I like having all my teeth, and they're all healthy teeth.
How about your gums?
What's that?
Is it on your gums?
My gums are 100% pristine, like a 25-year-old kid.
Will it regrow?
And I had them all, yeah.
Regrow gum tissue?
Yeah, this the DICOM machine will reprogram and grow your gum tissue. It'll clean up everything inside your mouth. It'll fix broken bones. Yeah, you just run in you run in the frequency for that, and it'll go in there and tell the chromosome how to repair the. You talk to the DNA, which tells the chromosome how to rebuild it.
What is it using? Electromagnetic waves?
No, it's using radio frequencies and talking to your nervous system.
Radio frequencies.
Yeah, it's a radio frequency generator. So.
One more question.
What?
Who was responsible for JFK's assassination?
That was a question you were asked last night, but.
Well,
I was at the other two.
It was shot from the front because the brain blew out from the back. Who was standing in front of him? We had the man with the umbrella. We had the guy in the grassy knoll. There's nobody sitting up on top of the angle that was killed.
I want to know who was responsible for it. What's the backstory?
Who ordered it?
Yeah.
He touched the money.
So it was the Seven Sisters?
It was the money.
Seven Sisters? The banks?
I don't know about any of that. It was the money. You touched the money. He was going to tell the secret about the money and how money is.
So is it true that the three presidents that have been assassinated are all for the same reason?
Yeah, all about touching the money.
Ronald should see if you still got it, David. See if you still got it.
You see if I still got it.
Of course I still got it. I know I got it.
Yeah, we're going to left hand. Yeah, the left needs a little bit more practice, a little bit. Let's see. Those A's are bad.
Are you leaving?
I gotta leave real quick. Yeah, I gotta make a phone call.
Touch the money.
Come here.
You're in distress.
Okay, it's nice to meet you.
Thanks for coming, everybody. And the seminar never stops now. You guys got questions, you call me at home, you Skype me, and we'll keep this ball rolling until you're 100% efficient at everything you do.